down. Too depressing. I changed the title. There we go. Fixed it. I fixed it. What's up, everyone? Hello, hello. I don't feel really good. To be honest. No. That was not a fake cough. That was a regular cough that I've had for like 20 years. But yeah, I don't feel... Dude, I got such bad brain fog, man. I don't know what's up with me. I'm a bad liar. Mm-hmm. Burn yourself up, probably. Probably. Mood ring cut? Nope. I mean, obviously, Shang will wear the long cut when he's more closed off about himself. But that is a human thing to do, not a Shang thing. People will wear more clothes when they're insecure about things. Welcome to the real world. Oh my god, oh my god. Oh my god. Hello, Lagara Hazelnut Coffee. Here to spy on us on behalf of a terrorist organization. Nice. Gave Barry back. Ah! Got you. Ah! I'm getting that comment framed. You went from working for Life's Good to being a terrorist. The Colombians. The Colombians. Today should be spicy. We have the meeting in, what, 2 hours? 3 hours? You need to hack a transformer. If I was a transformer, I would just transform myself into... Did Transformers fuck? How do they make more Transformers? Do they, what, build them out of Legos? Oh, God. Imagine if they, like, came oil. Autobots, roll out. Bumblebee, I need you. In me. Bumblebee, it's our duty to make more Transformers. Bumblebee's like fucking switching to the radio. Jesus, no. Alright, relax, you fucking prudes. Calm down. Fucking prudes. This is so fucked. Oh. Yeah. kind of want to go see who that is. Talking to TJ, someone with a duffel bag on. I cannot wait for today to have the fight of, oh my god, you and Sean were both so childish. So both of you are bad. Both of you guys are bad. I'm excited. I literally can tell you, and that's exactly how the meeting is gonna go. Oh my god, they're both equally as bad as each other, and so they deserve. Both sides, both sides. Or what is it? Many sides, many sides. Put a tariff on Shang and Sean. 100% tariff on Shang and Sean. Many sides, many sides. I can't wait. Put a tariff on China, put a tariff on Ireland. I'm even doing the fucking hand movements he does with this little gremlin hand. Eating the dogs, eating the cats. Okay, they cannot say that to Shang though. They'll get cancelled. Get out of my way. I just see, okay, not to get political for a moment, not to get too political, but I did see the medical evaluation of Trump being like 6'3" and 220 pounds or whatever. Dude has 0% muscle, if that's true. Like, none. At 62 beats per minute resting heart rate. That is professional athlete level. And yes, your heart rate does decrease as you get older. That's true. In fact, if you want a cheat code to live, getting your heart rate lower is one of the clearest denominators of life expectancy, funny enough. So you should want to do that, but yeah, I don't think that motherfucker. I don't think he could. I don't even think he could walk across a golf course. To be honest, my resting heart rate is in the 70s, maybe even higher now. Now that I've become a degenerate who streams all the fucking time and I'm not at work. Yeah, okay, well, Chris Hemsworth is not fair to compare to because Chris Hemsworth has a really low body fat percentage. But like, just compared to like a regular ass person. Like, here's the thing. I think Trump's a fucking moron. Anyone who voted for him is a moron too. I don't want to get too political, but I will say that. But lying about that stuff is so crazy to me. Like, dude, you got a freaking White House correspondent or whatever to lie on your behalf, who got a doctor to lie to. Like, dude, that's crazy. That's some crazy. 992.1. See my viewer numbers. Dude has a safety do-rag on again. You know shit's about to pop off. What are they looking for? Another cop at the block. They think they're so sly. What are they doing? They're looking for someone at the yard? Who are they looking for? Yeah, is it for Barry? That would be crazy. That's all I can think of. They're looking for Barry. Hey, it's a private apartment. Hello? Are you guys fucking Mormons? Hello? Hello?
I won't be treated like this.
Bitch! Ah! Get away! Ah! There's Mormons on the block!
You gone too far, dude.
Mormons on the block! There's Mormons on the block!
What?
There's Mormons on the block!
I don't know what that means. Those are people that marry multiple people.
You don't know who supports the Church of the Latter-day Saints?
Aren't Mormons the one with like 50 wives?
Yeah, it's awesome.
What?
I support polyamory. It's good. There's a bunch of cops circling the block in the yard. Are they looking for Barry?
Wait, there's cops circling the block?
Yes, yes. There's like 15 cops going around the block in the yard. They're pretending to not be it. They're pretending like no one can see them.
You know that there was just a shit ton of cops at the courthouse because there was a huge court case. But I'll keep an eye out.
Whose court case?
Jackie Snow, he just rinsed them for $1 million. Oh
yeah, I forgot that Jackie Snow was no longer a cop. Here's a non-controversial take. Mormons have way too much power for being a religious body. Way too much influence. Get out the rain. Running by the beast with two backs. Hey, lady, you need a ride? Are you okay?
I'm okay.
Alright. I wouldn't get into a car with a random dude anyways, personally. The Mormon missionaries, yes, many of them. What do you think, dude? If you, of course there is, and this is non-controversial either. There are plenty of tribes in South Africa that you can get access to, so of course they're like fucking
I
fruit
did
for the
just watch
picking.
2 cops roll in and out of the hospital.
Easy fruit for the picking, man. Mormons love Africa. Energy for two. Just like me, you guys don't know what religion I am. Maybe I've done some religious things. He's got a metal arm. Fuck. Is that a tattoo? That's sick. Scientology? Careful, bros. They genuinely could send people after anyone. Not a Jehovah's Witness, no. But my family is Jewish. I was able to do the birthright. I didn't. And thank God I didn't. Holy shit, knowing what I know now compared to back then, I feel like it just opens you up to like a crazy amount of shit. Tempest, Barry. They're here for Tempest and Barry, I guess. Doo, 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 doo. Grew up in a cult? Which cult? Yeah, Mormons fucking love Africa. And to be fair, I really like Mormon missionaries, man. Like, besides the fact that they're Mormons, which, you know, I don't hate people just for being a part of a religion, but they're always really nice. They're always like really nice and like strangely positive to the point where you really question if they're actually that positive or that happy, but never done anything wrong to me. Like, I don't have to deal with the Americanization of the mixture of politics, religion, and power. It doesn't happen in South Africa with Mormons, so. And lots of people are either Christian or religionless. So. There was a time when I was gonna date a girl who was a Mormon, actually. Hey.
Yeah.
Need someone to take you to a clothing store?
It's all right. I have my cuts here.
Yeah, cops are looking for either Barry or Tempest. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, Tempest did murder someone and is currently still taunting them.
Yeah, so he got arrested yesterday while still on parole. So he got sent to prison, but he's on parole. He got arrested yesterday. They fucked up. They didn't send him up on parole, so now he has a forever warrant for the 3-year parole that he was supposed to be sent up on yesterday.
Huh.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I don't think they should know that Barry's back, so I don't know.
I wasn't listening. Maybe Tempest murdered someone or something? I still the blood out thing. There's definitely some religions that, you know, you tell me a part of it, I'll fucking hate you, but they're usually religions that are like, yes, all people of this culture should die. You know what I mean? But the incredibly huge popular ones, not like that. I met a lot of great Muslims, met a lot of great Jewish people, I met a lot of great Hinduists. Oh, sorry.
You good? You what are you doing? You busy?
I just woke up. And you?
Okay. Dude, you woke up.
Did Jackie win that case?
He did. It was somewhere in the realm of $1,070,000 or $1,040,000. He fucking swept the shit out of them. He's rich.
For what?
They more or less conducted a bad faith raid. And because
is this motherfucker even in the city?
Follow through with how they were supposed to handle it. Every moment spent after that raid, or I think they put it together in months, but they were fined a certain amount of money because he was, taking, having to spend time out of his day.
This is from a year
fixing what they
ago.
fucked up, and the state paid him for it.
This is from the raid from a year
So-
ago.
Yeah.
Is this the raid from like a fucking year ago? Where they
Yes.
said they
Yes.
saw Ani go into the house.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh my
Yep.
god.
Yep.
And he just
I
reached
feel
for
like
a
I just
million.
took the fucking red pill and my eyes like opened wide. What?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh my god. How is it only sorted now?
I have no fucking clue. It took entirely too long.
Okay. All right. Put on your cut and I'll meet you in the theater.
Okay.
Did you put the wrong glasses on today? Oh, never mind. It's just the lighting
Yeah,
in here. As
the
soon as you
lighting,
went
yeah.
outside, I saw the red.
Be careful. Never look a devil in the eyes. Good poem. The devil from Old Gwynedd Kelvier. And a song.
Shang, are you on radio?
Yes, sir.
Is there a club meeting today or no?
No. Oh,
Okay,
oh,
is-
right. Maybe. I forgot that Rue scheduled that, actually.
Pending TM.
Yeah, look, listen, there's another meeting that was scheduled on top of it that is, in a way, probably more important than that, but we'll have a touch base, yeah.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to clarify so that way I could make sure to be around if there is and that kind of stuff.
Okay, also, just by the way, it's Muffin's birthday today.
The fuck is muffins?
And who's Muffins? Did you get a dog?
No, it's just a Muffin birthday. Happy
Muffin
birthday.
top or
Birthday to Muffin.
Happy birthday, muffin? Question mark?
Happy birthday, Muffin. There was a meeting for today, but obviously Barry scheduled a command meeting like an hour after it. So, I don't even know if I have the energy for that, dude. I'll be honest. And then I checked the email chain. And Anna said she wants to buy more RAM. I said I'll buy it for you if you want. The RAM is the biggest problem for a lot of people in 5M. Marky, what costs a solid meal that I could order? What cost? What do you mean? I woke up and shook everything up. Sure. 5M uses a shit ton of RAM because everything you see rendered here and in the buildings over there, for example, actually does get rendered in your RAM. It just doesn't get rendered by your GPU. That's why people have so many performance issues in the south side, because there's so much being rendered in
I've said
or loaded in.
a lot at this point, and I'm sure you've got plenty you want to say. So I don't want to preface this with anything. I'll just
What'd you pay for a solid meal? I'd probably pay about
answer
$30. Sorry,
and
30
respond
pounds.
with what I can. I think the only
I think it's like $40.
thing that I can really say is, I mean, even day of, my perspective of things changed very quickly.
What is it? Pointer finger? Pointer finger. What is your right? What is your main finger? Was it he would flex and unflex his his right index finger idly in thought. He's like, Shang is like comforting himself. His right thumb glides over his palm. No! Too long. Too long.
Where's my money, bitch?
Get yourself something good to eat.
Dude, holy shit. Thank you so much, bro. Thank you. Sure, I'll get myself something good to eat. Thank you so much, man. Appreciate you. You said that some of the things you've said you've changed your mind about, or changed your opinion about. Thank you so much, bro.
That and have been proven wrong about. And I was open to being wrong about them. Yeah.
Well, let me make this abundantly clear. As long as you wear the patch on your back, and that goes for anyone in this club, they are safe around me. It doesn't matter what you've been told or what you've put into a video, for example, or anything else. I've never harmed a club member with negative intent. Of course, everyone needs a beating every now and then. People do stupid shit. Shit, I've been beaten fairly often, actually. Especially when I was a patch member. If there's one thing that I hope that has been corrected, was the idea that that wasn't the case. And if it isn't, then I need to hear your arguments for why that wouldn't be. I'm not here to chew you out. I think that'll come in time. But
Another one. Another one.
I'm curious.
Another one.
Yo, thank you so much for the resub, dude.
Another one.
Thank you so much. And Black Zan, thank you so much for the 40 quid. And thank you so much for the resub. Beans, you beauty. I'm going to turn notifications off just so, just in case. But thank you so much, dude. You can take that if it's important.
I think it's just rude down there checking on me. Hey kid, I'm talking with Shang real quick. I'm alright. I'm up.
Just thought interrupted.
No. I'm here at the block. I've seen you run around. Yeah, of course. Alright, see you in a bit.
It's like he's dancing.
No, I don't think that would be the case. There was a moment only because I saw, I saw what I saw, and of course, the immediate thought is that, but I cast that out relatively quickly.
What should I order, chat? Cigarettes and cola.
But considering, and I'll preface with what I'm about to say with, at this point, now knowing all of the context that I do, we as a club need to focus more in on this because you weren't the only one. But I do think that lines were crossed that should not have been.
What lines do you think were crossed?
The Dean situation with you, the Tally situation with Sean. I only learned that after the video happened.
Which Tally situation?
Tally had spoken up about. I think it was either before or after the Hades thing, um, Sean had fired a gun off near her. I don't know the entirety of this situation. I just remember Tally had brought it up during, and if that was the case, um, you know, that is also that's a whole different thing. But regardless, lines were crossed.
What? Sean fired a gun near Tally's head.
I don't know the entirety of the. Hold on, I have to turn the radio down.
What?
I believe Edbert knows more of the context to this. It was briefly mentioned during a meeting. I don't know, a week or two ago. I don't know if it was.
Why'd they make a video about that?
Pointed in her direction. I don't know if the gun was just near her head and he shot it, but
Shang doesn't know this. Well, I didn't fucking know this. Maybe we've been told. I can't remember. Listen, I'm gonna be honest. Shang doesn't care that much. So
either way, the
sometimes you need to be threatened with a gun. Shang, as he said, he would do it again.
There have been lines crossed.
I think Shang is more upset that he would be hypocritical about it, being upset with Shang for doing it when Sean did it.
Should not have been.
Shang might know it, but I can't remember.
From what I was told,
If that's the case, I can't remember.
had sat unwell for most people.
I think, and I'll preface this by saying I don't know what the reason was, that I was intrigued by the fact that you would not call me and instead thought a video would be a better suited option for the situation we were in. Speak about lines being crossed. Is there a reason that you didn't answer your phone? And I'll believe you if you tell me you genuinely just didn't want to talk.
Yeah, there's a few different reasons. I was still in the midst of people giving me their versions of
Yes,
different
just say
scenarios.
it. Yes, you're
But
talking on a fucking
at
mountaintop.
some
Everyone
point,
listening on me, I get it. Just fucking say it. Stop being political, you dumb cunt.
initially,
Just say it.
it
God, it's so
obviously.
exhausting.
I mean, in the video,
Oh,
it is
damn,
obviously
dude.
very
Eat your fucking chest.
pointed towards you, but it became something different
I fucking
for
hate this shit. Give a
me
sec.
after a while, and I think in the bigger context of the club.
Hello, cat.
The reason why the video was more something that I lean towards is because it gave rise to more people having discussions about things that they are uncomfortable with in the club as a whole. The not answering the phone was well, it was a conjunction of having already been talking with said individuals, and two, I didn't want to talk in that moment because I was trying to wrap my head around a lot of what was going on. But you're right. It wasn't right. It was the wrong thing to do. And I have no issues conceding that.
I never said that. Out of
but
character, I think it was a great
the
decision.
End result of people
Thought it was cool.
talking and saying what they think is something that I can't put any regret on.
Obviously, in character, I don't want to shut down any kind of roleplay. I thought it was cool. I don't want to, like... you know, shit on someone for trying to make something spicy. Shang, literally, there's so many times where Shang will do something because I think it would be better for the story. I can't be upset about that out of character or anything. Just to make it very clear, this is all roleplay. Those people who came forward with complaints, was there a reason that they all decided at the same time to come forward with said complaints? I'm assuming it was in a short span of time. A day or two.
Yeah. I think, I can't remember if I've mentioned it in the video itself, but, what happened with Maggie served as a catalyst, I think, for some of these people. Yeah.
What do you guys think, Chad? He doesn't seem regretful. He's just like, this is why I did it. So Shang obviously is not gonna think any different. But at least he's admitting that he did it. I feel like that's a interesting step. I was about to ask him that question, Danny. So which parts of the video do you still believe, and which parts have you felt that you've been corrected on?
A lot of the situations that were brought up in the video, I mean, during that meeting that was held, I mean, everybody, you brought up pretty much every point in it. There have been things that, you know, people stood by. There were things that were more recontextualized. Let's say, for instance, the Ivy situation, the Dean situation. There was additional things that were added. Which was, you know, the example that I
Context
brought
was
up
provided.
Allie's situation.
You spoke to the people. You spoke to them.
Ed had said that with the Ivy
Literally.
situation, it was a different.
Where else do you get the context
ordering there,
from?
mostly because it was like it was the last chance before, you know, a Reaper vote was to be called, and that was the idea behind that, not just, you know, what I had heard. The Dean situation, Ed had stated that, you know, he had handled things in his own way afterwards. With you, what that looked like exactly, you know, that's none of my business. The implication of, you know, what had happened at your house. I mean, that was, you know, that was
Thank you,
cast
John
out,
Prostate. Very cool.
in
Thank you.
a pretty relative time.
That comment?
I don't know. I don't have an exact timeline, but I guarantee there are other things, but there are some things that are still left to be contextualized. I understand that Barry has, you know, we've gotten Barry back, and I don't know how much time was spent with, you know, him in the situation that he was in. This isn't as important. I'm gonna text this person and just tell him to call me later.
I wish that he just said what he's actually thinking. But we'll get it out of him.
Right. The Barry situation.
I feel like that's the one thing people do appreciate
I
about
don't
Shang,
know how
right?
long
He's pretty
he was
upfront
in the situation that
about
he was in,
things.
and plus the notion of him taking time to mourn are all playing in factors of my opinion of what I had said about Barry. However, if depending on how long Barry was in the situation that he was in, I would like to know what time was spent just away, and for what reason. I think that would change my point of view on quite a bit. Yeah.
My question is,
Mhm.
why would you not get the context from... First of all, why would you not get the full context if you were speaking to the people involved with all these situations? Why do you think they wouldn't give you the full context? Because, on the one hand, either you're saying that they purposefully did not tell you the full story, or you're saying that Edward gave you a different story to what they did. And I need you to just fucking speak with your chest and tell me what you actually think here. I don't need a long-winded answer. Well, long-winded. And I need you to actually tell me what you're fucking thinking. It doesn't get any simpler than that. Because I need to know what the fuck's going on. If I
Shang,
tell you to tell me something, right, and you give me one side of the story, I would expect you to give me the full story. And sure, I can
Shang,
go and say I'll go and speak to the other person involved, and I probably would. But I would also expect them to give me the full story.
So I agree with you. My methodology was improper, not great, and it made things tense. However, it did get things more contextualized. I've heard things from members of the club that I had not heard before prior to them, using this situation as a catalyst to speak. That after the stories that I had been told or whatever, the thought that was in my head and continues to be now is that people needed to speak to one another. And I get it. You're right. I, in a way, am hypocritical because I did not do that directly. But at some point, it got with everything that was happening and all the information that I was either ingesting or it was coming at me or whatever. I drew a line and I was like, all right, you know what? This was going to be this way, but now I'm going to do this, and people are going to see it, and we will get things figured out. That is still my point.
So basically, if you ask someone a question and they will not tell you the actual answer, you can pretty much assume it's right? Like someone saying to Elon, were you in the room with Trump or whatever? Or was Elon in the room with Trump? And then that person saying, I can't comment on that. I don't think I should.
I think that you have something going on that you don't tell a lot of people about. You are prone to anger and memory loss, and that that direction is it can sometimes seem aimless, but you're right, it has never been at least
Is he saying that Shang
physically aimed at the club.
Is he saying I forget shit? Dude, I'm fucking...
I think that there
I really can't help that.
In that regard with the Dean situation, you pointing the gun at him.
I really tried not to forget shit.
Period. I think that everything that has gone on and everything that I've learned because of that video, I don't...
I'm sorry, I forget shit.
I think we need to... And maybe this is a thing that Barry can do at this point, but I think there needs to be a bigger look at what we are doing as a whole and what our rules and tenets mean to everybody and what counts as, like, what the fuck are we supposed to be following? Because I remember during that meeting, or excuse me, before that meeting that we had, I talked to Ed about what happened with Dean, and I mentioned that the gun being pointed at Dean is is by definition a threat to the patch. But Ed had said during that, he says, well, it was more of something to, for a lesson to be taught, and the rules that we follow follows that we're supposed to follow, sorry, can be bent to, or bent to try and teach someone something. And then during the meeting, Ed had said that, the rules are the rules, they are to be followed, etc., etc. And it's there are mixed messages, and frankly, Shang, I don't know what to think. I am just worried. That's all I've got. Sincerely.
Just to make it clear, when you say memory loss, you're speaking of me forgetting shit?
Yes.
I really try not to forget things. Everyone
know.
forgets stuff.
No, I know. But it's
Like, I don't forget any major events or anything. Sometimes I'll forget if I logged money or something. That I don't see why that is even a point that's being brought up.
Shang. Benny said that you had shot a woman and then forgot that it had happened.
Which woman? Not to sound like Saab for a second, but which one?
I don't know the specific name. I
Is
don't.
he talking about
I just
Clara?
know that was said aloud. I don't think that was a specific thing that was said to me. I think that was or may have been talked about during the meeting.
I'm just so confused that. Okay, I do shoot a fuck ton of people.
Mm-hmm.
Most of the time they make me do it, to be fair. I have never forgotten a person I've shot. Unless they are so inconsequential to me. But if what you're trying to say is that I blacked out, or had DID or another personality did it or something like that, that is completely fucking wrong. I don't know where that came from. If it did start with Benny, I'm going to have a chat with Benny about it today. And hear about it from the source. But I have never forgotten anything. The only person I can think of is he's probably talking about Kara. And in reality, unless it affects the club, I don't tell people my own personal business most of the time. In the same way that I don't enjoy someone walking through my house, taking photos with a ghost, making a video about it, and in that time between them doing that and making the video, still not asking me about it. Do you understand how I would look if I had done the same to you in reverse? If I had walked through your house, taken photos, said, look how fucked up Ziggy is for eating the last slice of pizza or whatever, and never spoke to you in that entire time. The truth of the fact is, if that is what is being implied here, that I've blacked out and done something, is completely fucking wrong. And I will try and find out where that came from.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, I'd love for that notion to be dispelled, frankly. Yeah. And you being angry about me being in your house, I hated being there. I was uncomfortable when I saw
remember if it was
TJ,
pizza or not.
that fucking threw me through a loop, and then he shortly thereafter was like, hey, come inside, you should see this, or you should see something, whatever. And I was like, oh my god, what the fuck are we talking about? And
Shang just thinks TJ's a fucking moron
Yeah.
at this point. TJ is just an op. He has to be doing
I
this on
agree.
purpose. In Shang's eyes, he has to be.
it was fucked.
There's just no ways.
I wasn't happy about it. None of this is something that I'm like giddy to be discussing. It's the point that I bring it back to is discussion and just things that should have been addressed, or but you're right. You're right to feel slighted because it was very poignant.
I don't. I am not upset that you went into the house. I'm not. If you're worried, I mean, I didn't get this, but if you're worried about someone in that house, why would I ever be upset about that? I'm upset that no one attempted to reach out to me to try and clarify what had happened. No one. I can tell you, Sean did not. I didn't even hear about it from the club. Let's make that clear. I heard about it from someone who just happened to be in the area watching the shootout. No one clarified with me. Is that the kind of club mentality that we want? If someone's really hurt, the first thing we do is not try and reach out to said person or try and make sure that they're okay? And again, not solely on you. I don't, but I want to make that crystal clear. I'm not upset that if someone was worried about something, they entered into someone else's house. That is the least I expect. I appreciate that you said you're unhappy that you had to do it and stuff. That's fine. I am not unhappy about that. It's just you guys knew exactly where I was, right? You knew I'd be in prison for the next, I don't know, fucking 3 million months. Because that's all you get for shooting a cop these days. Send away for jail for the rest of my life, or prison, excuse me. So no, I don't hold resentment towards that. And sure, maybe I do get angry about things. But I think that maybe you don't know me well enough. I don't actually act on that anger most of the time.
Okay.
Just like I don't think you do. I'm sure that you would be upset if someone shot Flop or shot Rue. But I understand family is family. The same reason why I'm not like, oh, well, fuck, whatever that guy is, the marshal, Barrett, or whatever. I'm not like, yeah, fuck that guy. Because I understand there's always going to be personal connections. Just like I didn't think it was right they're going to stab that lady at the hospital because she said something mean about ADMC. Even though it pissed me off, I still did not think, oh, well, let's go fucking stab her. Or shoot her in the head or whatever. Because she said something mean. Why don't we just let Ziggy choose what he wants to do?
Yeah.
So no, just to make that crystal clear. I'm upset that neither you nor Sean, nor this fucking Casper, ever checked in to see what the cause was, first of all. Even more disappointing to think that maybe there's a possibility that I was fucking hurt, which that is what happened. And still, no one checked in. No one even knew.
I think, first off, you're right. Yeah, no, I agree with that. And the mistake that I had made on my part, well, I mean, it is obvious that it was multiple at this point, but I had the notion in my mind that, okay, if Shang had hurt someone in the setting of his own home, and this was talked about during the meeting, if Shang had hurt somebody in the setting of his own home, that's why the fuck did TJ bring me there in the first place? Like I don't need to see that.
You and I have the same question.
Yeah. I will say, you said that it was your blood?
It was.
Shang, that's a lot of blood to have lost and not end up in a hospital.
I cut myself really badly by accident. I'd also been shot the day before. And I got shot on that day. I feel like people don't understand how much blood comes out of your hand. If we need Ellie here. People don't. Have you guys never cut yourselves? There's a metric fuck ton of blood in your palm. That's why it's always so unrealistic when the main character like cuts the middle of their hand. Dude, it literally goes everywhere. It literally goes everywhere. Yeah, I remember once I cut my face, my forehead. I have a little scar on my forehead. Dude, I was bleeding for ages. Whether or not you I think it's mine. I know it's a lot of blood. You'd be surprised how much blood comes out of a cut hand.
Hey, that's like you said. That is, you're right about me being in the wrong about not reaching out to, make sure that you specifically were okay. I am in the wrong for, making the assumption that maybe you had just, done something inside your house that was to, somebody else.
Yeah, dude.
But
Look, listen, Shang is lying.
knowing this now,
Completely.
if
Shang
that is
is lying.
something that if that's what you say it is, then
But I'm
that's
also
fine.
saying it's not that unbelievable. it's not. It really isn't. I would think it was bullshit too. But yeah, if Ziggy is not gonna apologize here, then
I'll be honest with you.
Shang doesn't care much.
I'm not entirely convinced, but at the same time, it's not my business. I hope that whatever has happened, that if it needs to be addressed, we can address it. But if it's not something that you're willing to, then we won't.
I think Shang is just really hoping for an apology. You know what I mean? I think he was just really. I think Ziggy kind of. I don't want to share what Shang is thinking too much, but Shang was really hoping for him to say sorry. What made you think I killed Barry? Where was the logic, or the connections, or what led you to that line of thinking?
It was just snap judgment, blood positioning, and the drag marks. It was the initial gut reaction, and then shortly thereafter, I cast that off. I don't have a exact time frame from when my mindset changed from one to the other, but
Okay. When did you record the video? Because it was implied again in the video. Were you in shock for the next day or two? I don't have a good time frame either. I went to Oz, and also I know you've been in ICU. I don't expect exact minutes, but if you told me a day or something, that'd be good.
Genuinely, I'm unsure when exactly that switched for me.
At least 20 minutes? Yeah, well, it's not our place to say what. Listen, I'm not saying Shang believes in him, but I also, I also think it's not up to Shang to be like, yeah, he's fucking lying about his bullshit or whatever. Shang can think that, but what they'll act on will come later. Okay. Well. I really like that he made a video out of character, man. I think it was cool. Hey, Bez. Look, I'll state it clear, and I would have said it at the meeting, or any meeting that is set up, that I will own every single thing I've done, and I will say the exact same thing to every single person in the club, no matter what they think. And when you were busy gathering information, let's say, people coming to chat to you, I'll state it again, I only wish that you had tried to speak to everyone, and not, I don't know what the fuck you said to Blue. The way it was described to me was, sneak away from Shang and don't tell him you're coming to see me. I don't know if that was true or not. I was focused on other shit that day. But I do hope, for the sake of the club, that that was not the mentality that anyone else had. Well, especially you.
No. I asked her that I did want to have a one-on-one talk about, you know, the things that happened that day, and that was, you know, in regards to the Maggie situation. But I definitely did not tell her to sneak off away from you. No.
Okay. I feel, do you guys believe that? I don't know. I'm trying to think. I feel like Blue would not lie about that. She was so shocked as well. It would be such a weird thing for her to just be like, well, Ziggy just said this to me. Because it just seems so, like, out of place. Even I was like, man, that seems like a really weird but strangely fitting thing. This talks, where'd you have him?
I guess just wherever anybody wanted to meet, somewhere around here, somewhere up north, sort of wherever.
In regards to the Dean, Ivy, Sophie situations, do you feel like it's something that, and this is me asking you more as a chaplain than anything else, do you feel like if you have a conversation with someone where you've cleared things up and they bring it up again months later in a vindictive way, is that something that we should strive to be promoting in the club? Because I'll say it again, with the Dean stuff, it was cleared up. With the Ivy stuff, it was cleared up. With the Sophie stuff especially, I find that ironic. I had 2 talks with her where it was cleared up, especially with my in regards to the phrase "you people," which I even apologized to her in person, in particular, for twice, maybe even a 3rd time, only to hear about it again in the video, which I am assuming you got from her and you did not just randomly think it up on the spot. I'm wondering what kind of solution you thought the video would bring to get people talking. Well, what did you think was going to happen? Do you think I should have had a 4th talk with Sophie where I said, I'm sorry, I misspoke? Where I said to Dean, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do that? What was the goal here? With the Ivy thing, I had nothing to fucking do with it, so I don't even know why my name was brought up in regards to that. I literally went with Ed because he asked me to be there just in case Murder Kitties came. Because I had to talk in the fucking mountains with Murder Cats.
Yeah.
I had nothing to do with that. No one was taken away or whatever the phrase. I can't remember what the exact phrasing was. Listen, I understand you were probably upset when you made it, but I had nothing to do with that talk. I don't even think I uttered a single phrase. So what is the solution here? If it's not to talk, then what did you want out of this? Because if I see this and I hear, oh well, Sophie's upset, Shang said, you people. Shang raised his voice once, like I'm doing to you right now, barely. What is the goal here? If I can't get over it after several conversations with all of these people, all these guys and girls and stuff, then what is the fucking solution here?
To preface my answer or anything before that, these were first time accounts that I was hearing them. I didn't have the context of chats that happened post
You people.
those incidents or whatever.
You people.
So that being the case, I do think that so I do agree with you. When talks are had, and let's say if you've done your best to address it,
Sorry.
one on one, I think there should be plenty plenty opportunity for that to be resolved in there, and I think that that weight falls on them a little bit, but at the same time, I do think that being a little
Coca-Cola.
self-aware that let's say whenever an incident like this happens, and maybe this individual has an issue with me or whoever it may fucking be, having someone there, could be literally just anybody, just to be there and exist there to listen, or not mediate. I don't think that they should need to mediate that. It just having someone
I'm
being there
trying
and
to follow what he's
understanding
saying. I
it,
have
so
bad
that
brain
way
fog today.
maybe they don't feel any sort of pressure or one-on-one conflict, though that could be explained away by how catery are we to people's sensitivities and whatnot, which is a fair discussion in its own right. But I do think that more people are receptible to that in particular.
All right. Well, let me
yeah.
ask this. Then. Why
Sure.
the fuck would I ever be okay with one club member not being able to speak to another?
Hmm.
And let me add on to that. If you are so scared of another club member because of the way they've spoken to you in the past, out of anger, what the fuck are we doing as a club? Because I've said this to multiple people at this point. Barry has spoken to me in a screaming, angry tone more than he has spoken to most members at all. And I'm still here. I'm still doing the exact same, even with this fucking video. I've still been doing the exact same thing that I've always done. I've not wavered a single day in doing every single fucking thing for the club. Even knowing full well that I can't get a hold of my own fucking club members just to talk about something. Should I not feel ashamed and embarrassed for that? Is there some source of irony that I'm missing? Is this meant to be some sick and twisted joke if someone can't even fucking talk to me? When they have in the past just fine. Because I'm telling you, Sophie, of all people, all guys and girls, understood what I was trying to say. So either she fucking lied to me, or she waited, I don't know how long it's been, a couple months, to bring up a point, because there's some kind of goal there, and I'm asking you what the solution was out of that video. Because if it's to get people talking one-on-one, or with you there as a mediator, my phone was working just fine. So I need you to tell me this, just straight up, just fucking tell me. She was too scared to talk to me, so you wanted to be there as a mediator. So why is there this whole middle step of, let's make a video to get people talking? People speak by themselves just fine, and if they can't, then they need to reconsider where their values are. I cannot guide people to say, oh, well, you need to learn how to chat to people. If they're actually scared of me, then I need them to show me some fucking evidence that I've done something to hurt anyone in this club. Maggie does not count. I loved Maggie. I thought she was great. I did not hurt Maggie because I felt like it. That is not the case at all. I heard Maggie because she disrespected the patch in my eyes. Maybe people disagree with that, sure. Doesn't mean that I'm gonna go around going John Wayne on motherfuckers just because they've been mean. I've never done that.
I think, well, first off, I do think that it is a fundamental issue. That is sort of the end point of the video, is that it is a fundamental issue with the club and communicating with one another. I think in regards to, I'm not going to speak on specific situations, more of a potentially generalized thing here. So, in your talks, or I guess this will be a question. In your talks with these people, for whatever incident scenarios,
Whoa,
etc.
Ziggy, don't say these people. Come on, bro. Just the humans, okay?
I think that, or rather, I'm more curious as to, how do you approach those talks?
I said to Sophie, so in regards to the bed stuff, which is fucking moronic, just by the way, I said to Sophie, look, listen, I have my own opinion on it. I don't expect everyone to like my opinion. I'm not trying to force it on anyone here. But if I offended you, I'm sorry. I did not intend to be mean or upset anyone. And she said, I understand. Now, here's a little thing about me, Ziggy. Maybe it's a little bit of a misunderstanding. I don't speak my mother's tongue. And I do not expect anyone to be okay with that, or to not hold against me, because of course everyone slips up and says a bunch of bullshit. Sometimes I'll say shit that I really regret when I learned what it meant, especially if you met me 6-7 years ago. But I will quickly correct myself when it's pointed out. And so, if I speak to them, I said, I did not know the phrase that had such negative connotations to it. Because in my fucking language, when I'm translating to English, there are words that mean that exact same thing. So it's just me doing that. I just click and I'm like, oh, okay, well, in the moment, if I don't take an extra couple microseconds to translate it any better, I can get fucked for it. And then Sophie told me she understood. She said, I forgive you, it's not a big deal. I'm sorry if it came across that way. Let's move on. Then I had another talk with her. Right here where we're standing right now, I kind of like the spot. Where she came and spoke to me about the incident where I can't remember what I said, but it was during war. And I said, all right, give so-and-so an extra 300k or 400k. And she screamed at the top of her lungs, no! And so I was like, who the fuck just said that? I was more bewildered than angry. I can tell you that. I might have a bad memory, but I definitely fucking remember that part. And she said, she didn't mean it that way, and I said, well, if I scared you, I didn't mean to. It's just war is an incredibly tense time. Everyone is tense. I mean, look at how you responded. And that is an intense thing to do. And, of course, she said, oh, well, it's about the way you said it. And I said, I didn't mean to say it that way. So, my bad. And again, I apologize. And she said, all right, that's fine. I forgive you. It's not a big deal. So, only to hear it again, I don't know how fucking long. It's been months.
Okay.
I think it's pathetic. You might disagree with that, and that's fine. As a chaplain, obviously, you'll probably want people to be sensitive and open to communication. I'll tell you right now, I'm ashamed. I think it's pathetic. Mean words that I just don't have any other way to describe it. I understand being upset about things, but I also understand that if you're not gonna move on about something, then just come and talk to me. I'm here every single day, for most days except for Saturdays, and even then I'm an email away if it's really urgent.
Okay. I mean, I think the specifically in that scenario.
Oh, just by the way, let me just say this. Sorry, I forgot about this. Then I later heard from, I think, is the English word. I heard from someone saying that, oh, well, Sophie's still upset about the you people thing. So then I went and spoke to her again. I said, hey, I really didn't mean it in that way. I really didn't mean it like that. I should have said you guys. And once again, I don't know.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I could fully understand.
He's so like
frustration when it comes to that, and I don't think that is.
You remind me of Ed.
Something that you've should have had to go through a process, because I think that that for the most part, especially when it was brought up in the meeting, most everybody understood that. So, but I think more specifically, well, um, I'm more wondering, like, let's say, the dean situation. When you talked with him again afterward, how, what did that look like,
What did it look like?
or what was said? However you want to describe it.
He said the way that you describe. Well, maybe I should give you full context. There was a person called Sneaky who has two personalities, something along those lines, like his multiple personality person. And he phoned me and gave me a whole story. I mean, this person lived with Dean, and this person also helped got a group of people to shoot down Sean and put him in ICU. So I was reeling from that day.
Mm-hmm.
Then I get the story from Sneaky saying that Dean assisted them by trying to help him get his SIM card. Dean calls me. Sneaky had already told me this. I was planning on telling Dean. Dean then calls me and says, "Hey, I'm just wondering, what did we do with the SIM card? What's the story with that?" And I said, I don't really know. I think Finn threw it away." And he said, "Well, I want to get it or whatever." I said, "Why? Just if you can get it, sure, but otherwise just fucking leave it. Don't touch the situation again." He says, "Oh no, I think I should get it. So I said, "Okay, why are you doing this? For who?" He said, "It doesn't matter. It's no one important. You wouldn't know them. Go to a different school." I said, "Okay, so you want to get the SIM card? You won't tell me why. You won't tell me for who. Okay." Then I speak to Sneaky, or other Sneaky, I don't know which personality it was, who lives with Dean, and says, "Well, yep, no, Dean said he'd get it from me." So, did he really tell you that? "Yep, he said he'd get the SIM card for me, so it'll be okay." So I'm thinking, okay, what the fuck? Call Dean, ask him, is that true? He says no. I said, "Are you 100% sure? This person's bullshitting me. This person that you live with is bullshitting me." And he said, "Oh, wait, did Sneaky tell you that?" "Yes, Sneaky told me that." And, okay, wait, let me come and talk to you. Comes to the block. Chats to me. Says that Sneaky, he doesn't know Sneaky. And I said, "How the fuck is that possible? Like, you live with him." And he says, "Oh, how do you know that I live with him?" I said, "Okay, well, he told me that." And Dean says, "Oh, yeah, he's multiple personalities. So I didn't know it was a second personality." I said, how is that even possible? Sure, fair enough. I can believe it to some extent, but you need to give me a little bit more meat to this bone for me to understand it. Because I have one person on the phone telling me that, A, you know them, and then I have another person from his house who lives with him saying, "No, we're all perfectly aware that he's split personalities. He wears a clown mask when he's the other one." Something like that. I don't have the full details of how he switches.
Yeah.
I'm trying to be respectful about it, but I don't understand it all. So I'm thinking, okay, what the fuck is going on here? So then I'm talking to Dean again later on, and Dean once again say, "No, I didn't know. Then I have two other people telling me, "Oh, well, he does know." Then I have Sneaky saying Dean said he would get it for me, which Dean also denied. But Dean literally called me and tried to get the SIM card and wouldn't tell me who it was for. So yes, I was very on edge that day. Very, very on edge. Sean is in ICU. I don't know what you two have spoken about. I still care about every single fucking patch member, no matter what. It doesn't matter if I dislike someone strongly. I'm going to defend every single person with a patch on their back. With my fucking life, just like I'd give my life for you. In a heartbeat, I wouldn't even think about it. I might come back from the grave, crawl out of it, and tell you a fucking moron if I had to save you from like a gas tank or something. So, then I go and speak to Dean. One final conversation to find out what the fuck is going on. Dean says, "Oh no, the story doesn't make sense. It's and then he starts backtracking, saying, "I did know they had two personalities. I was trying to solve the situation. I was trying to fix it by giving him the SIM card back." And I said, "You stupid bitch! If you had just told me that from the beginning, I would have fucking facilitated it immediately. Why would you not just say that from the start? Why would you try and hide it from me and pretend like all of this was not true? Or that you were trying to not tell me the full story? I just don't understand." No one is going to judge you for having friends outside of the club, even if they are 2 people in one body. Or 3. So yes, I was fucking pissed. Then when I spoke to him afterwards, about it, I said, well, I felt like you weren't telling me the truth. And there is a rule, always back the patch, always back the club. I believe in that fully, to a certain extent. If something is so obvious to me, then I cannot deny it. I cannot just automatically assume the best thing in people. It just doesn't work like that. If something is so blatantly in front of me, it'd be like saying, well, it would be like me telling you, well, that light on the beacon is off. And then you say, Shang, are you blind? And I said, well, Ziggy, you're not backing the patch right now? Are you not backing the patch? Then I did have another talk with him. I explained everything. I said, listen, this is everything that happened. I laid it down all on the table. I said, all of this led me to believe that I was just being semi-gaslit. And he said, I understand how it came across that way. I'm sorry it did. And I said, well, I'm sorry that I pointed a gun at your head. And I thought things were done then. So again, I don't know why they would give you the story without telling you that part. I feel like you yourself are being used here. I actually feel bad for you.
I have a question. Let's say I, for an extended period of time, like let's say up until earlier today, I still had the notion that you hurt Barry in some way. But I had for whatever reason, I had a change of heart this morning. But up until that point, I had been, aggressive, or maybe just a passive aggressive, whatever. But I did have a change of heart, and I came to you and I said, "I'm sorry," and I left it at that. Would you? I mean, how would you react to that in and of itself?
I
mean,
call you a
obviously.
fucking moron.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, such a stupid opinion. I'd wonder how the fuck someone sourced that. How on earth did this current day and age someone would come to an opinion like that? Just like I think of many things in this city, I think they're absolutely moronic takes. Even then, there's a reason that people are blooded into this club. I think they were stupid. It doesn't mean that I'm gonna fucking shoot you in the head. That, I mean, okay, to be fair, that is one of the dumbest things I've ever heard in my entire life. I've heard some dumb shit.
Yeah.
Assuming that I killed Barry has to be the top of the list of dumb shit that I've heard in the city, and I've dealt with CG. We literally went to war with them.
Mm-hmm.
But even then, I understand, dude. People are in shock, and they do stupid shit when they're in shock. I've done stupid shit when I'm in shock. So, no, an apology is good enough for me. I can't say that my relationship with you will ever be the same, or with whoever did it, for example, because I would always think, well, that's what they thought of me. That I was so low, I was such a pathetic whelp, that they would assume that I were to be the one to do that.
Mm-hmm.
But even then, as if we spoke about it, absolutely. It goes a lot further for me than people assume it does. That's so dark. Sorry, chat. I'm trying to fix this real quick. There we go.
That's fair. And I think that apologies may, hold that weight for you. And, if the relationship is different afterwards, that is the nature of these things. I do think, and this isn't, and you've given me plenty of context, and I'm not saying that, how you've handled it is in the wrong at all, because I do think that how you have gone about it is completely valid. However,
is he really saying this? That is
some people
fucking hilarious.
hear an apology, but that doesn't necessarily stop or remove the impact for them. And I think that the impact, could potentially be remedied by some follow through. But and you've said that you have
I'm not gonna
followed through with
fucking
a
follow
lot
up
of
with
these talks. So
people.
I agree that there are some instances. We'll take the Sophie example that you've given where things probably should have shifted in a different direction. So yeah, I have no problem conceding there. But I mean, and let's I'll swap again to the Dean situation. Yeah, obviously, you were angry, and that makes sense with everything that you've said. But at the same time, I think him seeing that maybe etched something into him that a couple of talks may not have just taken away.
So, if I do not know that they're still upset, it's on me to go and check up on them to see if they're still upset about that one thing. If they will not hint to it at all, they will not tell me about it at all. I just need to know that they're still upset about it.
No.
What are you saying?
There is absolutely weight on them to address it. And this is why I said this comes fundamentally as a club as a whole where it's an issue. But so that is something that they need to address one way or another. How they go about that, who knows?
This is gonna hurt,
But
but they should stop being such a gigantic pussy.
Hmm.
And if they don't accept my apology, then they need to tell me that. If you cannot say it to my face, I don't care. It's rude to say, but holy shit, we're a fucking terrorist organization, 1% MC. If words hurt you enough, then that you cannot come and fucking talk to me, then fuck off. I cannot be bothered. That is one of the craziest things. I'm not going to assume that you're not okay with something if you tell me you're okay with it. I'm going to go in with the mentality of, okay, well, they told me the truth. I'm not going to immediately think, okay, well, he said that he accepted my apology. He said he understood it. He said that everything's fine. He's not okay, though. I don't care. I care about the members being okay if they're doing well enough for things to be alright with them. But I cannot read fucking minds. I can't. And that is why I'm not good with that level of stuff. Maybe others are much better than I am, and that's good, but I need people to grow some guts and speak up to me. And that doesn't mean that I don't I still wouldn't fucking die for them. Like, the thought is crazy. I'd still put my life on the line for Dino, Sophie, or Ivy, which I had nothing to do with, just by the way. It came from Barry, so I don't know why the fuck I got blasted in the sidelines for that. But anyways, Barry's decision. But for the rest of them, I'm right fucking here.
Okay. And this is whatever. Have you ever had a period in your it doesn't matter if it's in this club or just over the course of the past decade or so where you were handling some difficult shit and somebody asked you, maybe they were the cause of it or whatever, or maybe they were not involved whatsoever, but they asked you, hey, are you doing all right? Or, hey, can I help you in some way? You said, no, I'm good. I'll handle it. And maybe you can. That's fine. But we have recruited people while they may, be killers in their own right. They have been through different specific shit. And to wave off what their experience may have been either prior or post, whatever, in just that, hey, you should have fucking came to deal with it. While there is merit to that, and I agree to that in a lot of ways, there's also ways where
Give me a sec.
it's
Fuck
Sure.
off, you old bitch.
What, Shang, what did I do wrong?
Sorry about that.
Who's that?
It's Rusty.
Oh, yeah, fair enough. Yeah. And sure, it makes things more difficult and fucking convoluted, and there's a lot more that we have to, things end up, taking a little bit longer. That's right. Take your time.
No. I'm listening.
All right. Things end up taking more time, and it can be fucking tedious. I know it. I know it does. But with these scenarios, it could have. So I agree on quite a few of these that.
Yeah, you talk so much. I
there is
sometimes
plenty of
can't.
weight on
I
their
don't
shoulders to
understand it
handle
fully.
things. I just want to clarify that. I don't want this to me to be flipping it
Sometimes
all.
I don't get it all,
back
you
onto
know?
your shoulders. Because that's not fair.
Listen,
weight,
I get where you're
the
coming
weight should
from.
be equally spread.
I get where you're coming from, and don't take that as what I said as me saying that this shit doesn't fucking matter. All I'm stating, as simply as I can, is that you need to have 1% of the ability to come and talk to people about stuff. Just like, dude, trust me, I do not talk about my personal shit with anyone. Well, that's not true. I got state mandated therapy that I had to go to for fucking bail. But we just spoke about football and I love the Lakers. I don't talk about my shit to anyone. I'm not saying people should do that. I think people should talk to each other as much as they can and make sure that their feelings are. I'm saying that there is a very big, wide, Grand Canyon of a gap between me saying, get the fuck over shit, compared to me saying, don't worry about getting over it as much as I need you to at least have the initiative to come and chat with me or to chat with someone else to get them to come and talk to me about it. And what happened, and I'll make it clear, what happened here with the video and you talking to them is not that. It isn't. Because, and maybe you've missed this or anything like that. That video was not a let's solve these problems with Shang and sit around the fire and sing Kumbaya. That was a, well, fuck Shang. Fuck him. And this is all the shit that's happened over the last year. And we're still upset about it. I'm telling you, maybe they are still upset about it, which, again, fair. But I can't read their minds and check that. I do check in on my club members all the fucking time. Including Sophie, Dean, and Ivy. Even though the Ivy thing I had nothing to do with, regardless. I still check on them, ask them how they're going, how's their day and shit. And none of them ever brought that up to me. I'm not just gonna randomly say, "Oh, well, do you remember that time? Pointing a gun at your head, Dean? Yeah, just how's it going? Are you still upset about that? Not a fucking chance. I just don't work like that. I need them to come and just have the initiative to be able to speak to me. And that's why I think, and I don't know the exact details about it, but again, I just think, I think this chaplaining thing that these guys have said it is, I think it was just a, well, let's all get together and decide what we're pissed off at Shang, and I don't quite get what the goal is of it. Because if it is to have Barry demoted or to get me removed or anything like that, I wish that people would just fucking say that, not have to be honest about it. That's all.
Yeah.
So no, it's not me. I'm making it pretty clear. I do care about the members immensely, much more than most guys and girls in the club would think. I would never ever tell someone just get the fuck over it. But in this case, if you tell me that it's dealt with, then it's fine. But it isn't. That's okay. But I still expect you to deal with it. I expect you to either go and talk to you or talk to someone else in the club, like Sean, or like Ed, or like Finn, or anyone else. And then they can bring it to me, and we can move forward if it's that big of a deal. But otherwise, I cannot ever assume that something that I think has been dealt with has not been dealt with. There's way too much fucking shit going on in the club. I do not have enough time in the day to do that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
There's so much going on. I cannot tell you my plate is full. I'm feasting on things to
Yeah.
do. And again, it's not that I don't care, because I do. It's that I cannot be thinking, oh, maybe Dean's still upset about the gun stuff if he shows zero indication about it. If Sophie shows zero indication about it. If Ivy, which I had nothing to do with, by the way, they came from Barry and it was Ed who drove her up there and asked me to watch out for murder kitties. Just by the way. But anyways, if she does not give me any indication, I have no fucking clue. I just don't. I cannot read people that well.
I have another follow-up question. Let's say they were to, you know, you know what? I was going to ask that question, but I don't think it's one that maybe you could answer because it would be,
Weaponizing past.
maybe actually, whatever. Okay. If they were to bring you their problems or uncomfortabilities, do you think that they would be heard, and I mean seriously considered?
I don't understand. Can you rephrase that? Or just say it again.
When someone were to, or if someone were to bring you
What is he
a
saying?
problem, do you think that they would be heard or seriously considered? Would a resolution be, explored or something like that?
Oh. I think so.
Okay.
I think people in the club come to me all the time with their problems. All the time. I think a lot of people have come to me with things that even I have issues with. If club members have spoken to me about how much they miss Barry and how much they wish they could be doing for him and stuff like that. I'm not going to get into what everyone's spoken to me about, but all the time.
Of course, yeah.
A lot of the time, people don't want advice. Sometimes they just want to be heard, and it's difficult to know the delineation between that. It's a blurred line.
Yeah.
But I talk to people about their problems all the time. I would say that's probably half of what I do. So yeah, I do think the maybe not get solved, because again, sometimes it's really difficult to solve a problem, and I'm
Sure.
not very good emotionally. But at least they're heard. I feel like I do understand them. That's what I'm saying. I feel like Shang is pretty good with that stuff. Why is there the worry that it's not? Is that what they said?
No, that's me trying to take a step back and asking the question of why would they be uncomfortable with bringing it either to you or anybody else. I'm trying to answer that.
I feel like it's a crazy question to ask Shang now, because
trying to get a better notion of that, because I think that
we spend so much time solving other people's problems.
Is something that obviously affects these people.
Is he just trying to annoy Shang with that question? He's implying that Shang doesn't help people solve their problems.
Nobody's brought that up specifically. It's just I want to figure out how to.
You need the truth here. They don't like me. Came and spoke to you in the hopes that you guys would congregate and get a list of reasons for why I should be removed or something of the sort. And I don't know if it came from you or Sean or who, but that's what this is. I don't think that any of these issues are still major problems. I think it's just a very convenient excuse to make sure that people are aware that they have a major problem with me. That's my take on it. Because every single other person, and the insinuation that, I wouldn't look for a resolution or whatever, I have every single time they've ever spoken to me. Every single time.
Okay.
It's as honest as I can, not as honest, as open and honest as I can get with you about it. I don't know fully if these problems are 100% still major grievances to them. I think they were just upset in the moment because maybe they really liked Maggie.
That, you know,
And so
there is potential for that.
It's a
Yeah.
magnifying glass.
Okay. Well, I think before I say what the final thing that I wanted to, or the recap that I wanted to go down. The last question I had is for you. I know that you've expressed throughout this chat that things that you feel are not okay by members of the club, in these different
Hi, Rose-ish.
situations and scenarios. What other, if any, grievances do you have? Where do you see the club in the near future?
I haven't thought about that for a while. Reason being is that my sole focus has obviously been on trying to make sure Barry comes back and not in pieces. So the club's direction right now is exhausting to think about, and probably will be for the next day or two for me. The adrenaline rush is over, so my mind is just a little bit fucked. Not to the point where I'm killing people and then not remembering it or whatever, as I've heard some folks say.
Yeah.
But I'm just taking a day or two to think about shit. But one thing, I mean, the baseline should be very fucking clear. I do expect a higher standard of people being able to speak to each other within the club without issue. And I think if we can't meet that, then I don't know what the fuck we're doing.
Okay.
What about you?
Oh, no, I fully agree with that sentiment. I, like I said earlier, I think that how I've handled the situation was not the right way, and I'm open to being chastised or whatever comes of that. Honestly, that's fine.
Hi, Rose.
It's in a lot of ways is deserved. But I think that as I said before, the end result is better than what we had. So, and that is sort of the goal for me. Specific wants as far as
I think Twitch is having issues.
Direction of the club. I don't know. I also agree with you on the thought of it being exhausting. I don't know. I don't have specific wants for who's doing what or where or what that fucking looks like. The only thing that I give a shit about is that people are talking and we're working together to move in whatever fucking direction or whatever we decide we're doing so that we could keep going and moving forward.
I feel like Shang really wanted an apology about it, but we'll see how the story goes. It'll be interesting.
So, for making things more tense than they obviously needed to be, what do you think should happen to me?
I don't think you made them more tense than you needed to be. I just think you went about it in an incredibly moronic way. I don't know if it made it more tense, but it definitely brought up all the problems at the same time. What should I think should happen to you? Not entirely sure yet. I'm not entirely sure yet. Yeah.
All right.
What do you think should happen to you?
I don't know. But I'm willing to take whatever it is. I have my convictions, and if it means something to this club, and if it means that things hopefully end up better than they were, then I'll stand by them, whatever that looks like.
Okay. I like to hear that. Alright, good chat.
Agreed.
You checked in with the rest of the club?
I did everybody earlier, but there are much more people awake since we've started talking. So, yeah, I got a few people to call and let know.
Well, it's really good seeing you around.
Yeah, me too. Happy to be wrong.
There's an advanced one, yeah. We keep two of them. Okay.
Alright, are we blacking out?
Audio check.
Yes.
Did you have fun being naked in the
Yeah.
woods?
Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Catch a finger by its toe. If he hollers, let him go. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Andre Tyson! We have to kill him and sacrifice him to Norman. I like Andre. Okay. Eeny, meeny, miny. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Catch a finger by its toe. If it hollers, let it. We have to kill Charles Danger. Charles Danger. Alright. We have our target.
Hey guys, we're gonna have friends joining us for this Fleeka, so we're gonna switch over to friends and family.
Yes, yes, yes. Yes, yes, yes. Well, let's hear from Benny. He's nice to have a chat with him. Find out where this memory loss shit came from, and if it is from Shang literally saying, I don't remember one time. I think that's going to be pretty enlightening. Because Shang remembers Kara perfectly, and there was no memory loss or anything. Shang just felt like he was disassociating it. Do you know what I mean? Not that he disassociated, but like you're watching yourself through a lens do things. He still had full control over himself and his mind. But he just acted. And ever since then, now he understands himself better. But he did not ever say, he did not ever black out. Edit? Where? That's not Chuck Changer? Nope, I don't think so. Thank you so much for the donations, Adam. I'm gonna order something. I ordered tacos. Thank you very much, dude. Appreciate you immensely. Shout out to Black Sad. I don't think Shang has anything to apologize to Ziggy for. I don't. But I might like misunderstand that. But I don't think. What has Shang done wrong to Ziggy? I think the only thing that Shang has done wrong is Shang did not share his true thoughts about that entire conversation with Ziggy. And who knows when that'll come around. My daughter's name to food critic and ordered pasta. It was very good. Too cunty, true. Oh, okay. I misread what you meant though. Yeah, I was thinking like, has Shang done anything to Ziggy in particular? I don't think so. Shang is just very himself. You know what I mean? He's just very, very like, dude, this is who I am. If you don't like me, I'm still leading this club. It's like even with Shang being demoted, he's acting exactly the same. It doesn't matter to him. Thank you. Thanks, Zad. Where's Baz? Isn't the meeting in 10 minutes? I'm just worried that, they have daylight savings in Australia? Bro, it's in the southern hemisphere. What do they need daylight savings for? What could they possibly need daylight savings for in Oz? That makes no sense, dude. It's literally... That's fucking crazy. I'm sorry, is there any Australians here? What difference does it make? Oh my god, I put the meeting. It's 1 hour. What is posted there? Fuck me. Stupid. Was Shang thinking about the conversation? You'll see. You'll see. I don't, listen, just because, you know, Shang is not gonna obviously start screaming at Ziggy about how much of a fucking moron he is. That's never been who Shang is as a character. So, of course, he's gonna, like, Shang fully believes that they, Shang fully believes that the only reason any of this has happened is because they want him demoted or removed out the club. He doesn't believe that they actually have these problems, and I might be completely wrong. I don't want to be corrected. But Shang does not actually think that Sophie is still upset by that to a meaningful degree. He thinks that she's like 5% upset with it, and 95% using it as a good opportunity to pile on. It's wunderbar. And Shang thinks that, yeah, Shang thinks the whole thing is stupid. But he's still gonna fight for what he believes in. Shang still thinks he's the right VP. 100%. There isn't even a part of him that's now is like thinking Ed might be better. He doesn't think that anymore. Thinks Ed would be incredibly good, but he's firmly, I'm the fucking best. Let me do my thing, and you'll see. So if I am being demoted, it's more like, what's it? To Shang, it's more like Finn and Korra got promoted, rather than everyone got demoted. Does that make sense? Shang will still fight and die for the club. Like he's not super ballad. Wonderbra. Like Shang thinks they have a goal. Shang, that's straight up. Shang thinks they have some kind of goal. Whatever that goal is, it's he's not entirely sure. Sorry, I'm ordering food here. Like ultimately, Shang, it's so obvious, but Shang just wanted to see Barry alive. He didn't care much about the actual club stuff, and I don't like to say it's club drama because it's not. It's very serious, and it should be treated seriously. And having proper conflict is good, anyways. Anyone saying, "Oh, let's just all be friends and sing together," to me, it's like, dude, come on. Let the roleplay. Let it do its thing. Let's change shit up a little bit. Like the Barry stuff is cool, but the VP stuff to me, the Barry stuff is really cool. Don't get me wrong. I ate that shit up. I thought it was awesome. It was actually a search plot that wasn't like over 3 or 4 months, you know? Or you're just waiting for a serial killer to twine out stuff. Like we had a cool DM event, it was sick. But the VP stuff is natural, organic fucking potatoes. Meat and potatoes of actual conflict. It's been building up for ages. And it's awesome. It's fucking awesome. And that's why I'm telling you, Shang is not just gonna be okay with everything Barry orders here. So to Shang, it's like, okay, if you're trying to just get everyone to be friends, like Finn is, it's like grow a spine. When is the meeting? In 1 hour from now. Potatoes on pizza, dude. That's carb overload, man. That can't be good for you. That's a carb overload, dude. Gotta be careful with that stuff. Too much carbs. Bad for you. It exhausts you. What am I getting? I'm actually getting a pizza. You guys ever heard music that's like subvert subvertedly gay. It's pretty cool. You order a beverage? Yeah, I got a drink. 2-liter Pepsi. Dude, appreciate you, man. Thank you so much. It's super kind of you. I feel like sausage is a little cheap on pizza. You know what I mean? Sausage tastes good all the time. Really. I gotta say, Chan, I just want to put it out here. Didn't it kind of bother you that Ziggy said, so if people come to you with a problem, like, do you try to resolve it or find resolution? Like, no, motherfucker, I try to make it worse. No, I actually try to insult them and make it worse. I like seeing people have problems with each other. What do you think? What do you think I do? Like, what is the insinuation with that question? No, motherfucker, I pour gasoline on it and watch it burn a little bit more. That's like 90% of what we do all day, but I don't say that because it's something kind of lame. But like, majority of the shit we do every single day in the club is dealing with problems, and of course we want to see resolutions to it. Sometimes I
Had your taco.
not bad.
Bad or not bad?
Not bad, but it's crazy. I'm trying to decipher whether or not Ziggy is being used or if he's just a fucking idiot.
That would probably be the question.
I really don't know. I have no clue if he's actually in the know about this stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Because he couldn't give me a good reason why he didn't speak to me before he made the video. He said he was in the mood, which fair enough. Okay. But then he also said he wasn't in the mood to talk to people, but then he spoke to others, phoned them up, got them to meet with him.
A bunch of people.
Then said he didn't get the context. He was just making a video on what he heard, even though he spoke to the people who had context for. Then he said, well, they still have an issue with that, so as you as a leader, don't you think it's the right thing to do to check up on people? I said, I always check up on people, but I do not check up on people about certain situations. Like, for example, with Sophie, with the you people comment, I have said sorry to her for that.
That shit was already clarified that you didn't intend it to sound that way.
But I mean, I specifically apologized to her in specific, or Pacific, whatever. I specifically said sorry to her.
Yeah.
And so no, I didn't know, and this was months ago. So no, I did not know that she still had a problem with it. So then she said, well, what about the asking her who she said no to? So I said, well, first of all, we're at war. Things are getting intense. Of course, you're not gonna have an easy time with everyone's tongue
I was there
during
when that happened. You didn't like go crazy on her. She screamed no, and you simply just said, "Did you just say no to me?"
Yeah. So
like it wasn't
so
anything crazy.
I'm wondering
You
why no
were
one that
asking.
spoke to Ziggy told him that. And that's the thing. At what point is feigning ignorance? I don't know if it was willful or not. I don't know if he did it on purpose. If he genuinely thought that. Then with the Dean situation, I explained to him exactly why I fucking held a gun to Dean's head.
Mm-hmm.
And yes, it wasn't the right thing to do. I'm not stupid. But if you had heard the story from Sneaky,
I'm gonna pass out.
hey,
You need food?
I would pass out.
I don't have any.
I'm
Sorry.
Irish.
Yeah, don't.
What is this specifically? Sorry.
Someone blew it up, so
Specifically.
it's all closed down.
Oh, what the fuck?
Yeah, so they're not letting anybody in. So guess what? I'll just die times 3.
Hi.
Hello.
Mm-hmm.
What is this rating?
992.1. Couple of peeps are gone to do a flick at the moment.
Do what? Sorry.
They're doing a fleeker
Yeah.
on friends and family.
Mhm.
I was just saying, I had to talk with Ziggy. I found out finally what was going on in his mind. I gotta say, he's the most politically spoken person I've spoken to in a long ass time. But I wanted to find out what was going through his head, and at least he told me.
I mean, he's former PD, high command at some point, I believe. So that's all, speaking politically is what they do.
Yeah, but it makes it hard for the smaller brain people to understand. During that meeting that we had after the video, he definitely said some words that I just didn't understand, and I had to go based off of all the other words around it to be able to understand what he potentially meant by the one word.
I just said to him, I think I don't know if you're willfully being used as some kind of like speaking like microphone, or if you're actually into it. I don't quite get it myself, but I think it's crazy that Sophie still has a problem with the you people stuff, which I just want to say I apologize to the entire club for. I'm pretty sure I wrote something on the whiteboard even saying my bad about that shit. I didn't mean it. And then I also spoke to her specifically and apologized to her for it because I heard she was upset about it. Only to hear it come back up again. And then the same thing with the Ivy stuff. I had nothing to do with that, so I don't know why the fuck I was brought into that. And then who was the other person? Dean. If you guys had heard the shit that Sneaky or Nate told me, you would have a problem believing Dean. Holy shit. And then to get it confirmed by a third person that Sneaky and Nate were right. I'm telling you, if anyone else had heard it, they would have had they would have blown a gasket trying to trust this guy in this situation. Back to patch and all that, but I likened it to someone in the club saying, it's nighttime right now. It's nighttime right now. And then you saying, no, Shang, the sun is out. What are you talking about? We can see the blue sky. And I said, oh, so you don't trust the club. You don't back the club. Because you're telling me that I'm lying. No, in reality, what you're trying to say is, dude, you're a fucking idiot. Open your eyes, open your mind a little bit, and understand that you're wrong. So, yeah, I just... He said, you didn't get the context from it. And I said, why the fuck not? Why the fuck would you not get the context from them? So is it not obvious? Either you are being used, or you guys are just an Ouroboros of sucking each other's dick and being morons. I don't know which it is.
What does Ouroboros mean?
It's like a snake eating another snake in a circle.
Oh, okay, I get you.
I don't know. I'm excited to call them up myself and find out what was happening. Now that I understand that, apparently, according to Ziggy, they did not give him that context. I want to find out why. And if it truly is, I'm scared of you or whatever, I'm going to ask him, why the fuck are you in a 1% terrorist MC if you're too scared to talk to people?
Because of a little tone?
The saying no thing in the fortress, I don't even entertain that as a tone thing. It was fucking, if you scream at me, expect to have a heated tone from me. If you fucking scream no at me about the most bullshit of shit, me trying to keep members alive especially, trying to make sure we have guns to fight in the war, I'm gonna tell you to your face you're a fucking moron, and of course I'm gonna have a bad tone.
You deserve to have a tone in a situation like that, but I can confirm from being there, you didn't, it wasn't nothing crazy. It wasn't like this big old super scary crazy thing. You simply just said, did you just say no to me? I would say you sounded stern, not fucking angry or anything like that. You asked a very point blank question. That was it.
I need to find out the actual truth, because I even spoke to her about that. And we cleared it up, and she said that she was fine with it. And she understood it now.
Apparently not, considering she's too scared to be around you.
And I don't mind if people say, okay, I'm over shit, but they're actually not. If something bothers you, it bothers you. But I cannot deal with this, go behind someone else's back and do what they're trying to do, which I'm telling you, they're not actually that upset about these things. They're not. It's just a good opportunity to jump onto a train. The train is boarding at that moment, it's a good time to hop on. Maybe that's my paranoia speaking, but I think they have some kind of goal. I don't know what it is. But it had something to do with either Barry not being around, myself not being around. and I want to find out what the fuck it is, or they're
The
just
hell
a
do you
bunch
mean
of
by
headless
you?
chickens.
Oh, you mean like because you were gone for that weekend, right? Because I was
No,
gonna say,
they.
the hell you mean you're not around? You're always around.
No, I'm saying they don't want Barry as leader. They don't want me as
Mhm.
as high command or command now. No, I don't know why. Is it all just to replace Barry? Is this all to do with the fact they don't like me, or all to do with the fact they don't want Barry on? I don't quite get it. And I don't see why the issues were combined in the video. Do 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 do.
Yeah, I just don't think that video was done in good taste at all.
Yeah, none of them can actually tell
Shouldn't have
me.
been done.
Ziggy couldn't even tell me why he didn't get context from him. He said I'm the chaplain. I don't need to ask for that. But if you make a video of it, yeah, you kind of do.
Mhm.
You gotta make a moronic video. You kind of would expect you to try and ask for both sides, or at least
totally
get
honest
the
and
full
for
context
real,
from him.
Like, don't get me wrong. I think Ziggy is a good chaplain. Well, you know, when he's around, because like I did call him out on it, and I said because he called the Barry out about saying, you know, like he's not around, so he should step down. So I called him out that that's hypocritical because a lot of the time Ziggy's not around, and yet he's chaplain. So if that's the case, then he should probably, you know, step down from chaplain role, and that. But I do think that he is a good chaplain. But I'm not gonna lie, after him airing everybody's dirty laundry out in that video, doesn't really make me want to talk to him about things.
I'm good.
Because sometimes I just need to get the. Because sometimes it's not a big deal. I'm not actually upset. I just need to talk it out, get it out of my system, and then I'm perfectly fine and I can move on and I'm fine. It's just sometimes you just need to talk out the situation, you know? I don't want to do that with him if he's gonna just go and put it in a video later.
I just
That's
wish
how that made me feel.
I just wish that I could get it out of any of them. I wish that I could get it out of any of them, and if any of them had a story that actually lined up with what the others are saying. All of them are just I don't get it. I don't know what the plan is here. I think Barry being alive fucked them over. And not only that, just to make this very abundantly clear, I spoke to Sean before the meeting he tried to call 2 days ago, whatever. I had a one-on-one with him just to ask him some clarifying questions. I've tried to call this guy like 15 times. He always ignores it until that day. And I said to him, would you have put your hand up at that meeting to say that you wanted Barry to step down? And he told me, yes, I would have. And now he's denying that he ever said that. So, I don't know. Saying that you can't trust fucking club members and they give you a reason not to be able to trust them makes it really fucking difficult to say back the patch, back the patch, back the patch when someone is trying to argue with me that it's nighttime right now. That's actually the moon over there. It's nighttime right now. Oh, you don't believe me?
The moon.
You don't believe me? Well, you don't believe in the patch then. You don't trust the club. It reminds you of my old grandmother telling me that her clock was talking to her. And I had to explain to her, like, it's probably not talking to you. It's just you set that alarm yesterday, and so it's not trying to tell you anything. It's just the alarm going off, Grandma.
You guys have a meeting today, right?
Yeah, in an hour.
And then just to re-clarify it, it's that's just your guys's, and the meeting with the rest of the club is tomorrow.
Yeah, we might have a touch base meeting afterwards.
Mm-hmm.
Or at least I'll, at the very least, try and address the club just for a bit. If Barry doesn't.
There's Dean.
There's no way she woke up and twatted that. Fiona.
Well, today's not gonna be chill now.
Well, there was no way it's ever gonna be chill when we were at command meeting.
Valid.
Holy fuck.
Blackouts.
Also, are you guys at all aware of the fact that apparently Flop signed us up for football?
What?
I love the Lakers.
Like, yeah, that's my favorite team. No, so Cole Cascade tweeted out early this morning, like a couple hours ago, saying, ADMC call me. So I checked Yellow Pages. Nobody else in the club at least was advertising. So I called them to see if maybe it was something I could help him with. And he was asking us about he was asking me about the football thing that Flops or Flop signed us up for, and then I was like, okay, hold on now a second, because Flops and Flop are two different people in two different clubs. So do you mean Flop's Rain Man or Flop the Gong? And he said no, Flop, and I was like, okay. And he signed us up for football, and it definitely wasn't Flops, because when I saw him at the courthouse today, I asked him, and he said no, I didn't sign Mayhem up for football. I asked Ziggy if he knew anything about it, and he said maybe Flop wasn't fully listening and was just like, yeah, okay, but somehow we've been signed up for a football game, and I don't even know when it is. Hey, it could be fun.
I blacked out.
I
blacked out.
Yeah, I don't know.
Where am I?
I mean, if people want to do
Jesus
it,
Christ.
Good morning.
Have I killed anyone?
Yo.
Jesus. Oh. Hey.
I heard we got Barry back.
We did indeed. Well,
Yeah.
we need a name for our football team as well.
Lakers.
Yeah, the Lakers. I
think
love the
that's a good
Lakers.
one. Yeah, I love the Lakers.
Yeah, we did. We had this fucking crazy mission yesterday. I don't even know how to
Did you
explain
guys
it.
get the PDWs after, or did you guys use the AKs I got you guys?
No, we didn't get the PDWs. I don't know what Ivy said she saw some. I haven't seen her since then. She ended up saw some.
Oh, she's been around.
Yeah, she's around right now. She's on the Fleeka.
Alright.
She was around yesterday too.
Well, at least I
Yeah,
got
but
you
they're
guys the AKs. I knew it.
Yeah, I'm glad you got.
Yeah, good shit.
I was so fucking panicking yesterday. I'm not gonna lie. Not yesterday, the day before.
Finn gave me a gift.
Oh yeah. She has a
Yeah.
class 2 she can use now.
Yeah, a smack or
Congratulations.
whatever. I don't know what the hell it was called.
It's a Mac 10.
Yeah, that one.
How's everybody doing today?
I've been suffering, but I'm okay. I think I'm somewhat okay now, but also not very good. But better.
Trying to
Suffering through it.
until you wake up.
I know that feeling.
I think there's a group of people off doing a fleek right now, and friends and family. We're just kind of chilling.
Yeah, I was just talking to Rue.
I'm just killing time. Wait, command has a meeting today, so you guys, patches are gonna be off doing whatever.
Oh, I thought we had like an actual meeting in like
No, that's
half an
tomorrow.
hour. Is it tomorrow? I thought it was.
It's Fridays.
I'm sorry, excuse me.
It says on the
Does anybody need
on the
food? I'm gonna
thing
go
today
grab some.
at 6.
Apparently, it's still closed down, so good luck.
Not because my worker's still there.
Oh, hell yeah, thank God.
Oh, I think
Yeah.
it's supposed to be tomorrow because
She stayed there while the bomb went off, so she's just been working this entire
We
time.
love the Lakers.
Command has a meeting today, not a.
Oh, it does.
We
say
love the
it.
Lakers.
Yeah,
Oh,
I
yeah.
can see that now.
Ooh. Then we should get her to change that, maybe.
Hello.
Hurrah.
On the whiteboard you have the meeting scheduled for today in like half an hour.
Yes, but I heard
It's
there's a
supposed to be
command meeting
tomorrow,
that's gonna take priority. Yeah.
What day is
I'm
it
happy to
today?
postpone
It's
to
supposed to be
tomorrow.
on, I thought it was supposed to be on
Today's the
Fridays
17th.
anyways.
I'm Australian, I'm sorry!
Yes. Dude, that's exactly what I thought as well. The days can be all
I'm
the same.
Australian,
So.
that's my bad. It's tomorrow.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I thought.
I'm starving.
Notice.
I need food. Anyone have food?
The food
just asked if anyone needs food.
Yeah, I need some, please.
Oh, I didn't hear that either. I need food too.
Well, like,
You're.
hey, can you grab me and Cora a combo, please?
That's all.
Oh yeah, I was getting everybody food.
Oh, appreciate it. Okay.
No
Does anyone
problem.
need food?
I know.
Theo's gonna run.
I'll have a little snacky.
Alright.
I'm chilling.
Just grab 4 combos for us on the prison.
Prison?
I don't know what this thing is called, this slab.
Oh, you mean on the block? Okay.
Yeah, we're on the block. Alright.
Okay, I'll get it. Bye.
Bye. I like the snap too. I feel like that's the one name we haven't. One thing I really liked about Vespucci is we had names for everything, but Vespucci was a much bigger territory. It would be like naming things in the Billy. You know, like there's not much point to it really. Oh. Where are the Deagles? Where are the Deagles? Nice trend. Where are the Deagles gone?
Where?
I'm saying, where are they?
I'm not sure. I know I grabbed one the other day, but if there were still some yesterday, then I'm not sure where the others went.
We're waiting to replenish, but the last time I asked Finn, he said not to replenish anything and just get the things for the job. We're still not doing like restocking the fortress. At least that's what I was told.
Okay. Yeah, just scratch that for now. Just try to get like 10 Deagles. We need that.
I was gonna say Edbert had to start doing jobs and shit so we could restock this.
Yeah, we need money badly.
Cop.
Yeah, we did a what did we do yesterday? We did a cashy and then a bank truck and or jewelry and a bank truck.
Yeah, no, the
But
last time I
then
was
you
told
fold
was
it.
not to buy any guns or any ammo or anything yet. Just buy what people needed for the job, but not for the rest of the people. Sure.
Or should we wait until after the command meeting, Shang? To
What's this?
A Seamus. I guess they just got back from their job.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he didn't go to jail.
Yo.
And
Yo. Chat to me for a sec, Ivy. It's PDWs. You end up sourcing them.
So, okay, Hades can do it, but like apparently they're only giving them out for like these weird special events that they're doing. Where pretty much they'll hit us up and we have to either like there's like a payload that's dropped somewhere and they have 3 members of one gang fight another 3 members of another and like you fight over the PDW and winner gets it all.
Okay, so we can't just buy them.
That's what I'm being told now, yeah.
Oh, okay. Alright, no worries.
They're very Hades style.
Well, just by the way, you and I have to have a talk. I had a chat with Ziggy about your and his talk. You have some time? He's still in this job.
What? No, we're done with the job. I can talk.
Okay. Damn, my food is arriving in a little bit. I might have to be in my head for like 5 minutes during the talk, though.
Yeah, you're good.
Well, actually, it'll be really quick.
Okay.
What's up, bitch?
Hi.
Oh.
Fucking hate this place. Oh God! I'll be right there.
Oh God, I didn't realize.
Alright, let's find out exactly what she told Ziggy.
If you want the PDWs, also I could try and pressure them a little bit more. From what I've heard from Dean, is they're really not willing to sell them right now. They're pretty tight-fist about it.
Ah, it ain't the end of the world. Alright. I had a chat with Ziggy.
Yeah, I'm glad because that's long overdue. I fucking hated that video.
I completely and fully agree. About the video part at least. But I heard that you were quite upset with me. And I would love to hear it from you as to why you're upset and what I have done to cause you to be upset.
No. Okay. So listen, you are still my command, Shang. Like with demotion and everything, you are my leader. I trust you. Yeah, you know better than most how also I think very independently, and I'm not afraid to share my opinion.
She's so close to me.
I think I've gotten better about like keeping it to myself at times. Like recently, after sometimes my opinions have come across as like harshness and criticism and belittling, and so I've been really trying to do better about that. But the Maggie thing, the getting shot thing, it was very dividing for the club. Not all of us agreed with what you did. And I'll be honest, that's just kind of where it ends for me when it comes to like my frustrations, was that I just didn't agree with Maggie getting shot. I thought she should have been left, like, allowed to leave.
Well, that's not what Ziggy said. He said you were upset about how I dealt with the talk with Ed.
Talk with Ed?
Yeah.
I mean, you didn't even talk at that talk.
Okay, are you saying Ziggy's wrong?
I think I'm confused because
okay,
I told my issues with the Ed talk was largely coming from, I felt like I was never spoken to before a Reaper vote was called. You guys got one side of a story and no one ever asked for my 2 cents. There was no benefit of the doubt given. And then I was brought out to Cassidy and told I would get a bullet the next time it happens.
Isn't that literally
what the vote had already been called? That's where I think I've kind of been very
confused.
detached.
I'm so confused.
Like, it was hard to hear, I'll be honest, in that meeting, that the vote had already been called when I was told I had another shot. And again, like, my frustrations was no one talked to me.
Okay.
So that, but like, it wasn't a you thing. It was I mean, I'm sure you were part of the conversations, and so I think there was mild frustrations with that. But...
Well, I was. You'd be surprised at how little I was. It actually came from Barry. I don't know if that is...
Someone's already using the top of the beacon for a talk.
Yeah, we're up here.
That's crazy.
So...
I have the food.
Can you just give it to me now? I gotta be in my head for like 10 minutes. Well, if the Maggie shit upset you, sure. I mean, people can be upset that someone got fucking shot. I didn't listen. I really adored Maggie, so I didn't do it because I didn't like her. I'll do anything to defend the patch, and I don't. But I do expect high standards of people speaking to others when they have problems, and that goes for everyone in this fucking club. You, Sophie, Dean, Ziggy, whoever old had talks and stuff. Like, yeah, so people are gonna talk.
Can I
that's
ask
fine.
you something?
Yeah.
Because we went to our chaplain, right? Like, that was the point of his role, is that, like, oh, hey, I didn't agree with something that was happening. I'm not going to go behind your back and talk about it with a bunch of other club members. I'm going to go talk to my chaplain about these frustrations and just how I'm feeling about it. I mean, listen, at the end of the day, it's your call. And if you want to shoot her, I can't stop you. I can't tell you not to do it.
Did you go to Ziggy out of the blue at that same time as everyone else? At that same point?
Yeah, I approached Ziggy being like, I want to talk to Ziggy about
no
how I'm feeling about this
no one
Maggie
pushed
stuff.
you at all to talk about anything to do with any of that?
I reached out. I have a text message to prove that.
I don't need you to prove it. Just tell me and I'll believe you.
No, but I'm just like saying for the sentiment that
okay.
like I reached out saying I needed to talk to Ziggy. Because I was very close with Maggie. We were prospects together. She was in the club for nearly a year.
Okay. So if that's the case, then that's fine. I don't for me, it's just like, okay, well, 7, 8 people, whatever, all went to him on the same day while he was calling members to come and talk to him, trying to get more to come and chat with him. So for me, it's like...
No,
I
I get
mean,
that.
if you want
I
to
think the
because I think Shank
choice
said he's in
you
his head.
made
If you
was
want to let him
very,
know
again,
that
like we had opinions
they
about
was
it. We
putting
didn't
his
agree
food
with,
in the
like, I was,
fridge in the
like some of us didn't
I
agree with it.
I'm having
So
a
that's where it
dream.
probably came from.
I'm having a
Oh,
dream that Uber Eats are at my door for some reason.
Oh,
So
you're
if
good.
you want to
I'm
wait here, just give me
frustrated.
like 5-10. I'm
You're
really
good.
sorry.
Don't be sorry. You're fine.
Chat, I'll be back. Chat, I'll be back.
Oh, fuck.
Hello?
Hello.
Well, it's funny you're all here. I've gathered you here today to see if anybody wants to do a cash exchange.
They just
Yeah, I'll
got
do
back
one.
from a job, I think.
They just got back from
And do a cash exchange with you,
Yeah,
Blue.
they did a flick.
Oh, slay.
Cara, the food's in the bar if you're hungry.
Oh, yes, thank you so much. I have to sit this out, so command has a meeting in 3 minutes.
True.
Yeah, if anyone needs food, I put food in the fridge in the bar.
Well, if y'all don't want to do a cashier, we can always boost. It's been a while.
It's been a while since I've been
Been a while.
boosting cars.
I don't want to risk going down or anything, so I'm chilling. Not right now.
I'll boost. Also, make sure to mark yourself down if you can go into the meeting tomorrow. I done goofed in Australian. So.
Yeah. How dare you be Australian brained? How could you do this?
I was like, why are you meetings tomorrow? And then I realized.
Yo. You good? Yeah, Shang and I are having a conversation. But he just had to go think about something.
Beans, you want to do sleigh watch with us? We're gonna go teach people how to swim and maybe drown them on purpose.
I'll hold him under the water.
I think I'm probably going to end up racing again in a minute if the meeting isn't happening.
Me.
Okay, no worries.
Yeah, y'all.
He has our command meeting in 20 minutes. 'Cause let's be honest, it's gonna take an hour at the clothing store. I don't see the keys to her car today. I know how to wake her up.
I was thinking about going
Oh, hi. Why would you only think about dinner? Go inside the bar and make dinner, you silly goose. There's an oven inside the fortress.
A drone delivered it to me right here.
Oh, that makes more sense. I'm getting PTSD and I wasn't even there. Okay, you need to start being careful because you're about to make that be my noise for today. That I'm gonna start. That's literally gonna end up being my noise today. The other day when we were playing in the apartment, it was a and now it's gonna be the
Oh my god. Oh my god, Rainbow. All the girlies need to get repo.
I'm about to go do that in 20 minutes. But if you guys are also down later today, I'm down to play with you guys too. Until an hour after storm, so like you have to go to bed in 1 hour after storm. Okay, so that's what 9, 10, 11, 12, 1.
Oh.
That's 5 hours from now. 5 hours 20 minutes. I doubt I'm gonna be playing for that long. So, but no, I'm just doing the math out loud because I doubt I'll be playing for that long. Like I'd imagine it's only gonna be like 2-3 hours at the maximum, at the very most. I'm down that in like maybe like 2 hours or so if you want to play on the play. Yeah. I'll probably go and take my nap right now, but can you guys send me selfies of your sexy outfits so I can look at them? Yeah. What? I just want to drool a little bit respectfully of my ladies. Yeah. Ladies, okay? Can I be disrespectful?
I'll send you a toilet selfie, Nana. I got you.
Ah, hell yeah! Who up shitting?
Who up shitting? Oh, did you not see that?
Fuck.
Hang on.
I'm so sorry. Oh, I'm so sorry.
Oh no, it's fine.
Alright, what were you saying?
Oh, sorry, I had to turn on my AirPods.
Thank you so much, Dad.
Conversation. The conversation I had with Ziggy was mainly about the way I was feeling about your decision with what happened with Maggie. I talked about some other frustrations with the conversation we had Cassidy Trail, but I even told Ziggy that was a conversation mainly between Ed and I. And I think that's pretty much it. I just want to make sure that your bases are covered if there's anything else you want to talk about.
Well, you brought up is it not okay to talk to the chaplain?
Yeah, so like I don't know, like what?
No, it's perfectly fine to talk with the chaplain.
I'm just
It's
like,
not okay
what's-
for the chaplain to quote you in a video sent to me afterwards when he's ignoring my phone calls. That shit should be fucking obvious, right? Like we're a club, we should talk to each other.
Yeah, I get that. Again, I didn't even know about the video until it was out.
I'm not blaming
so
you for
I
the
don't
video.
love.
Do not
No. I
take
don't
that
think you
as
are.
me
I just
saying
think it's
that.
more like first thing out of my mouth is for the record. I don't agree with the fucking video.
Here's my perspective. Video was made
okay.
about me. Ziggy and I finally talk. finally, I don't know how long it's been, a couple months maybe, or whatever the fuck, I'm time blind. And then in the talk he says, well, Ivy wasn't happy about the way you dealt with her on the trail or whatever.
I think you maybe misunderstood because again, you were there, Shang. You and I both were there. The conversation was between Ed and I. I don't really remember you saying a thing.
I mean, obviously, I did discuss it beforehand, but the majority of the conversation, even with the discussion of a Reaper vote and whatever, that was mostly from Barry.
Check.
So
Good morning.
I just want to make that like abundantly clear that I of course had to deal with those things as I come on. But I've also dealt with many times bad attitudes, bad tones, whatever the fuck it is. I mean, at this point in the club, I've dealt with it probably hundreds of times. I'm painfully aware and that kind of effect on the club. So as long as that wasn't the discussion, then yeah, it's fine. I don't want you to not talk to Ziggy or whatever. I just you probably know, from like, my point of view. 7-8 people all
dude, I
talking
can't
to him
imagine
on
your
the
point
same
of view
day.
right now. Like, holy, yeah.
7-8 people talking to him on the same day, then him making a video. None of these people, or guys and girls, sorry, came and spoke to me about any of it, which again is fine. But then Ziggy said,
we didn't know he was gonna do it. I'm gonna be honest with you, man.
mean,
I thought we were just going to our chaplain and kind of, expressing our frustrations. And then it just, I thought it was gonna be a meeting because my biggest gripe with the video is one, the words are coming out of Ziggy's mouth, which God, I know he tried, not necessarily well, but like we're always gonna have bias. We're always gonna twist narrative when there's a telephone, right?
No.
So I would rather have had been a conversation like Ziggy, dragged us all.
Listen, all
God,
I'm
I'm not
saying
gonna
is
say
I had
shit,
to get
but
my
like, you know what I
marriage
mean,
redone,
into the yard and be like, all right,
with
so we're
Roy
talking
when I get
this
back
out
from
because it
Australia.
would have been a conversation.
I mean, my
The video,
marriage
you
is
were just being
dissolved.
talked at, and you had no
because
way
that
to
was
defend
they had
yourself.
the legislation.
And that's my biggest gripe.
okay, so you weren't too scared of me to talk to me, just to make that clear.
Yes and no. I'll be honest, I internalize things. I kind of go off and do my own things when weird vibes are around because I don't want to make things worse. So I've been like farming a lot and just kind of hanging out with friends. But like if anyone needs me, I'm there. However, there was one time I think it was like right after, it was the day after, and I guess things were heated, and I was hanging out with Soph and we went into the food court, and I don't know, man. You made some jokes at Soph and I, and I just could tell that you didn't want to talk. I feel like you kind of already made up your mind, and you said that like people were talking about you behind your back, and I was like,
that's maybe on me, maybe on you misreading it. No, I would have loved for someone to come and spoke to me at any point during what was going on, because you have to take it again from me hearing Ziggy call multiple club members in front of me. Not only call multiple club members in front of me, but also tell them specifically, do not tell Shang that I am the one who wants to talk to you, or what we spoke about in this conversation. Do you think that's something that is easy for me to deal with? And then to hear that you were one of them, who I just want to say, I believe you when you say you reached out to him first.
yeah, I can promise you that that conversation that you're saying that happened with others never happened with me. He never told me that I couldn't say that I talked to him, and even said I couldn't even. He even said like there was never a conversation of like, oh, you can't talk about like that we talked about Shang, like keep this to yourself. It was I went to Ziggy, I reached out to him, and like I don't reach out to anybody. I don't really ever talk about my frustrations or how I'm feeling.
I don't believe that for a second. I don't believe it for a second.
For me, reach
I
out,
don't
it was,
believe
like,
that for a
okay,
second.
she needs to talk, and it was just about Maggie.
Okay. So at no point did Ziggy ever infer in any way that you should keep any of this information to yourself whatsoever.
Correct. That never happened.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's good to know then.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I just with and like you said, tone. With tone as well, I think always be the epitome of communication. I read the senior buns oddly. I thought you were pissed, and I was like, all right, I'll just steer clear of him until we can figure things out and get a meeting going.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm sorry about that, man. I should have come to you sooner.
No, you're all good.
All right. Enjoy your food.
Thank you. I don't believe that for a single second. I just don't. In Ivy's case, it might be true, but for the majority of them, I don't think so. What do you guys think? Ah, this food's so good. Thank you so much, Zad. Girl. Do 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 do. I wish. I feel like they're just not telling the truth. They're not telling all of it. I feel like they're so like. The minute you talk to them, none of them have any bark or bite. They're just like, oh no, didn't mean that, didn't mean that, didn't do this. That didn't happen. I actually got like American style tacos. Pepperoni and cheese. Oh, dude, this is so good. It's a Mexican fusion. Fuck is this song? Honestly, it's the best food ever. Ugh. Okay. Oh my god, dude. I'm in a food coma. Alright, it's alright.
I don't know.
Ah!
Where's Colin?
I didn't even touch
Fraud.
you.
You hit me.
Fraud.
Ah!
No, I believe you.
Colin! Hey, Shang.
Hey.
We're drowning cops.
We're gonna drown people.
Yeah.
Okay, I need food.
No, because you're gonna try to fraud me. No. I feel like I
would
got
not
shot by an
fraud
AK
you.
bullet yesterday.
I would actually hit
You
you.
want to play that game,
Get
Shang?
in the
You
car,
want to play that game?
Get in the fucking car, you dumbass. God. I would actually run you over. Ah, the same thing I said to Finn. I'd do it again.
I'm gonna ice you.
You're damn right.
Shang, there's food in the bar.
Like, I already had senior buns.
Okay, weird flex, but okay.
And they call me baby driver.
Oh, I don't know about that.
How's it going?
Great.
Snort.
Listen,
Dude, she snorted like 4
fucking
times in a
killing
row.
time until the meeting. I saw Sean driving around.
Oh, okay. And Finn?
I
just saw
didn't see
Ed.
Finn. Well, Finn told us he's probably not gonna be here.
Bro, where did you go?
Finn said he's not gonna be here.
He told us yesterday that he probably wouldn't be able to.
Did he? I can't remember.
Yeah.
What the fuck? Hello? Ah. This is what happens
That's
if
what
you
there
eat
is, I level up.
too many tacos.
Yeah, I finally. Wait, is the taco stand open actually? Oh, are you open?
Give me 2 seconds. I lost my keys.
Oh no.
Okay.
It. I don't know if we have much in here. I'm gonna check.
Worker is hard of hearing. Please speak up.
Oh, so what the fuck happened over here?
No idea.
Someone said they ate at your restaurant, and they did that.
Oh.
Alright, I'll take 5 combos, please.
Combos, okay.
5 combos. Very hungry. I'll take the matcha tea and the okonomiyaki nachos.
Alright, there you go, sir. Marie.
Go to the taco stand.
Did you ever eat a pepperoni and cheese taco?
Wait, what?
A pepperoni and cheese taco.
I have not. But is it good?
Damn right.
Alright, there you go.
Oh.
Just a little baggie there for you.
Thank you. I love America. Don't mind me, I'm just thinking about this drink.
Yep. Mango.
Okay, you have to carry me.
Come.
Hey, fuck off, I'm joining you.
Yeah, I know. I'm well halfway.
Next shall we slap.
Yeah. Slap. 3 S's of life.
Okay, thank you.
5 S's when it comes to that. But what are the other 2? Rue, what's the other 2? Huh? Right now, what are the 5 S's?
Slap.
Oh, I really want to ram that guy with my car.
I hear Vanessa.
Hey.
Oh, hi, how's it going?
Hey, you struggling with that?
Hello.
Yeah, I'm pretty good.
That sucks to be
Guard?
you.
Okay. I'm in Shang on the way.
Slip, up, slap, sleep, seek, and slide.
No, he told us that he
Seek?
wouldn't be able to.
Sunscreen.
What the fuck? Did you just slap sunscreen onto you and that's it?
You slob it on.
Yeah, you slap right
Slob
on.
on my knob.
Turn it off radio.
Okay. I did not mean to say that on radio. Ignore me.
Did you say okay
What?
right after Blue said slop on my knob?
I meant to say okay to you.
Holy shit.
My bad. Yeah.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm getting you.
Good.
I'm
Just
a
checking in on
leader.
you.
So I don't know if you guys have told Barry, but let him know that he's got a warrant that he's going to have to outrun.
Hello.
You fucking beat me to it, goddammit. I was literally about to say I'm in Polito. I'm in the back of a taco truck though, in all seriousness.
I don't mean
we're going to Brentford. Yeah, all good. Good luck. Bye-bye.
Hello.
Hey.
Morning. All right. I guess probably a few things that you guys need to get filled in on.
Mm-hmm.
I guess I'm here to give answers before I get some.
Let's sit somewhere.
I guess it starts with whatever you want to fucking know. I mean, at this point, you know, I guess my own personal business has kind of been aired out, so at this point, there's not really any reason not to be completely transparent. So,
Who kidnapped you?
the same cunts that you saw wherever the fuck we ended up on that shore, the Gara.
Yeah. How did they kidnap you? And where?
Over the last few months, I say few months.
Straight with the hard questions.
Again, my concept of time is pretty fucked right now, so anything to do with times and schedules could be a little misaligned, but let's say whenever the first time I said I was going on a booze cruise, I wasn't just going on some fucking random cruise ship in the middle of the fucking, you know, Caribbean. I was going back to Oz. There's some shit there I was dealing with, and the last time you guys saw me was apparently 8 weeks ago, and from what I remember from that, we had a club meeting, and then following that, I spoke with Ed, Shang, and Sean. We spoke about some issues that were arising in leadership, and obviously gave you guys an ultimatum. And I planned on keeping my promise on returning in that 6-day time period that I gave you. But in between that time, I wasn't in LS. I did one final trip back to Oz, and on the way back, on the second, third last day I was there, or due to be back. So I would have been back probably at least a day before this this date that I'd given you, the 6 days. I got picked up.
On the map, it said that you were in need of someone who's better at this shit.
Wait, what map is this?
It was a map distributed. Apparently, it was yours. You'd left it behind.
What did it say on it?
That you needed someone who was better at this shit. That had a bunch of locations in Sydney, Australia, circled. Seemed like when I got in contact with Colin, he knew quite a bit as to what was happening, and he sort of mentioned you were looking for someone. Is that someone we should all still be looking for?
No.
They said you got sold out. They said that there was a kid that sold you out. Who's the kid?
Who said this?
Lagar.
That would be my kid.
TJ? Why'd he sell you out? And do we need to worry about this going forward? He has another son?
I mean, I can tell you one thing right now. I don't have any future plans on going back to that fucking shithole, so...
I know, but Barry, we need to try and prevent this kind of thing from happening again. They're here. That group, what if we still have to negotiate with them going forward? I'm telling you, the minute I see them, I'm shooting them in the fucking head. So I need to make sure that if there is someone else who's still trying to pull strings or whatever, then at least we're aware of it. I don't want to pry into your details and shit, I'm not going to. But I need to understand who this person is and if they're going to try and do the shit to you again.
My son and I aren't exactly on the best of terms. I didn't think it was to the point where he'd fucking offer me up to a fucking cartel while I'm trying to go see him.
So
but
fucked.
guess I've been proven wrong before.
He's offered
If
to the
you're telling
cartel.
me that they said he sold me out, then I'll just say it. Each time I've been going to Oz, I've been trying to, I guess, rekindle this relationship in some kind of way. Well, all of you at this point have been in this club since that other cunt was around, and all know the history of how Solomon was responsible for the death of my fucking son. And I guess, I guess you think a lot of things when that kind of shit happens. Not just once, but twice in two separate fucking clubs. For those of you that don't know, this isn't the first time a member of my club has shot my son. A long time ago in the BBMC, before TJ was brought in, he used to be a cop, obviously, and I had a deal with the club where I don't care if you get into an altercation with my son, if it's on a job. He's a cop after all, and we're a 1% fucking MC. Like, I understand how this situation goes.
You have
In fact,
to
I
kill
probably
another
shot
son of
TJ
his.
myself a couple fucking times on a job without even knowing.
Damn, we gotta kill his next son.
I told them that, fair's fair on jobs, whatever. Just if there's no reason to go out of your way to hurt him, then I hope you wouldn't just for the sake of, oh, he's a cop, let's just shoot him for no fucking reason. Knowing that, our relationship. And a few of the old crew, led by Dundee, were helping this guy named X out or some shit. Saw my son just on patrol, had absolutely no fucking reason to do anything about it. And, well, they basically tried to kill him for fuck all reason, just to prove something to this random cunt that wasn't even inside the club. They could have picked any cop in the city. I think they just had a vendetta against needing something from a particular cop. And TJ just happened to be the first one they saw. Had absolutely no reason to do more than that. Pretty sure he was literally with another cop. But I think, Dundee obviously knew our relationship at that time and just kind of wanted to find a way to get it under the guise of it, being a club matter, I guess. So that was kind of a shitty thing to hear after, but even after hearing all that, knowing that my own club nearly killed my son, we went to war the next day with, I think it was Mandem and Vargos, I think. It was like a 45 fucking day war, if my timeline serves me correct.
Yep, it was.
After all this shit happened, I didn't even have really time to process it. Well, I think I was either road captain or VP at this time. All I
What,
was
what
told
are
is
we
we're at
talking about
war,
here?
So I didn't even really get an opportunity to even speak to D or anybody else about it.
Is this still
And
with
I just
the
went straight back
song?
into club mode and, you know, helped the club get through this whole fucking next 45 days. I guess I never really went back to get closure properly on that, even though he still lived after. And then, flash forward to this whole shit that happened, last year or whenever the fuck it was. With all this Solomon shit, I guess, I don't know. I guess after seeing all this shit happen, obviously I have, the club is the closest thing I have really to family left other than my sis and dad. But, I think just like everybody in this club that sometimes it's important to have people outside this club that you care about as well. Of course, the club is always my absolute #1 priority, has been since the first time I threw on a fucking BBMC cut. And now to wearing the same patch we all wear. Except currently I don't have half my fucking patches. And, I don't know, I guess maybe it was stupid of me to go tracking down this little fuckwit, but, we are blood after all, and I figured that I didn't want to let... another family member just fucking disappear without me saying anything to him, or getting that fucking closure. After seeing how fucking TJ went out, I didn't even really get to... I think that the last phone call I had with him was just complete, like, nothing. I think it was literally just, oh, hey, how many people in the club are awake? Oh, they're doing this, whatever. And then just, oh, I'll see you tomorrow. I guess that kind of fucked with me a little bit. Not so much,
Sorry.
Not so much, I guess, mourning the loss of TJ, even though that was absolutely, but I like to announce it or not, part of the process. Of course, when you lose someone you're that close to, you're going to be pretty fucking pissed about it. But, I guess that's not really the reason why I've been, the complete reason why I've been going over to Oz. It's just, I don't know. It's just knowing that there's somebody else out there that shares your fucking blood, in a similar way, but I guess slightly different to all of you, even though it's not my blood on your cut. I'm the one that placed that handprint on the back of your cuts. It's kind of similar in that way where, it almost upset me. It almost felt like there was, to put it in club terms, I guess a club member out there that was just being dis-fucking regarded. And, as you know, I'd do anything for this club, and the same thing I'd do anything for someone I have blood ship with, and I guess, even knowing how shit of a fucking relationship we had, I wanted to see if it was at least solvable, and, I mean, I guess after all this, I kind of got my answer on that, so I got closure one way or the other.
There's nothing wrong with that. I'm sorry that it happened.
Can't do much more than try.
Do you think we'll have to worry about this coming back up? Do you think you'll try and do something while you're here?
If he's the reason why those fuckwits swooped me up, and he used my if he used me as leverage to benefit him in some way, then yeah, I think if he wanted to do something to me, he would have done it a long time ago. I think he just saw an opportunity when I was in Oz and didn't have anyone else with me other than Colin.
Like he
but
did something to you. He used you as leverage. He used you, Barry.
They said
you already did something.
They said yesterday you weren't the target. What does that mean? Just something about a name.
knowing what I know about this little fuckwit, if he's gotten himself involved in this Ligara or whatever fucking crew is going on in fucking Oz, if I had to fucking hazard a guess, I would assume that little dumb cunt probably bit off a bit more than he could fucking chew in some kind of situation, and then saw that I was in Oz, you know, because I did actually meet up with him and have a few conversations with him, even though they were pretty fucking one-sided. It was basically me just talking shit, I guess, just throwing shit at a wall and see what would stick with him. If I had to guess, I would assume he probably used me as a fucking HVT, as the cops would fucking say, and probably offered me to them in exchange for relieving him in some way. I don't know if he owed them money or drugs or guns or what, but I mean, after doing this shit for a while, I know there's one way to get a guaranteed payday from another group or club in this city, and it's to have their fucking leader, as most people would do for their leader in this club, whether it's a fucking MC or a fucking Southside gang. Most people would give whatever money, guns, blood they can to get their fucking leader back, and I assume after I told him, you know, what I do in LS and you know, the kind of people I surround myself with, he probably took advantage of that. So if they're saying that I wasn't the original target, I'm gonna go ahead and assume it was probably fucking him.
There was something. Those guys said before they flew off that your son was right, that you did have value. So I think you're spot on thinking that he traded you to pay off some kind of debt.
Seems that way.
Can't think of another reason why they would have said that.
I kind of want to ask him what his name is.
In terms of
But I also think it's
after that,
probably not probably not thought of yet, you know.
again, the last thing I saw was every time before I'd come back here, back to LS, I'd always meet up with Colin. There's a bar in Sydney we'd usually go to, just kind of chill. I wouldn't really drink, but it was nice just to have a conversation with an old friend. And as we were about to go to that, I got a phone call from him telling him he wanted to meet up, telling me he wanted to meet up. I thought it was a little weird that he wanted to meet up alone, but, you know, I guess it was stupid of me and maybe moronic even to fucking give him an opportunity to have that, but I know a lot of people in this city and back in Oz, and I've never had someone fucking extort me for fucking, use me as leverage for fucking whatever fucking shit he owed to them. So it wasn't even something that even crossed my mind. So I was like, you know, fuck it. I've got 2 days before I need to be back in LS. I'll have this chat and see what I can do here. And last thing I saw was after he pinged me to a location, the last thing I saw was him walking down the street towards me. I don't really remember completely, but it kind of almost looked like he was like smiling. You know, it was the first time I'd seen him like happy since I'd been there. And next thing I know, I'm getting my fucking head kicked in, and I don't know how long after I wake up in some fucking... The first place I was at almost thought it was something out of fucking Saw. I at that point on, I wasn't sure anything after that was even fucking real. I thought I was in some kind of fucking movie, I'll be honest. I was in a room just like the most like locked, secure shit you've ever fucking seen. Chains, fucking old pipes dripping. They didn't really they didn't even give me information as to why. They just took my phone, took all the shit I had off me. Part of it, they were even speaking a different language. I don't even know what.
Bro, it's Spanish, Barry.
One thing
Come on.
I could tell that I could translate was how much they were laughing. I don't know exactly what at, but they would just look at my phone, go through my shit, just stare at me and fucking laugh. Anytime they wanted me to shut up, I guess, it was pretty fucking easy for them. I was completely unarmed, and I'm gonna be honest with you, the first few times I came conscious, I know a few of you have probably seen me fucking going off and yelling, but yeah, sometimes I can't bite my tongue, you know. I was maybe even a little cocky towards these cunts. You know, I told them like how much of a mistake this was gonna fucking be, and that my fucking boys would be here and be the last thing they ever fucking saw. They just laughed, obviously. Anytime I'd kind of get uppity at them, they just, you know, typical gang shit, they just beat the fuck out of me. At least one good news for me at that point was, you know, I've been shot and fucking beat down so many times in this fucking city that half the time it feels like anything from the neck down I can barely even fucking feel. But that doesn't stop my my body itself from wanting to fucking shut down. They barely fed me. I think I don't know if they looked up like a manual on how much a human body actually needs to, the minimum it needs to stay alive, but I want to say I was probably operating on like a couple hundred calories a fucking day. And, you know, what I assume fucking days passed, you know, funny enough, every room I was put into, I didn't exactly have access to the outside world. I wasn't even sure at that point if I was still in Oz or in LS. Every time I woke up, it just... You know, I never really gave up.
How many calories is this
on the club? I
moldy bread?
knew you guys would come eventually.
How many calories is mold
Although I
down
knew
to
it
a
would
slice of
probably
bread?
be a little fucking difficult for you to fucking actually find me because of, you know, me not being truthful exactly where I was going. But I knew that there'd be something that, you know, you guys could figure out. You know, when you start losing concept of time and you start wearing the fuck down and you're barely eating and you haven't seen the fucking sun in fucking days and all you have is your thoughts with the odd interaction with some random masked up fucking guard that's using a fucking voice changer.
Man.
It's not even speaking your own fucking language.
Shang knows that feeling too well.
I can't lie, it did get to me a bit. You know, when they told me it was Edbert when I first came back and they told me I was gone for 8 weeks, I could have promised you it felt like fucking years. As I said before, I got to a point where I couldn't even tell if I was actually conscious or lucid. I don't even know if half of my memories of where I was actually happened or not. And then I think it was one of the... Again, my timeline of events is a little fucked, but I think it was one of the last nights before I got given back. Well, I say given back, handed over. Which, by the way, at no point did they say anything about this whole fucking job. Apparently you guys did. Every single time I came conscious, they told me that no one was coming, that everyone was texting my phone, having no idea what the fuck was going on. They weren't even... They said they had cameras all over the fucking place and they were watching club members just fucking scramble and have no idea that they're not even in the right fucking country. You know...
We were looking.
Yeah, I don't doubt that. You know, it's easy for me to stand here after the fact and, you know, be like, oh, I always knew, you know, I always knew, whatever. But, you know, when you're in that situation, it does get a lot fucking harder to kind of, you know, keep that mentality. And, you know, after After the 20th fucking time someone's saying it in your face and, you know, in a way kind of proving it. They'd show me the odd photo of one of you in LS. One of them was, fuck, where was it? I think one of them was like you guys in like an industrial area where the old fucking, from what it looked like, it was where like the old shop guy used to be. I don't even know if he still fucking works around there.
They were pinging us around, dropping off patches from you. Obviously, we were going to them with the hopes that, you know, either they're there and we can catch them, or you're there and they're willing to
My patches.
hand you over. Mm-hmm.
Yes.
I think Shang, you have them, don't you?
Sean and Finn.
There you go.
And they'd yeah, they'd kind of wave that shit in my face and just, you know, laugh and say, you know, these guys got no idea what the fuck's going on. Like, no one's coming to help you. Every day, just nobody's coming. You know, I think they knew I wouldn't believe them if I said, if they completely just doubled down and said that nobody's even searching.
Does someone else have
think
it? I
they
can't
found it
remember.
funnier that
Might be a
they
third
knew
person.
that someone
Maybe,
from
might
the
be
club
Colin,
would be
maybe.
searching for me, but they'd have no idea. And yeah, I had no idea up until
I know Sean has one and
the
a
point
Finn
where
has
they were
one.
pulling that fucking sack off my head that I was even getting exchanged. I thought I was just getting moved again for the fucking 40th time. It felt like I probably moved like 30 different fucking locations over the time I was gone. They just constantly would wake me up, feed me the absolute bare fucking minimum. I don't even know if it was food by the fucking end of it. Not that I could fucking barely see it anyway. Wake me up, throw a fucking sack over my head. We'd be moving locations. One of the final nights before I came back was the first time I saw the moon. I woke up, I think, for a few minutes. At least I'd like to think it was me waking up again. It could have just been completely fucking lucid dreaming, but I woke up and I was in some fucking old rundown motel. I think I actually know the one I was at in Sandy, and I could see just a little bit of the outside. Just the top of electricity pole. And the only other thing I could see other than that was the moon. It's the first time seeing any kind of light. I could barely even fucking stare at it. Felt like I was staring at like a solar eclipse. You know? It was just so bright. Jesus.
Windows update.
You know, I could swear I could... Yeah, it sounds fucking crazy. I swear I could feel like the warmth of the moon. I don't know if anyone's ever fucking said that before in the history of mankind, but it was so bright. I felt like I could feel the warmth of the fucking moon. And I looked around and there wasn't even any guards at that point. It was the first time that when I woke up, nobody was even around me. I'm pretty sure the room I was in didn't even have a fucking door. It just led out to, you know, the outside world. But I think the most fucked thing of all with that was that I because I'd been starved and so malnourished for, again, in my mind, it felt like years. It felt like literal years I was in this fucking hell. I couldn't even leave. You know? It's really weird, and it's something that, you know, when I think back to now, it doesn't even completely make sense, you know, because the entire time I wanted nothing more than to get back to this city, back to you guys, back to the fucking yard, you know, back to my home. But when I sat there, you know, I was just sitting there in the warmth of the shiny moon, and I couldn't even get up. You know, a part of me almost felt like I'd been there for so long that I didn't want to. And I know that's not true, because when I think back to it now, it doesn't make any fucking sense, because that's not the type of person I am to not want to fucking come back here, as you know, and as all 4 of you have known for literal fucking years, that, you know, the clubs we've all been a part of have been my entire life in this city. You know, there's very rarely times where I do shit outside of the club, and when I do, it's, you know, maybe shooting cops or fucking hanging out with an old friend and just getting up to shit, whatever. But outside of that, you know, it's always been club first, but I just remember the distinct memory of just sitting there and just being like, you know, maybe I want to enjoy this this moonlight just a little bit longer. But then I thought about all the shit that we went through to get this fucking club off the ground. I thought about all the shit we went through back in the fucking BBMC days. You know, some of you know more than others about that, but all of you were a part of that. And all of you were a part of when this club first got off the ground, and how fucking stressful it fucking was. Not even just for me, but for all of you guys, because you all played a part in getting this club to where it is today. Regardless of how you guys feel about each other at this fucking current point, there's something that I will never sit here and accept, is people in this club talking shit about the leading members of this club in all the different ways you guys have contributed to getting to this point. Because I promise you, if there were a bunch of other people put in the same situation we were in getting this club going, with how much shit we went through at the start, with certain people not wanting this, getting shot by others, bringing people in that ended up fucking betraying us, you know, I promise you that there aren't many people in this city, if any, that could go through all of that and still be standing here with a giant fucking club to show for it, you know. Yeah, it was just hard. You know, I don't say that about a lot of things in the city. Oh fuck, that was a hard job going through all that.
I mean, it sounds like it was hell.
Yeah. Trust me, I would have much rather had done 100 meth runs over and over where we're risking our fucking lives, getting chased by cops. I would take that in a fucking heartbeat over having to go back to even just a day of that.
Can I ask, your son, what's his name? Just in case we ever see it pop up anywhere, so we can be alert and ready.
Dude's gonna have such a weird awakening.
It's funny, when you say that, I don't even know, because he doesn't even go by my last name anymore. I'd prefer not to say his previous name. Not that it matters anymore anyway, because that name died a long time ago.
Character hasn't been made yet. Chat, come on.
Responsible for that, but he doesn't even go by his original birth name, so a name wouldn't even be.
When I ask him what his original birth name is
right now, because it's not linked to anything, and I guarantee you that's not the name he went by, associating himself with this Ligara.
His character doesn't exist. Downey, where you at?
In all the conversations I had with him, again, they were very one-sided. It was just kind of me doing a lot of a lot of talking and justifying and trying to fill in gaps.
Next
and
season, next
reasons,
season.
but, yeah, he didn't once give me his name or his new name, I guess. Which, I mean, should have been I guess a red flag, but when family's involved, whether it's club or your own blood, you kind of do some stupid shit sometimes.
Is there any specific traits about his looks that we can be on the lookout for? Scars or tattoos or some shit?
I like to think he kind of looks like me. At least, he looks. I like to think he looks a bit more like me than his mum, but
How old is he?
25. Which I guess kind of leads to the point that, I'm sure I haven't really been asked it a lot recently because no one really gives a fuck about age in this city, but I'm sure some of you have at least been in a conversation where someone would ask my age, at least back in the BBMC days, and I would tell people I was 30-something. I think when I first came to be, that might have been true. But yeah, I'm 45 as of this point. I had him quite young. Jesus. In retrospect, maybe a little too young.
Oh my god, maybe it is time for Barry to retire.
Kids should be having kids,
Man, maybe he has to step aside.
20s, just
dude's about to hit
he
his
might be
pension.
classified as an adult by
Oh man,
any kind of government in any country or whatever.
Ziggy was right.
I don't know, I think he's still a kid at that point.
Yeah, we got a blood pact. We have a blood pact with him. So what happens if Barry dies? He's gonna die of old age.
I can see why people never really called me out on it because I, probably still look as youthful as a 28-year-old myself. So,
yep.
Maybe understand why people never questioned it.
Shang would make jokes and crack jokes, but he's so.
Yeah, so I think when I came to this city,
He's barely
I would've been
listening. He's barely
39.
conscious at this point.
So I guess
actually.
technically, when I first probably mentioned it to whoever the fuck I was talking to when I first came here, it was probably technically true. But I just kind of just kept saying it,
And we'll be 25.
Not that it makes that much of a difference
in 2 months'
anything
time,
else,
exactly.
but I guess it just maybe helps you understand a bit more about me.
I mean, we're just happy you're back in one piece.
Barry's son is Shang's age. Yeah. He's currently Shang's age, but not for long.
Me too. Trust me, it might not have seemed it when I first saw you guys, but I was, for lack of a better term, over the moon. It was, yeah, I guess I just couldn't really register if it was even real when I first saw you. Because, at that point, and I know, it's only been like 6-8 weeks, whatever the fuck it's been, but it felt like a fucking lifetime. I can't even explain how fucked my my perception of time is right now. Even now at this point, I don't even know if it'll ever really recover. It feels like feels like I've lived like 3 different lives at this point. But I'm still alive, so.
I'm gonna kill an orphan. Dude, Chad, it was as easy as beating up a whole bunch of children.
I don't have any other questions.
Oh, it was so easy. Oh, it was so easy to beat up those children.
I don't think so either. Just happy you're here.
Shang, Sean.
Hmm.
Any other questions for Barry?
No. No.
I want to make this clear that, you know, with people in this club, I always, you know, I think it would be unfair of me, especially because, you know, I've got at least 2 family members in this city. Well, used to be 3, but
Nah.
I always, you know, want to give people the opportunity to have a life outside of this club. You know, I don't expect everyone in this club to be a brainless robot that's just ADMC, you know, 24/7. You know, I want people to still have some kind of relation, you know, because everybody needs.
Oh right, so you should have friends
It's not
outside the
that
club.
I don't think it wavers your loyalty to the club.
TJ's
but
advice
I think
was
it's just
incorrect
a
then.
nice reward to
TJ's
still be able to live.
TJ's
as a
advice
normal
was
person
incorrect.
while living the life we do. That doesn't excuse me from, you know, me disappearing for days, weeks, months at a time. I'm not telling you. I guess my only real justification was that, you know, every time I'd come back from one of these booze cruises, from my point of view and from what most of the language was that I was told, you know, it seemed the club was doing really fucking well. And, you know, up until fucking recently, you know, I've been so impressed with how the club is operated, and it just seemed like every time I'd come back, it was, oh, we just did Maze Bank, we just unlocked this, we just did this. Now we're selling these, we're doing this. Just a massive job. You know, it really seemed like, you know, all of us had trained up the club to a point where they didn't need any individual person to get shit done. It was truly what I wanted when I set out with this club, that I wanted to make it a little different to the BBMC days. I came back to this city. I didn't want to just, you know, leave where we left off and just be like, you know what, I'm just going to be this fucking tyrant asshole where everyone just listens to exactly what I say and just follows along like a bunch of fucking sheep. You know, I wanted to try and empower people to, you know, still abide by club shit. You know, we're still a fucking MC after all. There are ranks and responsibilities and whatever you want to call it, protocol, I guess. But every time I came back, you know, there'd be a few minor issues, but nothing that alarmed me too much. Nothing that alarmed me as much as shit I saw back in the old club. And I guess in my mind, that kind of justified me to be able to take that time away, knowing that shit would be fine. But clearly, you know, there's been some underlying shit that, you know, I am responsible for not seeing. You know, whether it was just a communication issue or, you know, not even just you guys, but everybody else in the club that I spoke to, you know, just wanted to keep shit light. You know, even like Patchman, you know, because, you know, I trust your guys' words on how the club's being, you know, led and all that shit. You know, there'd be times where I just, you know, while I was in the city for the short amount of time that I was, you know, I'd just ask a random patch member like how shit's going, and they'd only ever say, you know, the most positive shit I've ever heard, which I guess should have been a bit of a red flag for me, because nothing's ever just as clean cut as that in this city. Everything can be going right, and you can be making money and driving fast cars and, you know, doing shit with the club, but you know, there's always other shit you got to be on the lookout for. And I guess my mind was just a little preoccupied with all this other shit where I didn't look hard enough for the problems. So I just want to say that I'm sorry for not giving you the full truth on where I was going, even though, you know, there are stuff I like to keep personal. And again, if this shit didn't escalate to the point it's at now, I probably still at this point wouldn't have even brought that shit up, because it has nothing to do with the club outside of affecting me personally. So it was something that I never really anticipated to come back on the club in any way. And the only reason it did is because I did go to Oz. Again, this fucking kid of mine's, he's not some big badass like his dad, right? He's just some small-time little fuckwit. Probably just got himself into the wrong crowd, I guess, being these Lagara cunts, and did what he did.
I mean, we also fucked up too, B. We didn't check in with you like we should have. We didn't ask the hard questions. I can't speak for anyone here, but, you know, maybe we felt like it wasn't our place when it should have been our fucking place. That was the entire reason we were given these fucking roles. We should have been asking you where the fuck you were going, how we can help, what we can do. We should have fucking had the courage to do that kind of shit. You deserved at least that much. So I don't think this is any one individual has any blame here. It's a shared blame. Because we weren't acting like a fucking team. We weren't acting like a club. We let you down.
We should have known sooner.
That's whatever. I use crying over spilt milk, as they say, right? So, now that you four pretty much know all there is really to know about me and my time in the past, not even just 8 weeks, but I mean, I think the first time I said booze cruise, I think the first time I went over there because of this shit was, God, it could have been 10 months ago. I don't even know how long it's been since TJ's been gone at this point. Probably shortly after then. Now that you guys have a bit more context, I guess, about what's been happening with myself. There's clearly some shit that's been going on with the club that I need to be informed about.
I think it'd be best if either Shang or Sean started.
Would you like to, Sean?
No, go for
it. Here we go. I'm so low
One
energy.
thing I'll mention
so
before
brain
we
foggy.
start is Edbert sent me something yesterday, some kind of video or whatever, which I have not watched yet. A list of names. If anything is related to that, keep in mind that I have not seen that for myself.
I'd probably just watch that first then.
I would say so as well.
Yeah, I'd say let's have this meeting once you're done watching it. I mean, it's an entire video dedicated to me and you. So, in a way, I'm kind of touched. But I do think it's integral.
We can go dick around for 20-30 minutes while you watch it.
The video itself is 20 minutes, but if you pause it as many times as we did, it'll
I'll
probably end up being double
make
that.
sure I'll make sure not to pause it, considering you know, your guys' time's probably limited. You guys find me seeing this thing for 20 minutes then?
Take all the time in the world.
Yes.
Is that fine with you, Sean?
Yep.
Be quick. I'll be back behind the shed. I'll watch it on my phone. I'll be right back. Just make sure you're back here in 25 minutes.
Yeah, I like how atmospheric the game looks with these like lights and shit. We got 20 minutes. We do. Shang was about to storm out of that place. I think he needs some time. There's a lot of Shang's history. I've never spoken about it on stream. Hey.
Can you give me a radio? I'm gonna go shut this fucking car alarm off in this fucking garage.
Yeah.
I'll just be behind the fucking shed.
I'm just gonna give you mine. I'm gonna be mine for a little bit. Yeah, behind
Alright,
the shed.
just drop it there. I'm just trying to find where this fucking car is. I
Okay.
see it.
Alright.
Alright, bye.
Bye. Alright, I got 20 minutes to think about what we wanted to say, Chan. Can everyone help me and write down the important points that we're meant to be bringing up in the next 6 months? For the last 2 months, excuse me? What am I forgetting here? I gotta get a drink. I think I'm gonna have some whiskey or something. What Mary went through was fucked? Yeah, dude. Yep. Yep. Alright, I will be right back. I need to go get a drink. Okay. Ooh. You got it. Eugene's. You brave. Eugene's. Eugene's. I'm in this. Dude, I don't even know how to roleplay Shang after that, man. This talk is gonna be so difficult for him because he's just like, holy fuck. Hey, what's the radio?
Oh, I'd never even turned mine back on. 992.1. I had mine off still. I
I
don't know
call you
who's on it or
motherfucker, so I could have some
anything,
extra backup, and you just ignored me. Oh shit.
Huh?
What
are you talking about?
You bitch, I called you.
Oh, sorry. What did you call me for?
Because we're moving money to the bank. Like 250k.
Oh, I ignored that call on purpose. I knew what you were calling me for. I was like, oh, let me just ignore Ed. I'm just gonna ignore Ed right now.
I was with her.
Ah, put me down, you fucking
Trash
heathen.
goes in the bin.
Put me down, you
Sorry.
put me down.
Trash goes in the bin.
Oh, actually, Edbert, go box in my car.
Okay.
Oh, my god.
Yeah.
You collateral.
What the hell, Shang?
Hell yeah.
Yeah, I have to go take care of some shit. Oh my god, I love this song.
I think you'll just call us, in all honesty. Hey, there's no way he gets it done in 20 to 30 minutes, by the way. There's no, I guarantee you he's gonna pause it 100 times.
At least 50, upwards of 100, 100%.
He's gonna hear so much shit, and he's gonna lose his fucking marbles about it.
Oh my god, I really like this
The
song.
best part is the best part of the video is at the end, so.
I think like the whole Maggie shot's gonna be a highlight because he's gonna be like, who the fuck is Maggie? One, and then he's like, a prospect? Yeah, I would have shot her too. And then
Yeah, should I have a shot of her again? Honestly. Fuck, I hope someone else does that shit. Oh, like, of course I would, this time, speak to the rest of command. First. But yeah, no one's, leaving via text message. Dumping a cunt somewhere and pinging someone to it. So I can't fucking wait to hear this cunt say, oh, you were right, because he's gonna say that 100%. I don't even need to hear from him, I just need to hear Ziggy hear him say it. That's the fucking thing. A bunch of fucking pussies in this club.
Is he still in ICU?
No, he's out.
Oh shit.
I had a chat with him today. I had a long talk with him today. You know what he told me, Ed? He told me that,
oh god, what?
He told me that Ivy was still upset about the talk that we had with her on the...
What is this we shit? You didn't say a fucking word.
That's
You
what I
were
was saying.
bored, just wanted to be there.
So then okay, yeah. So I think anyway. So I spoke to Ivy about it after. She said that never upset her. She didn't speak about that to Ziggy. And now what she was upset about had nothing to do with that. I don't fucking know what the truth is anymore. I really don't.
I'm gonna be honest. If anyone could even could possibly get upset from the conversation I had with her, I would genuinely lose my fucking mind. It was the politest way anyone has ever told someone, hey, listen, I don't want you to fuck up again. It's been decided if you fuck up again, you're gonna get shot. Please, for the love of God, don't fuck up. I told her if she fucks up again, it's gonna break my fucking heart because I don't want to lose her. I just want her to be part of this club and do her fucking best.
Even in the talk?
That is literally all the talk was.
Even in the talk with High Command, the thing that I said the most was that I need Sean to stop, like, reaching in and immediately undoing a whole lot of shit that we've spoken about. It was barely about Ivy. Barely about Ivy. And if I can fucking remember this shit, then you know that we spoke about it to decent length. But so anyways, so then I spoke to, well, what about Sophie? He said, well, yeah, Sophie's so upset. I mean, it would have been good if you spoke to her before. Motherfucker, I spoke to Sophie on 2 occasions. The one occasion, I said, I'm sorry about the you people thing. I spoke to her in particular, in Pacific, with her. Or specific, sorry. And I said, listen, if that offended you, I genuinely did not mean it like that way. In that way. Then, about the comment in the fortress during the war, I also said I'm sorry. If it, yeah, I apologize too much. I say I'm sorry too much. I seem to be more indignant about my own point of view. Holy fuck.
I'm gonna stop shooting cops, guys. I'm gonna just start apologizing to them. Because I don't want to hurt their feelings, you know what I mean?
And Ziggy said,
I think that's the direction we're going, so I just want to make sure.
A good leader should have understood that they weren't over it. That's what he told me. And that you should have checked in more. I said, I've checked in with Sophie, Ivy, and Dean multiple times since then. They've never even hinted at not being okay with it.
Yeah, because he's thinking about this from the perspective of someone who isn't an MC member.
And why don't we just
Because
call
a
a
good
spade
MC
a
member
spade?
would, or good MC leader would just fucking understand and realize that sometimes their members need to harden the fuck up and stop crying about
Well,
shit.
just call a spade and they use this as a stopping point for the train to hop on.
Of course they did.
They're not actually that
whole
upset
thing was a
about it.
propaganda piece. All of this has always just been about propaganda and swaying people. That's all this shit is, and it's pathetic. The fact that none of us have to go around and try and sway people to any kind of fucking side or any kind of outlook, and yet that is all that's happening over there, is just it just it's self-descriptive.
I'm like that Chinese guy that goes to Costco all the time and makes YouTube videos about it. He's like, oh, it's $5 for the pizza combo, and then at the end he's like, justified or unjustified, depending on the price. Motherfucker, I am justified. Fuck, that shit pissed me off.
No. You know what my latest thing that's been pissing me off is? Because I don't understand why it took me so fucking long to just like connect the dots and realize this is actually the state of play right now. Is that there is one person, I understand we don't high command anymore, but for the sake of argument, I'm going to say there's one person in high command who is now trying to remove everyone but himself from high command. That isn't trying to fix the club, that's trying to take it over.
I didn't take it as us being demoted. I saw it more as
it as a coup. I've been saying it's a coup. I've been saying
I didn't take it as us being demoted. I took it more as Cor and Finn got demoted. Oh, sorry, promoted.
What are you talking about? I got a fucking promotion yesterday. What are you? I am now second in command of this club. What are you talking about? It
Oh,
goes
yeah?
PM and then command.
We're all second in command.
Yeah. Got a fucking promotion, guys. I don't know what you guys are worried about.
I suppose that's a good way of looking at it.
I'm falling upwards right now.
I really like this
No,
the
I
song.
said the same thing to Shang yesterday, that
Oh, that's the
this
song.
was actually the result I wanted months ago. I didn't really care if I got demoted, but I thought the fix 6-7 months ago was that both Shang and Sean get demoted, so an equal sort of, not contest, but you know, opportunity can be presented to show without the baggage of someone actually currently being the VP who could be the VP. We all know that Shang would have fucking won that. But now I think it's, you know, too little too late, but I understand why he did it. It's actually the smartest thing he could have done, because now he has completely protected himself.
I do not care about the the title or the role. I'll go back to patch. What I do care about is that I had someone above me who's a fucking moron.
It's not even that. It's the fact that somebody who was essentially meant to be the leader of the club when the PM was around, wasn't around, has been actively weaponizing members and most likely leaning on their trauma in order to get results. I mean, like you said, call a spade a spade here. It's because somebody doesn't want to lose their VP title. That's all it is. It's when all of this really started and kicked into gear. Okay. I feel like the club is less.
I wasn't
less
disagreeing with you.
now.
I was just I said as I was thinking. That wasn't like a maybe.
No.
Okay. I had to think about some shit. Yeah. I mean, it's whatever. I'm fine with this club structure going forward.
Oh, yeah, 100%.
Of course, I again think that I'm the best fit for VP. Don't get me wrong. I do think that, but I would much rather. I would be happy as a patched member as long as I don't have someone above me who I think genuinely does a disservice for the club. And in this case, it's not even a disservice. It's just downright malicious.
Guys. Nana for VP.
W.
See my fucking hang around.
For BP. I'm just saying, she's not half bad.
She wants some force, eh?
Well, as long as she asks for help when she needs a hand, she'll be fine.
Oh my fucking god, Shang! Jesus Christ.
We should keep an eye on her and make sure she can
oh
do it.
Whoa.
my god, you guys!
There's a phrase, you know, don't break a leg. Or break a leg, whatever. I was trying to think how to work that into this, but I couldn't.
Telling her you
God, you guys are fucking. If you tell her that, I'm telling her that you said it too. I'm telling her that you joined in.
She knows I wouldn't.
Telling her you joined in.
No, she knows I wouldn't.
Oh, fuck, that was good. I'm gonna check in on my wife, see how she's doing. Been able to spend much time with her.
You know she woke up and twatted out chill day today,
Oh,
right?
yeah, tell her I say hi. She tried to call me.
You twatted out chill day today?
Tell her I say hi.
I am 100% getting blotted out. Oh, fuck. I was feeling confident today. I'm dead. You twatted out chill day, dude. I'm on the day of my meeting. I'm getting blotted out. I'm not surviving. Your son and I are getting fucking blotted out, dude. We're done. I'm kidding. Sorry, we have we're just having a giggle. Shang says hi, by the way. So does Cora. How's decorating going? I'll step away so I'm not stopping you guys from talking.
How far are you using them into the video?
First 5.
First 5 still?
Yeah. And you?
I'm going half.
Dude, it took me. I think it took me like an hour to watch it. I was so dumbstruck. I was just like.
Yeah,
there were a couple times I was like, bro, you can't be fucking serious. There were a couple points where I really had to like compose myself and rewatch a few scenes, like them being upset that I shot locals was one of them. Telling me that they thought I killed Barry.
You're unhinged.
Was
Shang.
it-
You're crazy. You're losing it.
Yeah, because I shot locals. The Shang shot Barry part also kind of got me to pause, and I was like, man. And I think the third part was when they said I was worse than Dundee.
Yeah, I
So-
rewatched that part too.
That was Which I've had that comparison be made to me by so many times at this point.
People who make that comparison have no idea who the fuck Erwin Dundee was.
I just think it's you shot people. All this started because they took this is why I feel okay. This is why I feel so bad for Maggie. At the very least, I shot her in the head. She's been used as such a political pawn at this point.
Oh, absolutely.
Like, how many fucking people have checked in on Maggie since then? I'm gonna tell you, it's probably less than 3.
I don't know. I haven't seen her around. I don't know. I think I probably took like 40 minutes to actually watch the 20-minute video, and then I fucking mauled it and crashed out for the next 40 minutes after that still.
You okay?
I'm fine. When you were gone, me and Ed were just talking about like a very different Barry is about to pop up after watching that video. Because the Barry that we were just talking to at the yard was happy to be back with his club and grateful that his club ended up finding him, and now well, he's finding out what half of the motherfuckers actually felt.
Yeah. I don't know, this whole thing's fucked. There's one thing I do want to make sure that I get across. It's that there were plenty of times when we could have made the changes that we wanted to make. And that it was really difficult to hold back on making them. You should listen to the song. I'm gonna send it to you. I really like the song, chat. It's so nice. I'm girly pop as fuck. I'm cunty. I'm driving up to Toledo. I'll be back in a couple minutes. Unless you want to come with. I'm going to my house real quick. Need to find a deagle. Might have one there.
Ed, get out the damn.
I have Glocks in my apartment.
I think I put my deagle down to the faceless shit. Sorry, not for the faceless.
The mission is.
Yeah. Fuck, I keep saying faceless from Lagar. My bad. Alright, I also have a bunch of body parts in my fridge.
Yes, do you still have the hat in there?
No, I don't. That who the fuck told her? Oh wait, no, we did. I don't know what happened to her. I'm gonna be honest. Yeah. Anyways, I have all the parts that I thought were Barry. I need to clean that out real quick. Yo, Root.
Hey, you busy?
Yeah, we're in a meeting. What's up?
Oh shit. Okay, all right, all good. I'll leave you to it. Bye bye.
All right, bye.
Tina doesn't hang out at your house anymore, right?
No. He was really upset he was removed from the panel. I told him I couldn't deal with that right now. I'm looking for Barry. Should probably speak to him again.
I just don't think it's a good idea for him to fucking pop in front of Barry.
I mean, Barry's about to see a fucking selfie with them in our house.
Oh my god, in the video. Oh my fucking god.
I mean, that's how they got into the house, Cora. They got a key from TJ. And this whole supernatural bullshit that I fucking hate. Well, sort of because TJ needed a place to be safe from Norman. I was... Oh, man. So fucking over it. Oh, perfect. Ah. Hey.
You get Core and Ed back in the shed, please. And you.
Alright, goodbye.
What's up?
On the way back.
Hey, yeah, Barry wants us back in the shed. Alright.
Yeah, on the way back, bye.
Alright, bye. I like the song.
Perfect timing. You decide to come up here and he calls us.
Do you believe in coincidences? You know, maybe it's just buying Sean time to say, hey, you know, I did tell Shang that I put my hand up, but you know what, I didn't mean it, or something. Sorry, what were you saying?
I mean, you're not wrong. Me and Ed kind of watched, like, it looked like Sean was trying to attach himself to Barry as Barry
Yeah, as he
watched
was
the
like,
video.
Sean was standing near him,
Yeah.
staring at him. I don't know, I'm so sick of that shit, Cora. I'm so sick of it. If one thing comes out of all of this and it's that happens less, I'll be happy. I want him to just be truthful. That's all. I want him to repeat what he said to me and Ed and Tally in the bar. I want him to repeat what he said about him wanting Barry to step down. I just want him to, like, be honest. That's it. I'm not even... I don't want to attack him in this talk, but he's gonna take me asking him to be honest as an attack. I'll try to be as constructive as I can be. But it's literally never... Like, every single time they speak to a different person, it's got to be a different story or different version of events, because it just feels like you try to, like, fit your narrative to that person. Whatever you think that they will cling on to better. And I fucking suck at that. I can't compete with that. This fucking cunt.
Well,
Parks his bike right there.
was saying to Sean, I understand that there'll probably be a lot of repeated shit here, and I get that it's annoying to have to go over shit you guys have probably talked about for weeks on end. But unfortunately, I am still your leader, and your leader has been absent due partially to reasons out of my fucking control. But I want to hear the context of. I mean, Ziggy isn't here to talk about what I just watched in that video, but let's just start with. I guess I gave you my timeline from when I, got picked up and was out of LS. Let's start with your guys' timeline of important points from that point on when I didn't return after that 6 days.
All right, one sec. I'm in the yard if anyone needs me. I'm going off radio though.
You were good?
Yes, I'm good. Obviously, dumbass. I'm in the yard having a meeting.
In
What do you
a radio
think?
the whole time?
Wait. Can I show you?
Sorry.
I'm just gonna jump in real quick and say I wasn't around for probably 2 to 3 weeks. I was getting surgery in Japan. The first 2 to 3 weeks I have no idea about.
Okay, well, let's start with anything that happened within those 2 to 3 weeks so that everyone can be on the same page with that, and then we can go from there.
Yeah.
I'm not talking about what you fucking had for lunch or what fucking jobs you did. Shit that obviously has...
Oh my god, I'm so bad at this stuff.
...got us to the point where we're at now. And if there's nothing in that period, then just start from whenever Edbert returned.
Whenever went to Japan? Well, that entire time, I don't know. I don't really know where everyone was, but I think the club went pretty fucking great in that time. But again, it was really difficult because Sean was not around much, Ed was not around much, you weren't around much, or you weren't around at all. But I don't think anything too major happened. I'm trying to think if anything did.
Anything you can recollect, Sean or Cora, in that time that you think's of note? Otherwise, we
As
can
me
just
being
go
around, yeah.
Okay, when you, Shang, when you say Irish wasn't around, what does that mean? As in you didn't see him, or you are, like what?
No, I didn't see him.
Then I'd ask the club if I was around.
Okay. Fair enough.
I don't remember. I don't think there was much during the first couple of weeks, but Finn also said that you were not around.
I'm gonna be honest. Let's just, if there's gonna be a wasn't around kind of thing, if you compare it to me, I'm around all the fucking time. So of course it's not that. But if that is not coming from me, saying that Sean was not around. I'm just I'm the person who sees it the most. If I don't think someone is around, there's no one better than me to say that, and Finn included. Just to make that very fucking clear, we're probably the people who are around the most. If you got your entire command saying that you're not around, and then me, well, it's not even a point worth arguing.
The person who has a trust issue with me, wants to put a gun in my mouth and blow my brains out, thinks I'm working for Norman, who has an agenda. Sure, yeah, I'll take your word for it.
All right, let's put it like this. I'm going to assume after the last conversation we had, and obviously at that point I'd finally got to at least partial part of the reason why there has obviously been heat with the leadership in this club. It wouldn't surprise me to say that neither of you made any kind of effort to really want to be around each other during that point because of the ultimatum you were given, and obviously with the rough conversations you had just before that, trying to figure that out. And the fact that you didn't get to a resolution makes me think that there was maybe a couple conversations that didn't lead anywhere, and then it was kind of just left until this other shit started popping off, right?
I'll let these two talk for themselves when it comes to the conversations about the vote we were given. I never said what I was going to vote. I asked both of them individually what they were going to vote after they had both said that they were going to vote for Ed at the meeting, right? I was in prison. I asked them both. I had an hour-long talk with each, probably longer with Ed. You can say yes or no whether that's true or not. I asked Shang before I asked Ed. That was the first conversation. Shang said he was going to vote for himself. Then I asked Ed, and Ed said he was going to vote for himself, and that he was still voting the same way, and still believed that Shang was going to vote the same way. Then I asked Ed, well, or said you should talk to Shang, make sure that you're still voting the same way. And then he threw a rock or something that looked like a rock with a piece of paper over the top to. It was a pigeon. It was a really, really hard pigeon.
Flattened pigeon.
With two names on it, and both of them said Ed, right? And so you ask us at the back of this fucking shed yesterday who they're voting for, and then they both say Shang. My vote never changed.
Wow.
This goes to all three of you. Was there any attempt after whatever this dogshit excuse for communication was to convey who you were each voting for? Any conversation after that to maybe get the reason why each of you were voting the way that you were, or trying to actually do the ultimatum that I gave you to make steps towards having the same name? Or was it just, I'm voting for this person, and then the conversation was left there?
Yeah, during the conversation Sean and I had, the whatever hour plus long one, I think I asked you a couple times who you were voting for, and you refused to give me the answer. At that point, I realized you weren't willing to sort of work that out if you couldn't just be upfront and honest about who your vote was, because it shouldn't have been a hidden point. This is something
No,
you
it was more that
about.
Shang had changed his vote. And I wanted
Well,
to
you did not know that at the time, though.
I did, mate, because I talked to you first.
And what did I tell you on the phone? I said that my vote was going to change.
Yourself.
My vote was going to change until I spoke
You
to
said you
Mary
were voting
again.
for yourself. No, you said you were voting for yourself.
Okay, besides that,
But there's no witnesses to that, so I'm lying or he's lying. It doesn't fucking matter. So, in short, no. So.
My point is, yes, I did try.
Can you speak up?
When you... Sorry.
It was pretty good of me. You should be able to yell.
Yeah. My point is, I did try. When you weren't being forthcoming with your vote and you were essentially hiding it, I realized there was an issue there. Well, I mean, you didn't explain your vote multiple times after I probed multiple times. I don't really have another word for it besides hiding it. We were all upfront about who we were voting. We all said a name besides you. In regards to the idea of my vote and Shang's vote changing as of yesterday, that came down to one very simple fact. I was gone for 3 weeks in Japan getting fucking surgery. According to Finn, Shang, and Korra.
Just by the way, I know for a fact
Sean wasn't around.
Shang told him that his vote is going to
Shang
change.
stepped up a lot.
So
he led the club.
Just keep that in mind. I know that.
Solo as a high commander.
I don't know why he's lying about it. I just
see
don't
when I got back.
see it.
I'd always intended to put myself up for the VP vote as a temporary fix.
It's so annoying.
Shang deserves to get VP, in my opinion. That is why my vote went to Shang. Because in that time, in the 6 to 8 weeks...
Go ahead. Continue.
I was about to say, in the 6 to 8 weeks I was gone, Shang was the one who stepped up. Shang was the one who showed up consistently for the club and led it. That is why my vote changed.
I'm not here to sit here and listen to he share. Oh, this person's this week this much. This person leads this much. That's all well and good. I can judge all that shit for myself.
It's so crazy.
And, I mean, and again, even before I went to fucking Oz to deal with this shit. It's not like the rest of that just disappears. Okay, I've known each of you for a very long time. I know what each of you are capable of. I think every single person in this room at one point is able to step into pretty much any fucking role that would be requested of them in this club. But when you say this person deserves VP, at this current point, nobody in this room deserves fucking VP for the simple fact that after I gave you that ultimatum, it wasn't to go around and just, have people say this and I'm voting this because of this. It was to have you three work together to give me the same fucking name. Ultimately, I'll just reveal to you now, I didn't even necessarily really fucking care if, the person you gave me, would end up actually being VP or not. It was simply just, it was clear that you guys were at such a low point in communication where, and for whatever fucking reason it ends up to, and I know there's a lot of different reasons as to why it's escalated to this point, part of which is my fucking fault for not being around and not actually seeing it for my fucking self and being blind to it when, I come around, I get told everything's good, bar maybe 1 or 2 times, you know, I am very much a leader that needs to see shit for myself, which obviously faltered when I'm not fucking here, right? But to say that anyone deserves VP as of right now, I just don't agree with. I don't, and the reason why every person in this room except myself is command right now is because VP and high command have to fucking work together, and clearly during the fucking time, and
I
even
fucking love
before,
Barry, but if this
you
is
guys
gonna be a
even
one-sided
realized I was fucking
conversation,
gone and maybe just, you know,
dude, I
stuck on
don't
a fucking
know.
boat somewhere
I
or
don't
whatever on a
know
fucking
if
booze cruise. It's clear that
Shang
after
wants to deal with the shit,
you
dude.
guys had, you know, your
Holy
decisions or
fuck.
whatever. From my point of view, it seems like there was no further attempt after maybe one conversation to actually try and change that mind. Right?
Oh
It's
my
not about
God.
how you treat people in this club when you're on good fucking terms with them, right? I don't judge people based on how nice Cora is to fucking Ed or whatever when they're hanging out every day or whatever and they're super nice. I judge people in this club based on how they interact with people in this club when they don't fucking agree what they're fucking saying. And each of you have had a point in your fucking careers in fucking, whether it's ADMC or BBMC, where I guarantee you fucking disagreed with something I've said. And each of you have probably at one point have come to my face and we've probably had a fucking screaming match to fucking resolve it. I don't even consider that a fucking bad thing, right? Because at least then problems are getting solved. Yeah, we're all fucking terror. We're not going to solve things like they do down the fucking PD and have fucking meetings and shit. Although, you know, of course we do have gatherings of fucking people where we talk about shit, but I don't always expect shit to be solved within those, right? But to sit here and say like that you guys actually gave it your all in trying to do what I fucking told you before I left, and it was to each work together to give me a single
I don't know
name,
I don't know why this is
fucking do that,
constantly a you
regardless
guys
of
issue,
whatever
dude.
fucking
It's
point.
fucking-
I could give less of
I
a
feel
fuck
so
what
bad
each
for
of your
Shang.
reasons are.
I
for,
genuinely do. I feel so
why
bad
you
for him.
voted for yourself or another person or whatever.
I feel so
The
bad for
whole
him.
point
It's
of that
a
was
you
to just
people issue,
establish
you people issue,
some-
you people issue.
Some kind of fucking teamwork
Constantly.
with all three of you, because that is more important than any
Dude.
fucking role on who should be
Holy shit, I
where,
would
what, where,
explode.
whatever. Right? The only reason I can exist as PM is because I have other people in leadership roles that keep the club going. When I am gone, the VP is the acting PM of the fucking club, and I expect them to be the same thing that they need to have high command to rely on. So when it got to the fucking point, after I had the conversations with each of you and finally got to the point that some of you are having issues with Irish or vice versa, I finally got to the point where it was said to my face that there was an issue and that you didn't want certain people in positions. It was the first time I saw that, oh my God, it's not about where people are right now. It's that all three of you aren't working together. And to me, that is way more fucked, right, than trying to bicker and figure out who the fuck's going where. It doesn't matter who goes fucking where and if you agree with it or not. If all three of you aren't going to work together, it doesn't matter if Shang's VP, it doesn't matter if Irish is VP, it doesn't matter if Ed's VP, it doesn't matter if Cora's fucking VP. If you're not working with your fucking high command and the other leaders of your club, which at this point, if anybody here tries to, you can say whatever you want about each
I've
other.
actually
and that this person
forgotten.
did this.
I've
There is
completely forgotten.
In no universe.
I've completely forgotten what was originally said. I've completely forgotten it. I have no clue. I don't know what he's talking about. I'm trying to listen though.
Yeah, right. When I first walked in this fucking yard, each of you have put in hard work in different ways, whether it's doing fucking jobs, whether it's leading, whether it's being there, whether it's talking to people, whatever the fuck it is. I don't expect it to be a fucking black and white of everybody acting the same fucking way. We're a fucking 1% MC after all. There's going to be different people fulfilling different roles in this club. Some people are going to just work harder in whatever way you even define fucking work, because everybody has a
Barry,
definition of what work fucking is.
Barry, we're trying to tell you here.
Fucking interrupt me, cunt!
We're trying to talk to you about this.
Shut the fuck up!
We're trying to speak.
When I talk shit, you don't fucking speak! So when I fucking come back, you three dumb fucks still haven't fucking decided on a single fucking name! Don't fucking sit here and expect me to believe the bullshit that's coming out of your fucking mouth saying this person should be VP!
Sorry.
Go to your fucking ass!
They call me so.
You can't give me a single fucking name! It's not about who's VP! It's not about who the leader of this fucking club is! What do you not understand about that? I do not give a fuck about what your reasoning is.
Oh man.
The fact of the matter is, I told you to do something as your fucking leader,
Dude, that caught
and
me
you
so
did not
off
fucking
guard.
do it. Am I right or wrong? Or is one of you giving me the wrong fucking name?
No, because to be fair, no offense, Barry, you're not listening. The reason that there's no one name is he doesn't trust me. Both of them don't trust me, and it goes
excuse me,
vice versa.
chat.
I never
Sorry.
lost trust in these two. But Shang will tell you he does not trust me. So you expect, I'll go to bat for Shang right here. Regardless of if he wants to fucking put a bullet in my mouth. Do you expect him to fucking come to a name or give my name or vice versa when he doesn't trust me? Are you serious? Do you think that's what it comes down to?
This is exactly why I'm having this meeting to figure out where this distrust comes from. Because the last conversation I had with each of you, number one, it took me a fucking hour to even get to that point. It took me an hour of people saying a bunch of shit without actually saying what the end cause was or what they actually wanted out of all this. So this is what this conversation is about.
Should we make a video
Now that
about
I've told
Barry?
you that I'm fucking pissed about the end result. If your answer is, oh, I can agree with Shang that he was never going to come to a decision, this is your opportunity to tell me why that is and justify your reason for why that is.
And that's fair. But you just screamed at him for him trying to tell you that.
I screamed at him because he interrupted me while I'm fucking talking.
Because you're not getting the point.
What? Okay, you're going to give me fucking flashbacks to this Edbert and Shane conversation? This is why we are having this conversation. If anybody says you're not getting the fucking point without just going through and describing what the fucking point is, I'm going to have a fucking aneurysm. That's not how you communicate in this fucking club. You don't go and bicker to people and say, you don't understand, you don't have context. You give them the fucking context, right? That's why we're all here. That's why I'm going to give each of you an opportunity to fucking speak so you can give your side. And if someone disagrees, they can give their context, right? Or their fucking side of the fucking story. And then we come to a fucking resolution. That is the whole fucking point of these things. And I'm so sick of dancing around these fucking points. So please, now that we've addressed where I'm at, emotion-wise, in terms of this decision, and you have responded that there is an adequate reason as to why all three of you haven't given a fucking name, I am all fucking ears.
Well, what I was trying to say is that we were trying to speak to each other. It's difficult to fucking do that. It's difficult to come up with a unanimous name when people don't agree with it. There's no forcing someone to agree with that. That's just not how this works. Sure, we can try and convince others to see our point of view as best as we possibly can. I can't force them to write down someone else's name. That's why this was a terrible thing to do anyways. We still spoke to each other. We spoke amongst each other. At the very least, I can say that's true for myself and Ed and myself and Sean. We each had discussions about it. I was going to vote for Ed thinking Sean might possibly vote for Ed. And that would be better for the club than it would be me voting for myself. Just because I think I deserve it. If that... I don't know how that isn't clear. I really don't.
What have I said about club members? And I'm not talking about high command. I'm talking about anyone that's patched, blooded into this club. What have I said about trust?
Trust but verify.
Yes. But what did I say about Winston or about other members of this club that are no longer here? Once you lose that trust in somebody, what happens? Either it gets solved or that person gets removed from the fucking club. So, the reason why you were given that, as hard as it fucking was, as shitty of as a resolution it is, honestly, it's at that point, after you both, all three of you told me that you lost trust in your other members that aren't only patch members, that are leaders of this club, right? If there are people in this club that do not trust other members in this club in leadership positions to do that, there are two options. You resolve it, you give context to the other side, or somebody gets blooded the fuck out. Unless you want to go on with this charade for another year that everything's hunky-dory and every time I wake up, everyone tells me everything's sweet, all right? We can go with that, and it can result in people just getting fucking shot during a meeting and not even having the opportunity to have these conversations. If that's what the fucking club wants to do, let's call a fucking vote right now. Let's call a vote while Barry's not fucking here, put our hands up and vote on something. That's a great idea. So if you're telling me that there is, if you are, all three of you, or four of you in fact, are saying right now that there is nothing that can be done, I want you to think really fucking hard about this before you give me a fucking answer. if you are telling me that there is nothing you can think of that can be done to save Irish, to save Shang, to save Edbert in this conversation of trust, if Irish, you have lost trust in Edbert and Shang, and Edbert and Shang, you have lost trust in Irish to be in this fucking club, then one of those two things needs to happen. And it needs to happen sooner rather than fucking later.
I don't
will
know.
not have people in this
Dude,
club that don't fucking trust each other.
I feel like he's
like that's a
actually-
basic. Fuck all these fucking
I feel like
rules
things
of,
are
you know,
actually-
oh, there should be 6 of us
Maybe
riding
he's,
in a
like,
car,
fucking
shooting
lost
all
his
this
mind.
shit.
I
Make
don't
sure your
know.
doors are locked, whatever. Whatever
Well, he was
fucking
gone.
rules we have in this club. Where's the rule of literally just trusting your fucking patch? Not even just your patch. You're meant to be fucking leaders of this club. How does it fucking look? The reason why half this shit it's amounted into clearly so much more shit is because we had to fucking hide it. Because why? Because the second the rest of the fucking club knows, they think, oh my god, the leaders are fucking fighting. And immediately it's probably gone to fucking sides of, oh, you know what? Who's my favorite leader? Oh, I like this leader slightly better. So if you're telling me that that trust is gone, then what the fuck are we doing here?
Right, so
Because clearly, let me finish that point. Because clearly, from my point of view, there is still something. There is still something. You can't tell me that, oh, I lose all the trust in someone, but then go on a job that, from what has been described to me, was one of the biggest jobs you've ever fucking done, that you guys are risking your lives. I know you might lose trust in other ways, right? But there's no way you're telling me all the trust is gone in that person if you're willing to go on a job that risks your life. Whether it's to save me or not, whoever the fuck it is, whatever. But as far as I'm aware, all 4 of you were on this fucking job yesterday, coming to save my fucking dumbass against fucking God knows what. Apparently there's fucking helicopters and machine guns and drugs. So it's hard for me to sit here and listen to you say, oh, I don't have trust in this person, yet still want to fucking do all this shit.
Right, okay. Makes sense, right? Yeah, let's talk about the trust and let's figure out where the breakdown in trust was, because I'm getting tired. Really sick and fucking tired.
Talks
of
for
being
20
lumped
minutes.
in with this shit. As if I've been going around causing fucking issues. As if I haven't been trying to fix this between the two of them. I'm really fucking tired of it. Because I fucking tried, Barry. I tried.
Oh, God, between the two
right,
of
so
them.
let's talk about the breakdown in trust here and where it's come from.
Does Ed and Core not have the same
Shang.
issues that Shang has?
Why do I trust Shang? Because I fucking work with the cunt 24/7.
Does he not have the
Because he actually
same
tells me
problems?
his issues with me. Because he communicates with me. Because he's willing to fucking fight with me about every little fucking thing and come to a goddamn resolution, as you and I do. Because at the end of the day, I know when I told him there is no background fucking manipulation or opinion that he's trying to fucking hide. Right? It is always up fucking front. It is always hard on the fucking sleeve. Patch above everything fucking else. That is why there is trust there.
Let's let him
Now let's
cook,
talk
let him
about
cook.
Sean. Why don't I trust Sean? All right. 1, I find out in a fucking high command meeting that apparently there's discussions around trying to demote me and Shang. For what? No reason has ever been given to me for why the fuck I would be demoted. What the fuck have I ever done?
Discussions is an interesting word, but yeah.
Okay. High command meeting then, not a discussion. Sure.
Well, no, but I mean, like, what I'm saying is discussions implies that I'm going around talking about it constantly when I said it in passing to a chaplain who then said it to the PM and then said it in the meeting.
Right, exactly. Exactly.
Right, that's not discussion,
So why am I hearing about that, right? That's number 1. Why I'm hearing about that? Because I've never fucking heard about it. You've never come up to me and told me that you have a problem with it or anything like that.
This was like 2 days after, and I had like a brief talk to a chaplain who then told the PM.
Right. 2, watching the fighting between the two of these, one side seems to try and the other just seems to disappear. Right? When I talk to the two of you throughout all of this shit, all of this, I've constantly heard how Shang has tried to approach you, talk to you, tried to step back, tried to give up parts of himself to appease other people. I've never heard you talk that way towards another member of this club. Never. It has always been Shang is doing everything wrong, not me. It is hard to trust somebody who can't see their own faults. It is hard to understand where you are coming from when you cannot admit what you have done wrong. Right? Further to the destruction of trust here, I have one person in this room, only one person in this room, who has tried to demote every other high command member but themselves. How do I trust somebody that does not trust a single other fucking person in this room?
When have I tried to demote you?
I Point one.
Oh,
Sean, that I just brought up.
the passing thought to the chaplain that then the PM brought up. Oh yeah, my discussion. Sorry, carry on.
Right, exactly. Can
Right,
you
yeah.
can you tell me
My
why you
plot-
wanted to demote me?
I've already told you, but you're not listening, so carry on.
No, reinforce the point then. I'm
I
listening.
never said I wanted to demote you. I had a passing thought to a chaplain who then told the PM, and then PM brought it up in a
Okay,
meeting.
but why? What is the reason? Because you never spoke to me about anything.
Because
so
I
have
told
no
you, and
clue.
then it was at the meeting. It was the not trusting the club comment, which was then cleared up at the meeting. And
I
then
need a
that
cool
was it.
pose to stand like.
And then we had like
Right,
the
okay.
conversation when I
Like,
was
I
in
need a
prison.
cool pose.
Remember
Me
that?
not
No?
trusting. That's still insane.
Okay, we're focusing
Still
on that
fucking
point. Okay, cool. Carry on.
Of course, I'm gonna focus on it.
Not the fact that was apparently like solved. We'll just focus on that bit. Yeah, sure. Carry on.
Let me say before you continue. Okay, so your point that Edbert is bringing up, you were saying that you were obviously speaking in confidence to Ziggy. You didn't expect him to tell me about it, and
It was
then you're saying
literally
that
a
point
fucking
was
thought.
Let me continue. And then that point was resolved in a meeting that happened shortly after, correct?
This one?
The meeting where it was brought up in the Facebook, I didn't even know you knew. Yeah, sure. It was brought up, and I thought it squared away. That was the 6-day thing. So, and then I spoke to him on the phone for like an hour and a half. I spoke to Shang for like 45 minutes.
He drops it though.
But like
drops it.
Anything with myself and Shang, whether I'm saying believe it or not, and he'll have his own point on it.
Okay, let's just give your word at that point.
Okay.
Okay. Regardless, I don't care what you said to people, whatever. I'm just gonna trust what you're gonna tell me right now. At that point, did you want Edbert and Shang demoted from High Command?
No.
So I'm gonna trust that. So let's continue with.
Because if I did, I would have brought it up properly.
That's what I'm talking about. With look, we can go around in circles on what your opinion is on people's context of what they're saying. If Sean says straight to my face that that's not what he intended with whatever was said to Z that was passed on to me, that ultimately put all of you in a very uncomfortable situation by me in that fucking meeting, then I'm going to believe that point, just like I'm going to believe points that are brought to me unless it can be proven otherwise. So if there's nothing else that you can do to disprove that point, let's continue with what other shit has been going on in these last 2 months.
Right.
Otherwise, we'll be here all day.
Yeah.
Bro, we're gonna be here all day if you keep
Context as to why
having
these trusts are
30-minute
broken, so you
monologues.
understand why-
Oh my
No,
god.
I want you to keep bringing it up, but I'm tackling one of these at a time. Yeah?
Yeah.
So what else has been happening?
The shit talking behind backs about Shang and myself. We
Ed
found out
crosses
about your
arms.
comment, calling us greedy and selfish.
About the bet, yeah. When I said it to your face.
I got smoked out.
Both to your faces, yeah.
You've literally never said that to my
I
face.
have.
Sean.
Barry was there.
You haven't. You've never called me
Barry
greedy
was
or
there.
selfish.
I said that it was.
Barry, do you remember that? Because
Yeah, I remember shouting at Shang and
You're
having a shouting match in the
you're
fortress.
gonna base my memory off something right now. If I'm telling you, if there's
Four of
anything
us
that
were
bases
standing in
off
the fortress?
my memory.
Oh no, because this never happened.
The-
I'm just.
Oh, cool.
seeing
Yeah,
if
it didn't
I'm
happen.
fucking crazy.
The four of us was standing in the fortress, and me and Shang had a little bit of a shouting match about it. And I declared my point on it that I thought it was selfish. That was the whole point of it.
And that you continue
Greedy
to
and
go
selfish.
in one-on-one conversations with members, calling them greedy and selfish.
When
How
did
do
I
I
do
trust
that?
a leader that is
You
going
did
to go
it to
around
me,
to our
Sean.
members?
You said it to me one-on-one. You called them greedy and selfish to my face.
Like express my opinion that other people had as well. Was that shit talking?
Right. So how do I trust a leader who shit talks his high command to their members? So I'll tell you right now, I've never had a conversation with anybody that puts you fucking down. Ever. We're meant to have each other's backs. We're meant to look out for one another. We're meant to be a united fucking front. And yet I've got a VP acting like a fucking prospect, running around, chatting like a little fucking high school girl, talking shit.
Sure.
That ain't the actions of someone who wants to gain trust.
Okay.
You've in that same conversation me and you had, you called them greedy and selfish. You also basically said that you felt like they were 2v1 against you the entire time. You said that they couldn't trust the club.
Okay, dude.
Or that they said they couldn't trust the club.
Who's
when it
next?
came to the fucking wine shit. Like,
Oh, sorry.
And I don't even know how many other people you repeated that all to.
Oh, you don't? Because I didn't. Carry on.
You sure have a lot of one-on-ones though. Like I just.
Oh, I talk to my club? Crazy, yeah. How many one-on-ones do you have? Do you talk to your club much?
Do I?
Do,
yeah, but I don't try and
do you
convince
talk to
him
anybody
of,
one-on-one?
you know,
You
who's
see,
bad
so
or good.
surely they think, okay, it's not a Sean and Shang thing when they see Sean talking to the other two like this. Surely they cannot say it's a Sean and Shang thing. Look at how he's talking to the other two. It's not a Sean and Shang thing. Look at the way they're talking to each other.
You're the one.
Okay,
making
look
the
at
accusation
The
right
way
now.
they're talking to each other.
Are you alright in the head right now?
Look at the way, look at the insults, please, and thank you.
Freaking him out a little bit there.
He's the most passive-aggressive motherfucker
And you have
ever.
a weird fucking smirk on your face. You're making an accusation. Bring someone down. I'm telling you, bring someone down.
Sean,
Sean,
you're
you
making
do
an
it.
accusation
Okay.
that I do the same thing you do, which
No,
is shit
what
talk
I'm saying is like you bring someone down. Just so you don't, just so I don't bring someone down who's on my side. Holy fuck. Go ahead, say whatever you want at this point.
Do you understand, Barry? These are why these convos don't fucking get anywhere.
Oh, clearly.
Yeah.
When I discuss anything with Shang or Cora or Finn, it's never like this. It's never fucking like this. For some reason, there is just this fucking wall when it comes to Sean that you just cannot talk to him. There is never a common ground or a want to work anything out. It is immediately a sides drawn. How the fuck do you work with someone like that? How do you trust someone like that who doesn't want to fix problems?
I mean,
I'm genuinely asking that as a question to everybody here.
I mean, look, there's a reason why you're all currently sitting at command, so. I've already addressed that. Nobody's arguing that is clearly a fucking issue with leadership right now. And not just on Sean's side, on both sides. Again, it's not how you communicate with people that align with a lot more of how you think about the club. It's how you speak with people that maybe disagree and have a different thought process. Everyone's entitled to their own opinions and shit in this club, right? I can respect that no matter what, but you have to be able to back it up. And at the moment, it just seems from both sides, shit is maybe getting communicated that's not meant to be, and that's being communicated by somebody else, myself and fucking included. And I know, you know, none of you probably agree with my justification for bringing it to the forefront of that meeting and doing the stupid hand shit, whatever. But at that point, when I could tell that shit was boiling for weeks, days, months, whatever, I just wanted a fucking opportunity where everyone was there. Kind of similar to what we're doing now in terms of command, but an opportunity for people to say their piece in front of everybody, so it just cuts out the fucking middleman. Because it's the same. It just reminds me of problems back in the old club, back in the days where someone will say something, then it gets said through someone else, then they react to that person saying it instead of just hearing it from them, and that's what evolves into something bigger. When you come to these conversations finally, after a week, months, whatever, and then you're bringing up points, and then now for the first time you're actually hearing the reason or justification why. And that doesn't always answer it immediately. But that's meant to be the first step, not the last step.
Unfortunately, Cora just proved several points with the discussions, specifically around shit-talking other high command members. She just proved that. That's not even she said anymore.
What was said to you, Cora, about the other two high command?
I've been the fucking middleman between the two.
I wish that they would just let Cora speak without interrupting her. I feel like it's kind of sad, you know. I feel like
So I did what?
they were. So you stopped talking to me about shit. We sat there. We had that conversation. You told me you felt 2v1. You told me you felt like they said that they didn't trust the club. You called them greedy, selfish, all of that shit.
Don't let her talk.
Like as soon as you went to jail or whatever,
I was
you
about
asked
to.
me if I said something.
Good idea, though.
I didn't remember because I was so cut. I said I don't remember. Ever since then, you have not said hardly fucking 10 words to me. And then when we brought up when the Maggie shit happened more recently, as soon as I said I disagreed with you, your tone changed night and fucking day. It was the coldest tone. Let me fucking finish before you make any childish remarks that you've been doing.
I'm good. My childish
so
remarks.
continue acting like you just made another one. Your tone changed. You went from friendly to cold in the snap of a finger because I didn't agree with you. As soon as I said that Maggie deserved to get shot, you said, yeah, okay, whatever. I asked you how you're doing. You fucking said, okay, and walked off.
It's okay.
And that was a blatant fucking lie.
Was it? Okay. Okay.
I've been saying, and I've said it to Edbert, he could attest if he remembers. Barry, I said it to you the last time we saw you. I've been saying there has been a communication break between High Command for months. And
I remember.
I don't know what because clearly we can work together. Clearly they can work together because we got the job done. But the problem here is lying that they all believe that they're the best for the club doing it their way, and there's no working with each other as far as that goes. Getting a job done, sure. Leading the club, they can't fucking agree because they all are too stubborn to come to a solution.
I mean, the thing is, Shang and I have always come to the same solution.
I knew the original vote was for Ed, for between you two.
Look,
I don't want people. Again, you don't want to be lumped in with other shit. I don't want you lumping in Shang with what you. I understand it's a point to be made that you're saying that if two of us agree, it's got to be the one person out. But I want everybody speaking for themselves in this. Right, so if we can stop referencing, me and this person did this. Everyone, I just want thoughts of everybody themselves. It doesn't change just because somebody is, and I'm not saying either side is right, whatever, but just because there is more people saying one thing does not necessarily mean it is the right thing for the club. I just want to make that very clear. I'm not saying that's the case in this situation, but that someone's saying, 3 people say the same thing versus 1. Again, if it's like fucking 10 people, yeah, I'm going to start fucking thinking. But 2 people thinking one thing versus 1 people thinking a different way, it's not going to mean too much to me, just to make that clear. But go ahead, Shane.
Okay, let me finish on this then, right? Just to further discuss Cora's point there, that it's the three of us unable to work together. I've worked with Shang countless times. I've been able to reach the same conclusion as him on multiple different club matters. And with Sean, I've also been able to do the exact same thing when it came to the wine stuff, the guns.
What's this wine shit?
Oh, it's just the code word we use for guns, but I figured you wouldn't have known that, so I said guns.
Yeah, I usually just say guns.
Yeah, with the gun stuff, I had a completely different way I wanted to run it at the beginning, and when Sean discussed it with me, I completely changed my mind because I believed his idea was better. It was fairer for the club. I think it would be just blatantly fucking incorrect to say that I'm unable to work with anybody because I've continued to work with everybody. What I am able to say is there is one person in this room who has basically forced me to lose trust in them with their continual actions. Despite fucking trying, despite trying to mend that bridge. I can't fix a bridge when the other side doesn't want to fix it, right? That is all I'm going to fucking finish up with.
It's a tough one for Shang.
Okay. Anything else in... Actually, let me start. What point did you guys actually figure out that I was gone? The timelines are a little fucky, but at what point did you guys...
After I got back, for me anyway.
So what, like 5 weeks since today, or what?
4.5 weeks.
Okay. All right. So what happens after that? Shang, sorry, I interrupted you.
I've been looking for you since you left, because I thought I was gonna come with you. The vote, like, it's a difficult situation to put yourself into when you believe that you're the best for something, but you concede that to try and do what you think is best for the club, because sometimes those two things don't match up. The reason I voted for Ed is not because I think he's the best. I think he'd be fucking amazing as a VP. I genuinely think the club would be lucky, but at the time I still think I'd have done it better. But I'd never thought that Sean would vote for Ed. So that's why I gave Ed my vote. So I said I'd vote for him. I
You mean
changed
he'd
my
never vote
mind.
for you, or are you saying Ed?
Huh?
You said Sean would never vote for Ed. Do you mean he would never vote for you, or are you referring to
Oh,
Ed?
sorry. I meant yeah. Sorry, I meant I don't think
So
Sean would have ever voted for me.
You're saying you gave your vote to Ed over yourself, even though you thought you were better, just because there was more of a chance that Sean would
vote for Ed.
put Ed's name.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I changed my mind in the. Sorry.
I hear something outside.
No, check.
If anyone's fucking listening on this, fucking shoot him in the head.
It might be Milton's. I might be hearing Milton's.
It might. Yeah, it was.
What was?
It was nothing.
Yeah, it's just a shop.
Sure. Continue, Shang.
I forgot what I was saying.
Sorry.
You just said that you voted for Ed because you thought Irish would have you'd have more of a chance convincing Irish to vote for Ed.
Oh yeah. I thought that I could not find out who Irish was voting for, and so I figured out of the two options, besides himself, of course, he'd vote for Ed over me, because our relationship had deteriorated to that point, and I don't think the club deserved to have all of us demoted. I really don't care about the title or the rank as much as it might seem, but I do want the best up there for the club. And again, sometimes you think you're the best, and I think I am. I know I am, but it doesn't mean it's the best for the club in that moment, because I thought that the alternative would have been worse.
I asked a question while you're on that point, because it makes sense to that. Irish, what was your reasoning for not telling them what your vote was going to be?
Really genuine. Shang never asked, and I don't remember Ed asking, but he'll call that bullshit, but I genuinely don't remember either of them asking. I asked both of them. And whether you believe me or not,
please just remember that he said this. Just remember that he said we never asked.
If I'd gotten,
I'm gonna go watch the conversation after this.
I was genuinely debating, and I would have probably given the name if it was.
I'm gonna go watch the conversation after this.
In that moment, I would have gone with what was best for the club, and
because I will say
your message, I guess. But
I will say, hearing you say that and them say that, regardless of anyone, whether it's you, Shang, Edbert, but not even refusing. I understand that you were never asked, but at that point, it's beyond waiting to be asked. At that point, there was an ultimatum set. I would expect all three of you to be communicating with each other, being like, "I'm voting for this name," and saying why.
So if we're gonna do the whole trust everything, I asked twice. That's how he then referred me to go ask Shang because he wasn't sure about Shang's vote. I asked and he said, "I'll tell you after you go ask Shang." That is when the.
Do you actually not remember that, Irish?
That yeah, I do remember that actually. Because I was curious which way because obviously then I had gotten a different message to the first vote.
Can you understand my point of why it makes this process a lot more difficult by not giving that name? So
yeah,
you accept fault in that regard where you should have been more open to give your name.
I can understand and respect your expectation compared to what happened. Yes, and that we fell short of it. Yes.
Yeah. Go ahead, Shang.
Well, I did ask. At least in my recollection of events. And honestly, I think that if Ed had told me that he was voting for Sean, my vote was a lot more malleable. I would have voted for Sean. Not because I believe he was the best, but because I believe that it would have been better if we all voted for the same name, because the club did not deserve to pay for us having this fight.
I agree.
But I changed my mind in the 3 weeks after that, when it was basically just me, Cora, and Finn. And yeah, things changed, and I decided this would be for the best. And it might have been wrong, but yeah.
So before you continue on to whatever other points, because you said your point changed, I am curious to see what changed after that. I want everyone to agree right now that if that's the case, what I just heard from all three of you is that if this was actually communicated, and I'm not expecting I mean, to be honest, I am expecting a bit of fault from everyone in this room, except even myself, right? Like, maybe except Cora, because she's mediating. But at that point, I want everyone to be on the same page with that, so I can write off that first fucking few weeks. From what you guys just said, this is me just pushing it together. From what you guys just said, Irish just said if the two names were given to him were the same, he'd be more likely to vote for that name as well. And Shang just said if it was the same for Irish, you would have voted. That if you guys had actually fucking communicated and actually worked together at that point, that a single name could have been voted. Or are you still at the point where it's like there is no chance in hell it ever would have got to a point where all three said the same name? But do you agree that it could? Do you agree that there was a possibility there, if shit was done right, that all three of you could have said the same name? I'm not saying now. I'm not saying at the end when I asked you.
No, I agree.
I'm saying at that point. Does everyone agree with that?
Yes.
I think so. I think so. I don't really understand what you're trying to say.
Well, you just said that if Ed and Irish both gave you the name of Irish, you'd be more inclined to vote for Irish.
If Ed and I gave you the name of Irish, I would have been. Yes, I agree with that.
If you put yourself to that mindset back then, like 6 weeks ago, if you've gotten the same two names, would you have voted that way?
Yes.
That's what it is.
Yeah.
I'm not saying yes, but it would have been more than likely yes. No, I can't
don't
say for
understand
certain because it was a long time ago.
Kind of difficult for me. That was a little bit quick to the way you spoke there.
A lot of that portion, I'm gonna chalk up to just fucking. I'm not saying that everything that happened at that point is completely invaluable. I understand that these are all building blocks into getting to the point you're at now. But I just want to make it clear that there was a resolution that could have been done there. It's not this like mystical, like, oh, there was no trust at that point, you know, whatever. But in terms of what happened after that, Shang.
Yeah, I mean, I think that would have been the right thing to do for anyone. So, but I also said to all three of you here that my vote would be changing depending on how I feel, because things can change. People can present different things to me, and I might change my mind about shit.
Was that after the 6 days or before?
Before. It was like during the... Oh, not before the 6 days.
So while you were still under the impression that I was coming back on that 6th day, you said my mind might change before
yes. Because it will. It just... Again, I had to be flexible. I didn't want the club to get into fucking shit for it.
On that point, did you communicate closer, say the day before? Let's use the 5th day's example. Like basically the final moment for you guys to come to an actual consensus. Did you communicate to either of these two that your decision had changed?
It didn't change in those 6 days. So, no.
Okay. All right.
My vote was for Ed.
Just to
so what
get
happens?
The timeline correct here. Literally the day before I had to leave to go get surgery is when the votes were confirmed to Sean.
Yeah, which was 2 days before the actual deadline. Correct?
Right.
Let me make sure that's right. It was 4. Because I was gone as well.
I was leaving essentially on the day that the vote was meant to happen.
I know, but I was going the day before that. That's why I gave my vote. Remember?
Sean did email his...
I don't know. It's arguing like a day, but yeah, that's.
Yeah,
I remember.
But regardless, it's like you guys knew that you weren't going to be there. My point on that is being that. The reason I bring up that point is because if Shang's saying, well, my mind might have changed, I'm just trying to clarify that if his mind had changed, that he communicated that before the 6 days was up. Because you can say your mind's going to change, but it's the same point I faulted Sean on, that if your mind changed and you didn't communicate to anyone and you just left it up to chance on the day, then that fault goes to you. If Shang's saying that didn't happen in that 6 days, then it's whatever.
I made it clear to both of them.
Because his vote was still...
Yeah, I made it clear to both of them, and if that vote had gone through on that day, it would have been for Ed, yeah. Which is what I told him.
So what happens after that 6 days when you realize that
Irish, what did it say?
That vote isn't happening?
I need
what did the pigeon
clarify
say?
that. Okay, so I just want to clarify then. The entire conversation I had with you before that pigeon came over the fucking wall was for nothing?
No, I said that my vote might change. It might change up until the day, and that Ed will have my vote. I don't know if I told you Ed will have my vote, but I knew that you would have it.
You didn't. You said you would have your vote.
Oh, I could have emailed you what it was. But Ed told me that he was going to tell you. I figured, well, that's good enough for me to make it clear to Sean. Ed, did you give him my vote?
Yeah.
So,
I sent a pigeon over the wall. Actually, I've written down what was attached to the pigeon.
Okay, so in my mind, there was no chance that Ed would not tell you what I was voting for. I did not entertain that.
Attached to the pigeon was a note that said, 2 votes Ed. Asked him again to confirm. He confirmed twice.
Yeah.
So your decision was given to Sean in a couple words on a fucking pigeon. Or Shang's decision.
Oh, he was
You were
in
doing it
jail.
on his behalf.
No, Shang's decision was given to me in a 45
Was there
minute phone call.
no way to actually have a conversation with Sean about this, even if it was
had
Edbert?
happened. It happened before.
We had just had a phone call, and then he had to go back into MaxSeg or whatever the fuck it was, because this was all
Yeah.
while he was in prison, which is why there was a pigeon thrown over a fence.
So the only way to communicate with Sean at that point was via a fucking pigeon. Is that what you're telling me?
No, you need
the
to
way he
listen. I had
requested
Okay, yes, because I had the conversation with Shang that was all squared away, and I'd gotten his vote.
Yep.
Then I had the same conversation with Ed.
Bro, we gotta get the pigeon to weigh in
And
on
he'd
this.
given me his vote.
Someone
and I told him to clarify
CPO
with
the
Shang,
pigeon.
and I wanted to make sure that they were both voting the same way.
Mm-hmm.
And then
when does this pigeon come in?
After that, and
So the
different
pigeon
names
is the
came over.
final communication between
Because I was
you
getting thrown
on
back in
this.
Essex. Yes, I was in prison for this fucking the murder bullshit.
That's what I'm asking. Was there no other way that anyone could communicate to Sean that wasn't a pigeon? That's what I'm asking at that point.
That was the final communication until I was thrown in. I'd say whatever the fuck.
Because my point on that
You
is
asked to
on
be
such a
contacted.
serious, especially if it's a final communication, right? If you're leaving it up to a few words on a fucking pigeon, that's a very big. And I understand you're still getting the same point across, right? But if I say, okay, if I come up to you and say I killed this person and I don't tell you why, that's very different from me saying I killed this person. I'm going to have a conversation with you now about why I did this and maybe justify to you why that happened. So if Sean's going to take, again, if it's out of all three of your guys' control, then I can't blame any of you for it. But if there was any chance to communicate with Sean via conversation before that 6 days was up and it was done via a pigeon and not in person, outside of the conversations you had before that, because you said that the pigeon was the final fucking thing, then that fault goes on you. But if that's the only way you could communicate, then whatever. If you're in fucking max sec, then I'm not going to fucking hold it too much to you. But if there was an opportunity to actually talk and you were like, you know what, this is easier, I'm just going to give him a word that says, I vote this person, then that's, what do you expect? Of course, it's going to escalate from there. Because that person then doesn't have the full context of why.
Okay, I just
which you
wanna,
can only fucking communicate in person.
I just want to ask, like, Sean, you could not use a phone in MaxSec, right? Just to make this...
No.
And presumably you could not get an email either.
No.
And did both
said it
Ed
was
and
metal.
myself, talk to you at length in a conversation before you got the fucking pigeon?
Yes. That's what I just said.
Okay,
Yeah,
right.
I've said that like 3 or 4 times
yeah,
now.
alright. I'm just making sure it's all said.
No, I'm not. Yeah, I'm not going.
So yeah, we like fucking pigeon mailed him the actual final votes. We still had talks about it beforehand. It's not like we were just like, 7 days later, let's meet back up on that island and throw stones at each other that have been painted with our votes. We spoke about it. Of course we did.
Question: Are you not allowed visitors in MaxSec?
Oh my god, he wasn't in the city, you
Can't have
fucking
anyone
prick.
show up or even a lawyer to pass a message or anything like that?
No.
Right. And you weren't already in MaxSec when we were talking? You were being
No.
moved there?
Yes, I was being moved.
Right, okay. And then I guess you weren't going to be able to attend the meeting then either? When the vote
No,
was
that
meant
was
to be cast.
that was.
So even if we hit the 6 days, there was no way we were going to be able to do it because no one knew what your vote was.
Well, he threw a pigeon to Barry. Threw it back to Barry.
All right, let's fuck off from the fucking pigeon. Look, I'm gonna leave it as, and I'm gonna trust if that's what you guys are saying, that from that after those 2 conversations you had, that there was no other way to communicate other than a fucking pigeon. Okay? Because I would obviously want those votes to be decided via fucking conversation. But if you're saying the pigeon was the only fucking thing, then whatever. I'll leave it at that. So let's continue from after the fucking 6 days then about what goes on from there. Because clearly there's more shit that has put you to, all 3 of you, to the points you're at now. So what happens after the 6 days? You realize the vote's not going to fucking happen. Does anything else happen with the club that makes you, that affects this trust circle here specifically?
No, I mean, not in the immediate weeks after when I got back, yeah.
No, everything was fine for the next month, I believe. Right?
Okay.
It's about a month. Am I right there?
3 weeks to a month or so.
Yeah, around about that time. Everything was fine.
Okay. So this is why Edbert's gone and there's no way to communicate with him about the vote. So none of you communicated after that point about vote shit. You just kind of sat in limbo about it. Like what happens after Sean got out? Edbert was gone at that point. Shang and Sean, what were you two doing? Did you talk about it at all after that? Once you guys were out, after you were like, oh fuck, Barry hasn't come back yet, so the decision hasn't been made. We have time here to maybe talk about it more.
I think I
Or
saw
you're just like,
Sean.
no, fuck it, we're just gonna wait.
I think I saw him once in that entire period. So
This is when it comes into both of you saying the other one's like not around, kind of thing.
Okay, well, there's no ways you can claim that. there's no ways. But yeah, I saw him once in that time, or maybe twice.
What did you do in that once? What did you say to him?
It was in passing, and maybe for a couple minutes.
You didn't think, neither of you thought to bring up the ultimatum? We're just like, fuck it, we'll just let it go.
I had more important things to focus on.
And what was that?
There's probably more important club stuff to do than that. The vote was already in at that time.
Then you're the leaders of your club that run this club, not having a decision that's made between all three of you. You know what happens when all the leaders of this club fucking fall, right? Club falls.
If he wasn't
there's no ADMC without the leaders.
Okay, if he wasn't going to tell me who he voted for before, he wasn't going to tell me that. And I'm not here to try and force it out of him. If he doesn't want to tell me, he doesn't want to tell me. I had to hope and have faith that he saw that both myself and Ed voted for Ed, and that he'd vote for Ed. That's what I was thinking.
So when you saw him, you just hoped that. So you hoped he would come up to you, and Sean was probably hoping that you'd ask him. Is that what's happening? Like, there's a lot of this hope, like, oh, I hope the other guy talks to me. Like, why is nobody? I don't care what your justification is for not communicating. Why didn't you go up to him, or vice versa, and say, hey, this vote thing, are we on the same page or what? Otherwise, we're all getting fucking demoted and the club's fucked. Like, what's more important than that? What's more important than getting the club fucked? A fucking bank.
Okay, Sean, if I had said to you, in the time I saw you, hey, who you voting for? Because if you didn't vote for Ed, we're all fucked. What would you have said?
While I was in prison, when you were on the phone?
No, in the next 3 weeks after that.
You would have been out of prison by
Yeah,
then.
when you're out of prison.
Out of prison.
If I'd said to you, hey, who'd you vote for? Because if you didn't vote for Ed, we're all fucked. Did you vote for Ed?
In all honesty, I don't know.
Okay, so I don't need to speak to someone over time and time again to get the same fucking answer from him. That's just not how I work.
Well, that's hindsight, for sure.
Okay, well, I wasn't gonna do it then. So it doesn't matter. All I'm saying is I know how the conversation was gonna go. If someone doesn't want to tell me what they're gonna vote for, why are they gonna change their mind after the votes happened? It just doesn't work like that. I've done this for long enough, I've dealt with enough people that I know how the shit goes. If you don't take that from me, then fine. That's okay. But I'm telling you.
Sean, you were aware at that point that they were both voting for Ed because of this fucking pigeon, correct? Like after you got out of prison?
Considering when I spoke to him, Shang, and then Ed, and then got two different names, I couldn't be sure. And that's why I voted for myself.
Oh, I said my vote might change in our conversation, and I gave Ed my finalized votes, which I'm sure Ed made clear to you that they were the final votes.
Hang on. Barry's question was, did you or did you not know what our votes were because of that pigeon?
After the prison shit, I'm not talking about in MaxSec, whenever this like passing by happened, I don't care if it was literally for a second, when you saw Irish and he saw you, did Irish know that both of you had voted for Ed, is what I'm asking.
Are you asking us that? Yes.
I'm asking Irish. Oh, I'm not asking you what Irish knew. I'm asking Irish. Did you know that both of them were voting for Edbert?
I couldn't be sure.
Why could you not be sure?
Because I would only know when Barry reads out the votes.
Ed, can you read what the final message you sent to him said, please?
Yeah, hang on. It was 2 votes Ed. Asked him again to confirm. He confirmed twice.
So if
asked me to confirm
after he had said a different name to me.
So if I say to you, my final vote is for Ed, and the first time I said to you, my vote might change, and then I say, my final vote is for Ed, is there a reason to think, but he might change that after his final vote? No, stop playing coy. Listen,
Considering it changed in 45 minutes, yes.
Sean, like, I understand what you're trying to say here, but if I say my final vote on the day is for fucking Ed, it's for fucking Ed. There's no other way around that.
I'm just confused why you would ask for the votes if you weren't going to believe them.
Because I got 2 different ones.
I said I was gonna check. Okay.
Yeah, but that's why you asked me to double check with him
Okay,
twice.
this
which I
has to
did.
be.
I carried out.
This has to be on fucking
circles.
purpose at this point. All right.
Sure.
I'm just
Yeah,
confused.
sure.
Following that timeline, regardless, no, Barry. The answer is I didn't think I'd get the vote out of him. I didn't think it'd be a productive conversation. And I can tell you, from what he just told me, it wouldn't have been a productive conversation. Because I can't tie someone down and force them to give me information. Especially, you know, when he's above me in the hierarchy. I just can't.
When other members fault in this club, they do something wrong. What do you do?
Call them
What
out.
do you do?
Speak to them.
Patch member comes to you and says, Shang, oh my god, I've really fucked up. I fucking, I got caught with fucking drugs. Cops are gonna fucking raid me. They're gonna do this. What do you do that fucking to that patch member?
I probably would beat their skulls in after I've spoken to them about it.
Okay, but they've come to you and said, fuck, Shang, the whole fucking club's about to get raided. I've fucked up. What do you do?
So you're a fucking moron. Let's try and solve the problem first. And then I'm gonna beat your skull in.
You work with that fucking patch member, even though in your mind they are in the wrong and they have fucked up and they have done fucking something that clearly doesn't align with what that person should be doing at that rank, whether it's a patch member, high command, VP, PM. You confront them on that at that point and say, listen, you have really fucked up here, but I'm in your fucking club and we share a fucking patch. I'm going to help you fucking resolve this. What are we going to do now? In this case, it was talking. In this hypothetical I made, it's shooting fucking cops, which funnily enough, I know every person in this room would rather shoot 50,000 fucking cops than actually talk to each other, myself and fucking included, right? Because I don't expect people to come join this club being all fucking there in the head, but I do expect people in this club, when they know that there's an issue, even if they believe they are in the right, they still have to give a bit and say, you know what, I'm going to be the bigger man, bigger woman here, whatever, and try and fucking resolve this, even though in your mind you are convinced that Irish is maybe doing this for a malicious reason, whatever the fucking reason why. Even if your mind you are convinced, you still have to go. And that doesn't just go for you talking to Irish, that goes for the other way around. It's not a good enough excuse to be like, oh, I thought he'd changed his mind. At that point, you guys knew, or at the very least Irish knew, that all 3 votes weren't going to be the same. And I assume at that point, Shang, because you weren't talking to Irish, that you knew he wasn't going to vote the same as you, right? So you both knew that the votes weren't going to be the fucking same, that neither of you tried to just be like, you know, we actually got to figure this shit out. I know Barry's been gone. Fuck, we've got a little bit of extra time maybe to figure this shit out. None of you attempted. And you went on and be like, you know what, I've got bigger club shit to deal with.
No, that's not true. I figured Irish should vote for Ed.
How is that not true?
Because I figured Irish should vote for Ed.
At that point, you were convinced that Irish was going to vote for Ed after he didn't tell you once.
Yeah. Yeah, I figured he'd put the club first.
But why would you not just ask?
I did ask. Irish, who'd you tell me you voted for?
You didn't know.
Okay, dude. Okay.
When did you? When are you referencing when you asked?
I asked him who he voted for.
When? During the 6 days after? Because at this point, I'm talking about after the 6 days.
He
when
wasn't going to tell me, Barry. He wasn't going to tell me at all.
You can't say he wasn't going to tell you. When did you ask him? That's what I'm asking right now.
Like 2 days before he put the vote in.
Okay, so 2 days before the vote. And what did he say to that?
So I'm going to keep it to myself for now.
2 days before the vote, so you're still in MaxSec.
Oh, it might have been, I don't know, a couple days before that. It was in the 6 day period. The day before he went to MaxSec, whenever that was.
Yeah.
Whatever day that was. How many days before you went to MaxSec? I don't know. But it was that day. The point being is very fucking clear. He saw 2 votes going for Ed, and he still voted for himself. And yeah, sure, maybe I should have pushed him, I should have pressed him. But at that point, it is fucking exhausting trying to get information on somebody who doesn't want to share it. Especially when they're higher in the hierarchy than you are. And I've been doing this for months. Almost over a year, actually. You expect me to have the exact same energy that I had back then that I do now? Man, I'm just happy running the club. Doing what the club actually needs. In that time, I wasn't thinking about the vote. I was worried about you, Barry. That's what I was fucking focused on. I was the one who was looking for you in that time when you were gone. Me! I had other shit to focus on instead of getting into a fucking pissing match every single day trying to get some vote out of someone. If they don't want to share it, they don't want to share it. That's their thing.
This whole thing's just going in fucking circles. It's just reaching points of
Yeah,
pettiness.
it's just,
getting embarrassing. Look, the facts are this, okay? One person had 2 votes. They didn't respond. Everyone else should have just, I guess, pressed them and constantly fucking asked them for their vote. Do I think adults need to be fucking followed a leg? No. But if we wanted to get this fucking vote done and take charge of it, then we should have. So everyone's fucking at fault here. Can we move on to anything else besides this?
Oh my god,
What happens after that?
I cannot deal with
You
this
guys
shit.
meet, you guys see each other. You two said you don't see each other very much after that period. So until I assume the
shouldn't
period
have
that
started
Ed
stream
gets back,
today.
so now all of you are back. What you figure out I'm missing, then what?
Shang shoots Maggie.
The prospect, right?
Yeah, the prospect who texted their fucking.
Okay, yeah. So let me hear from Shang. So Shang, what happened with this prospect? Why is this person no longer a prospect?
I wake up. I get called by Finn saying, come and chat to Maggie. She wants to say her goodbyes. I say, oh, that's interesting. Wants to say goodbye, she's leaving? And he said, yeah, she quit being a prospect last night. And I said, well, okay, well, what the fuck, son? Sure, I'll go say goodbye to her. So I go and have a chat with her in Polito. I find out that she didn't quit being a prospect as much as she took her cut off, put it down somewhere in Polito, I don't know exactly where, pinged Rue to it, and texted her saying, I can't be fucked anymore, the same for me. So,
at Rue's house.
as at Rue's house. Yeah, so at Rue's house, pings Rue to it. Says, I left my cut there. So I go and have a little chat with her and find that out. Seemed lovely enough. And then I shot her in the fucking head.
Yeah.
I don't like the idea of someone just leaving a cut somewhere and pinging someone to it, leaving through texting us, and then having to be convinced to come and talk to the club. I feel like that sets a bad precedent for what we want out of our future members. And I was ashamed.
And so, how did others react to this? Because I just saw it in the fucking video. So, at the very least, this Ziggy is upset about it. Does anybody else care about this shit or what?
Yeah.
Who?
Sean didn't agree with it. A lot, like half the club didn't agree with it.
And I do it again.
What part? Her leaving or her being shot for leaving?
Shot.
I mean, I'm just going to make my stance on this very clear. I could give less of a fuck about prospects. Yes, when somebody becomes a prospect of this club, they are told that they have the option to leave and walk away without punishment before they get blooded in. In no way does that signify that they will leave and that their actions now, they become invincible to this club and they can do whatever the fuck they want. I mean, if any of you, if Sean, Shang, Cora, Edbert came to me and said, I really fucking hate this prospect. I'm going to, they're done. I'm going to shoot him. I mean, I could give less of a fuck, to be honest.
I literally called it.
They're not blooded in. I care about blooded in members of this club. I understand
literally called it.
If that story was heard with only the context of, oh, they got shot because they're a prospect and we're not meant to do that. Yeah, I can sympathize that. Yeah, that's not what they're told when they join this club. They are told that they have an opportunity to walk away. But that doesn't mean that they can do that and disrespect someone in the club. And if Shang says, or if any of you came to me and said, I feel disrespected by this prospect, I'd say fucking go for it. Hang them up by their feet. I don't give a fuck if it means proving a message to the other prospects. I could give less of a shit.
I think people were failing to realize that at the time of Shang even shooting her, she was no longer a prospect of this club.
Even at that point, regardless if she's a prospect or not, at that point, if she'd already left, I just don't give a fuck. Prospects get to take advantage of being associated with this group with having none of the restrictions of being blooded in. You guys live each of it's the only thing that's fucked about the position of prospect is you guys get to have to live this life every day knowing that if you did something majorly fucked up to the club, you get shot in the head. Your life is over.
I mean, to be
Prospect
fair,
does
Shang knew
something.
he'd respond
Yeah, we're gonna
that way,
fucking chase them down, but they have the opportunity to at least try and fucking get away. It is guaranteed with you guys. If you fuck up, it's over. With a prospect, if they manage to fuck up, but they manage to kind of hide it, and then randomly later say, you know what, I'm leaving, they'd walk away. No one would know anything the wiser. But in terms of the overall outcome of the prospect, I mean, I can sympathize if people were close with this prospect that people are upset that she's fucking shot or dead or wherever the fuck. But from a club standpoint, I could give less of a fuck. It's a prospect.
I don't take lightly to.
The last thing I'll say on that before you say your point.
Yeah.
The only thing I would say with that is if that you were aware that she was super close with people, that you would. I mean, it's not a club or anything, but I'd like to think if you cared about blood-in members of this club, if it affected them, you'd have a chat with them and be like, hey, I know you're upset, you were close with this person, but I did what I felt was right for the club, and if they still say shit after that, then that's on them.
I did speak.
That would be the only thing, in my opinion, if I did that, I'd be like, you know what, I know you were close, I'll chat with you about it, but I still believe in what I did.
I did. I don't think maybe it has to be said. I was close with Maggie. I like Maggie. I thought she was good. But I'm not it doesn't make you above what I consider to be disrespecting the cunt. And I don't take kindly to someone pinging someone to a cunt somewhere and then texting them to say that you're done. So I did speak
just
to.
So you know, I don't disagree with the outcome at all.
No, I know.
If any of you came to me and said this prospect fucking annoyed the shit out of me, I'd say fucking shoot him in the head, be done with it. So there's not wasting your time because you guys got better shit to fucking deal with. If it's a patched member, of course, it's a very different fucking story, right? But a prospect, maybe a prospect in the old BBMC days, I'd be like, oh fucking hell. But
yeah.
We established this when we made this crew that prospects, until they earn their fucking blood, they're basically what the old BBMC hangarounds were. They're associated to the point where the only point of a prospect, right, is that they are doing a lot for the club because they want to fucking prove themselves and they want to be blooded in, and we don't want them getting fucked with by other people, so that's why we give them a cut without a patch, so if they get rolled up on, we can at least be like, hey, there's a chance they might get fucking pulled up on or whatever, or we have at least the reason to do something about it, because it's not just fucking with that person. I don't give a fuck if that person gets shot on the job. It's because it's fucking with the profit that ADMC is making with whatever they're fucking doing or whatever their fucking job they're doing. Because odds are, if they're a prospect of this club, they're probably working pretty fucking hard to get shit for this club. So if a prospect's getting fucked by someone else, I don't want that because it means they're fucking with ADMC. Or at least fucking with our workflow. That's the only thing I care about a prospect until they are blooded in.
Yeah. Well, having said that, I spoke to every single person that I thought knew her, and I explained what I did, and only 2 people gave me any kind of bite back for it, saying that they strongly disagreed that I was completely wrong. Everyone else just thought it was a bit cold. But I still did check in on them, but again, I do not hold a prospect in high regard just because people are close to them. And even though I was good friends with her, it's still patch above everything else to me.
So everyone else said it was cold, but they understood why you did it, and you're saying 2 people just completely disagreed, right?
Yeah.
Who are those people?
Sean and Ziggy.
There was more than that.
Finn
When we had a
disagreed with you.
meeting, we were in a meeting dissecting the video. There was also Sophie, Lovesick, Ivy, and one other.
Here we go.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is there's a few people that disagree but haven't said shit about it. Ziggy and Irish were the only ones.
Let me say.
Finn said it as well.
And Finn.
Finn told me that he understood why it was done, but he didn't like that it was done.
Sure.
Just to make that clear. As for Ivy and Sophie, that they were fine with it to my face. I only heard about it afterwards when I watched the video.
I I'm never gonna fault someone if somebody says to their face something and then says something otherwise. I mean, you should all know by now I'm a very big believer in if you want shit done, actually done, you say to their face. I don't cop the excuse of, oh, I'm too scared to do this, or I don't, I'm too intimidated or whatever. If you can't bring up a point to someone and you say it behind their back, I think that point is stupid as fuck. Then.
Jesse, wait. We get this fucking video.
Irish, I guess what was the biggest issue you had with this whole situation then? If it is still the same way.
Yeah, I just disagreed with it.
Okay. So you disagreed with it because they were a prospect and that they should have been able to walk away? Or you disagreed that it wasn't enough that, Shang felt disrespected or the club was disrespected or whatever, so he did what he did?
Mixture. It was one, obviously the rules themselves, I guess that particularly I just didn't disagree, or sorry, I disagreed with you, but obviously do what you like. But I also, in my opinion, felt she should have been patched a while ago. But that comes down to just me, and that's my feelings on.
That was the argument from a lot of people, was that they felt like she should have been patched, which Barry, I mean, I literally sat her in front of you and made her talk to you and give her FaceTime with her because I was in agreement at one point. But when then Finn had his talk with her, trying to get her gauge on the mindset and what it is to be a part of this kind of life, the 1% like MC life, and she was off the mark. And so I revoked my endorsement on patching her. I think the main thing with Maggie getting shot, though, wasn't the fact that she got shot. A couple people were upset, whatever it may be, but it was more so used as a narrative against Shang. And in that video, basically, where Ziggy called Shang, like, unhinged and that he was losing his marbles.
A question about this. When was this video made and sent to people? Anyone remember? Anyone have a timeline on that?
No, I'll get you the day. Hold on.
Even just a rough, I'm not, an exact date isn't going to mean anything. I mean, like...
It was
in terms
12
of
days ago.
12 days ago.
12 days ago.
Wait, what? And how long ago did you assume I was missing, or figure out that I was missing, I guess, or not coming back?
Before the video.
How did Ziggy have knowledge of what was going on? Like, did the whole club know about that something clearly fucked was going on with me? Or
So prior to that, there was, and Sean, you might have to jump in here just to fill in the blanks. There was an event that happened regarding Sean, Ziggy, and Shang's house that involved a lot of blood being found in there. I don't know how to phrase this to you, so I'm just going to come out and say it, and you can believe it or not. But an entity helped them gain access to Shang's house. That entity is apparently TJ. Who fucking knows? Don't ask. I don't know how to elaborate on that any further. Sorry. They get access. They find blood in the house. Obviously, you live there. The blood leads into your room. And I guess the assumption from there is that something has happened to you and that Shang was the perpetrator. And so at that point, there was absolute 1000% concern for your safety. Unfortunately, at that point, and I have spoken to both Sean and Ziggy about this and gotten unsatisfactory answers from both of them, the club was not alerted for a number of hours about this blood and the potential evidence that you were not well or healthy or not on a booze cruise. When I asked both of them, and Sean, you can agree or disagree here if you want. We can talk to Ziggy as well if you want. I asked them, why wasn't the club informed? You find blood in a club member's house. Even just taking out the fact that, the assumption that Shang would have done something to you. You find blood in a club member's house, you immediately think that they're in danger. Why would you not call the entire club? Why just have 2 people search? And that happened, I believe, 2 days before the video was released.
What was this blood? It was last time I checked when I left that fucking house, I wasn't bleeding.
It wasn't you. I cut my hand really badly. And then
Why'd you cut your hand?
I didn't do it on purpose. I fell. Split my wrist up. Not my wrist, my forearm open.
It's a lot of. I saw the photos in the fucking video. That's a lot of fucking blood.
Yeah, it's a wooden floor and gets everywhere. And I walked back to my house and didn't expect to see that. Figured I'll fucking clean it up later. Ain't the end of the world. I'll leave it for a little bit. Gone to a traffic stop with cops, and I shot those cops, and I got shot down. And in that time, supernatural entity, I suppose, opened up my doors and let them in.
Alright.
So again, to answer your question, yes, your disappearance and your safety was already called into question when that video was made.
Okay. Anything else you any of you want to bring up in regards to this trust ship before I mention this video?
Are we believing the blood story? Because there was enough there to kill a person.
Bro, I fucking put on too much blood. Okay,
I mean, Shang, honestly, are you saying it was your fucking hand?
Yeah.
Like, dead straight. Look at me in the fucking eye and say, was that your fucking hand in your house?
It was my fucking hand in the house.
That's a shit ton of blood.
Well, it looks worse than it
I saw the
actually
photo.
was.
That's like a body's amount of blood, so I
looks,
can maybe see a little bit of a dot of why the fuck someone going in there would think it's a fucking body.
It looks worse than it actually was. You know what I mean?
You ever watch wrestling when they use their
Sometimes-
razors on their forehead and bleed insanely?
I'm telling you, cut open your hand and look at how much you actually fucking bleed. That's why the Pirates of the Caribbean movie is unrealistic in the first time they cut their hand for the gold coins.
Look, on that point, I will believe that if you're saying it's your fucking hand, I'm going to believe that's your fucking hand. But I can justify if someone saw that being like, holy fuck, that's a lot of fucking blood, and maybe being a little sus. The question of how sus that is, especially if it's of a fucking member, I don't fucking agree with. I mean, if Irish and Ziggy, was it you were with that went in the house? If you genuinely believe that was me, I mean, yeah, the first thing I would have fucking done is tell everyone in the club, especially Shang, and be like, what the fuck? I would have demanded answers from this. Because it does look, I mean, the day after you figure out I'm fucking missing, there's a bunch of blood coming from my bed and bloody handprints and whatever the fuck else was in those photos. I can understand that it's a bit fucking weird. Of course, I'm going to trust that, a club member didn't fucking do that. But I don't think it's completely unreasonable for them to ask questions about it. But I think if it was hidden from the club intentionally so that investigations could be done solo and not with the help of other people, to me that just sounds like almost intentionally jeopardizing and restricting yourself from information. It's a different story if they asked you, Shang, and you said you didn't give them a fucking answer. Then I'm going to be like, all right, it's a little weird that, a body sized where the fucking blood's there and you say nothing. Did anyone ask you about what that blood was? And did you give them that same answer?
No. In fact, no one came to me.
Nobody
about it.
asked you about it?
Nope. I had to go and ask them why the fuck they were in my house, taking photos instead of coming to talk to me. Especially if they thought you were missing. But it gets better.
Why didn't you ask Shang, Irish, or Ziggy, or whoever the fuck was there?
Ziggy took the photos, and I told Ed that when I saw it, my first thought was not that he had done something or that I didn't know how to comprehend it. That's why
Because I could completely justify it. Came from when I saw the photos, I thought it was fucking me and I was in a fucking daze. So I saw that, I'd be like, this is fucked. But my first thing would be, Shang, what the fuck is this? And I probably wouldn't leave until he gave me a fucking answer. Because that looks fucked.
The timeline is I didn't know how to comprehend it, and as I was going to talk to Ed about something else, Shang came in, and that was where the argument at the bar happened with all the other shit.
This was 5 hours later, just to put things into perspective. No, it was 5.5 hours later. In that time, he didn't talk to me. Neither did Ziggy. Someone could have been fucking murdered. You could have been decapitated. Hell, I could have been decapitated. 5.5 hours. You were in shock and didn't know what to do for 5.5 hours, and in that time, you didn't tell a single person in the club.
I said I didn't know how to comprehend it.
5.5 hours.
I'm going to give you the same answer over and over. If you don't like it, then keep asking.
I do think it's worth mentioning the debacle with the map as well.
Yes.
But I think one of you two are going to have to describe that because I wasn't awake when that went down.
The map, I had no idea. That was Ziggy. I had no idea about the map until... I still don't have the map. I'll give you my fucking phone. You can check it. I actually don't have the map. I haven't seen it.
Don't worry, it's in the video.
Okay. Well, the map was. Let's just say the entity gave Ziggy a map. That was basically supposed to be a hint towards us finding you. It ended up being a map of Australia, the Sydney area, I believe. That was supposed to get passed along to club members. I believe Ziggy passed it off to Benny first was the order.
No, it was to Sean,
No?
and Ziggy said he did it immediately. So I don't know if Sean
You
forgot that part.
remember Ziggy giving you this map, Sean?
I remember mentioning a map or something to it, and I just said
So
pass
he
around.
mentioned a map, but he didn't give you a map. Is that what you're saying?
The specifics, because I was doing something else. I was talking to other people. He didn't mention the specifics of it, or what it was, or what it led to, or any of that shit. Just said, found something, should it be spread around? I said, yeah, just spread it around.
Okay.
The map is also on the whiteboard as well, to get all the information out there.
Dude,
Like there is a.
Well, I'm just
photocopy of
confirming.
it in
Yeah,
there.
I mean, if Ziggy said there was a map and didn't
Bro,
actually give it to him,
I'm sorry, but Shang has to defend himself 15 times on different angles, and Sean can just say that shit. I don't think Ziggy was lying.
That it did not circulate to.
Bro, I think I'm just gonna ask for
everybody
Shang
who
to
was
be
around at the
demoted to a
time.
patch.
do you know who was awake at that time when
They can
so at
run the
point,
club
so
as they
Ziggy,
want.
So timeline, Ziggy has this fucking map from wherever the fuck, a dock or some shit, with the dock I fucking left on. Tells Irish says share it around, and then what? So Ziggy, who does Ziggy go to? Who does he give it to?
I don't know after that point.
He gives it to he gives it to Flop and Benny.
The flop to the fucking prospect.
To the prospect.
Yeah.
Does he know what that map even meant?
Yep,
Did he know it was associated with me?
So just listen. He was told by a vision or whatever that it might link to where you are. And eventually some people in the club got in, but there's no fucking meeting called for hours. I only learned about it at the end of Storm. And that was because Cora told me, because Big Kev wanted to have a meeting with her about it. It's the only reason we found out.
No.
Or was it? Oh, sorry, it was Tally. Excuse me.
It was Tally that told you, and
Yeah.
we knew that Big Kev had it, and I was having a one-on-one with Kev.
Yeah, that's right. Tally told me that, and then Cora was gonna have a one-on-one with Big Kev. At no point was
So
the
who are
fucking
the first
meeting
like 3 people that get their hands on the map? So it's Ziggy, BK, and Flop.
Yeah.
Is that what it is? Have you asked those 3 people why the fuck it wasn't shared around more?
Yeah, they said, well, I assumed Ziggy would have shared it with everyone.
And what did Ziggy say?
Well, you're forgetting a key part, Shane.
Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah, what am I
And the
forgetting?
one-on-one that I had with Kev during that part, I pinged Shane to where we were talking, and I told Kev, Shane's coming here to get the map, and BK said, "What map?" He actively tried to hide it from us.
BK said he didn't know about a map when he had access to one.
Yes, and then
How long after he supposedly got it did he say that?
So I went and questioned him later on, like a couple days later, and he said...
Days later, he said he didn't know anything about it.
No, I mean, I went and spoke to him about the map thing, because I was trying to put
Right.
a timeline together to
Yeah,
find
yeah.
out why this shit
Okay,
was
sure.
kept from us. So I went and spoke to every single person that I knew had it.
Yeah.
And he had it for 2 hours before he decided to spread it to others. It was 4.5 hours between the map being received and the entire club being made aware of it.
Did Ziggy give any reason as to why that was?
No.
Assume that's a no, yeah. Okay.
I just have a question before we move on from the map because it's just bothering me a little bit. Sean, did you say just before you haven't seen the map at all?
No, I haven't looked at it.
What? Okay, I guess my question is why.
Because by the time I found out about it, those two had already gone to Australia and were sorting it out, and I'd come back. That's what it was linked to, no?
It was a map of Australia, yeah, but I'm just wondering why you wouldn't have looked over it yourself, or you know, try to catch yourself up on what it is, maybe try and figure out what was going on there. Just because it
So
relates
those
to the
meetings. Sorry, man.
issue the day before
Sorry,
with the blood.
chat.
Like I said, by the time I looked at it, they were already on the way back.
No, I get that. I understand that, but I guess now I'm
Oh,
asking
I'm
for
doing good.
clarity on why you
Doing
didn't
good.
think
Shang's obviously
you needed
very
to be involved
frustrated.
in that. Why you didn't think you could add something to it or look at it yourself.
Is that step we've gone past that step?
Right. Okay. I guess. All right. So I'll rephrase the question then. Why not catch up?
I just feel like Shang is so frustrated.
Since it involves our PM.
He does so much in the club. He basically runs the club. He has to defend himself all the time.
Even if you weren't going to do anything with it, just to catch yourself up, to be on top of everything.
I was
Why
caught
not
up.
look at
I
it?
think I'm just gonna make him go solo, man. I'm just gonna do other shit. I think it'll be more fun.
Well, I mean, not really, because you
maybe
it's
ask
been
for a
2
retirement
weeks since
option
the map has been revealed, and
or
now
something.
I'm
I
finding out
guess.
I've never even looked at it.
Theorizing with the map for a few days, even after we came back.
I mean, I spent hours with fucking Rue and Nana driving around to random locations in LS thinking that there might be something here. I'm just wondering why you didn't do anything with it.
And if you don't play this politics game, you kind of lose
Giving you
out.
my answer.
It kind of sucks.
Really, you sort
It's
of
like,
just danced around. You said other
you have to
people
play
could-
politics.
If that's the
Why
answer you're
you-
saying, that's the answer. Well, if that's the point you want to stay on, if that's what Irish is telling you, that's what? So the club kind of had it handled, I guess. So you're kind of like, they kind of know. So you're moving on to other things. Is the gist of what you're saying, right?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, let's move on from the fucking map. Otherwise, we'll be here all day. I know you guys are time sensitive, so I want to get to the fucking meat and potatoes of this. All right, outside the map, again, I'll just give you the fucking context of the map. All right, the map was fucking. The map was fucking made like months and months ago when I was first theorizing on where my fucking kid was. It was simply just the X's weren't specific to an actual location. It was mainly just to remind myself of the suburbs he used to fucking, well, that I knew he used to hang around. And it was probably one of the only reasons Colin was able to actually help me find him. If you don't know, I guess maybe the reason why Colin probably didn't give any answers about this shit earlier, or wasn't contacted or whatever. He used to be a private detective before he joined BBMC. That's actually how I knew him. I met him in a fucking casino, dressed in a like a 50s fucking detective. He looked like a fucking moron. But he used to be good at this shit. So, you know, I guess that's the reason why I didn't grab any of you. Number one, because I didn't want to involve. I didn't want to jeopardize any
I'm
of you
good
in
out of
case the
character.
shit did go south.
I appreciate you
So
guys, but I'm
grabbed,
very good out of character. I'm
only
just talking about
mates not
Shang.
involved in this club that wouldn't affect the
But
club.
thank
Again,
you.
this whole thing
Thank
was
you for all the
to
kind words.
try it, not to hide shit from the club, but just not to get you guys involved in case it was shit. But ultimately, it resulted in you guys getting a lot more involved than what I wanted. So that's why I wrote originally that I needed to find someone. That I thought of Colin immediately, so I just fucking scratched it out, and I went to go see Colin about it. And all the extras were just fucking suburbs I used to fucking live at and knew he'd be around. So outside of that, is there anything else before this video and these names that I've been given that I need to be aware of?
Outside the map and the blood stuff, I don't think so. I don't think of anything else. Stuff that happens after the video.
I mean, what are people's opinion on this fucking video? Let me just hear that before I say my piece. You've all watched it, right?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
I'm happy to go first, if you guys don't mind.
Go ahead. You have your own notes like written and shit for that, don't you?
Yeah. I wrote a multi-page breakdown of the video. I'll underline it by saying this, Barry. The video is a disgusting propaganda piece. I believe its aim is to have both Shang and yourself removed. It is filled with lies. During the video, Ziggy himself even mentions that half of the things he's talking about, he has no proof or substantiated claims around. There are also multiple moments in the video where there's a moment, actually, a specific one, where Ziggy calls himself the chaplain that doesn't do anything in a very specific tone, using very specific wording that has only ever been spoken by me and Shang and Sean. This was much earlier in the year when it came to Tally. At the time, Ziggy wanted to go and shoot Tally in the fucking head.
All right. Hey. It's Ziggy.
And I believe I said he can have a fucking opinion on what people in this club can do when he actually does something for the fucking club.
Is he a reminder?
And he directly references that in the video. I believe that video was filled with information that should have only pertained to high command. Which means I do think, Sean, you had an influence over that video in some way, shape, or form. Again, I think that video was intended to have Shang removed. I think the beginning of that video just sat there and just shat all over Shang without talking to him.
It's Ziggy.
Without bringing any of this stuff up.
I know.
And I believe the
my
Maggie
hair is short.
incident
I don't have
was
my mustache. It's been a rough week.
the
couple
final
weeks.
piece that was needed, I guess.
We can.
But
talk
before
about that
before
later.
you continue, just because I know you got a fair bit to say with that, what you said again with the Maggie
Bye,
shit, Irish. What was the biggest thing that annoyed you? Well, annoyed you, I guess, but the reason why you thought it was the wrong thing to do was it because that as a prospect, because we tell people that they should be able to walk away no matter what, or
that, and I felt she had my vote to be patched. Those are the two reasons.
I think she had most people's votes. Right? Is that even the last thing? I mean, she didn't have mine, but Cora came to me pushing for her, saying this person works really hard. And I took it on board. She also said that she wasn't around a lot of the time when a lot of the clubs awake, which ultimately is what's been brought up with me. Even this video is sometimes one around, but I don't always hold that against them.
Shouldn't have mine either.
I had spoken to her multiple times, and it was the exact same goalpost, which is another incorrect thing in the video, was that the goalposts were being constantly shifted for her. At least for myself, she had the same goalpost, which was becoming more of a self-starter, showing self-initiative. Her big issue was she would always come and ask, what should I do today?
Let me rephrase this then. Obviously, Sean, you agreed that you thought it was done the wrong way, that she should have just been able to walk, correct? Even after what Shang said, do you think she should have still walked?
It's just my opinion.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm asking. So, after Shang said, this fucking whatever the fucking ping and jacket shit, you still said, well, I think she should have just walked away, whatever.
Yeah.
Do you ultimately, beyond that though, do you actually give a fuck about I'm not saying, I understand. I'm not talking from a relationship you have with her personally or anyone in the club personally.
No,
from a club standpoint, do you actually give a fuck about this prospect?
The extra bit of me giving a fuck was that she had my vote. That was it.
So, as someone that knew her and that someone that you saw could be a bloody member of this club, obviously you thought it was the wrong idea. But in terms of a club standpoint, a prospect being shot, how's that really? Is that something that you're like, no, I'm holding on to this. I really think there needs to be something done about it. It's to the point where Shang should be punished for shooting a prospect.
No, I've never said that he should be punished for that.
Okay. Oh, that's what I'm asking. I'm not saying you have. I'm getting that point out there that I just want to make it clear that
he can do it. I just don't have to agree with it.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. I just wanted to make it clear to myself that if that was the case where you're like, this cunt needs to get his head kicked in or whatever.
No.
All right. Because from a club standpoint, again, I understand all the shit that comes with prospect, all that shit. I just want to make that very clear on my point on that, because it was brought up in the video. That's why I interrupted you, Ed Burt, because Ziggy brought it up again. Because from the video, Ziggy's like adamant this is the worst thing of all planet time. So I think he's going to get a very big shock when he hears the club stance on what a prospect is. And again, maybe that's my fault for not properly, demonstrating that to every single person in this club. Again, I'm also a person that's contributed to this lack of communication in terms of everything that I want for this club. Of course, especially by being gone for this amount of period of time. Again, I've already justified my reasons for thinking that, but that doesn't mean it's right. Okay, I'll still accept blame when somebody in the club thinks a certain way that doesn't align with the club. That is on the leader of this club to change that. But I just want to make that very clear because I will be chatting with Ziggy. When I bring that up, I want to make it very clear that everyone from a club standpoint doesn't actually give a fuck beyond their relationship and, you know, the consideration of the work they fucking put in. So, sorry, go ahead. I just wanted to clear that.
That's fine. I'll deal with my points so you can see where I found the inconsistencies in the video. At the beginning, he mentions wanting to talk to Shang. After speaking with Shang, Shang had tried to contact him multiple times throughout the day, and he avoided Shang all fucking day. He mentions about the map. We found out that the map was not immediately shared with the club. Same with the blood. That was not immediately shared with the club either. There was immediate bad faith upon his half, and, you know, potentially Sean's there. Sean can comment on that himself in regards to thinking that Shang had killed you, that he was the reason that the blood was there, and that you were the source of the blood. He brings up the difference between the prospects, which was just fucking stupid. Remedy got because she was a fucking snitch, and Alice was never even a prospect. She was a hangaround.
Who the fuck is Alice?
Exactly. That's literally all that needs to be said. Exactly. Okay. The entire thing about the goalpost already mentioned. Goalposts never fucking moved. It's just people having bleeding hearts for a prospect and getting too involved. Goalpost was the same. She just never met them. She was getting close, but she never fucking met them. The next thing was the idea on a Reaper vote. Ziggy seemed to wrongly believe he got a say in a Reaper vote at the time. That was incorrect.
Wait, who got a Reaper vote?
No one. But Ziggy references Reaper votes in the video. And the way he
in
words
regards
it
to
is-
what the fuck does what do patch members have to do with Reaper votes?
Well, he words it in a way where he thinks patch members get to be a part of a Reaper vote, essentially.
What the fuck is he talking about?
Exactly. The next big part in the video, which will probably prompt a bit of discussion here, is the
That is
the
pretty funny,
discussion
though.
between Shang and Sean with myself and Tally as witnesses in the Hyman, and specifically the threat from Shang to Sean. My take on that, I guess, before you all start, is, and I've said this to Shang as much, it was fucking stupid. You should have never fucking said it, Shang. I've told you as many times now as I possibly can. You follow the rules. If you have, you know, a reason to believe someone needs to be removed from the club, you do it the right way. You don't threaten.
What's this
I
threat?
agreed with Ziggy on that.
I told him I'd put a gun in his mouth and pull the trigger.
You said that to your VP.
Mm-hmm.
Said that he wished he could put a gun in my mouth and pull the trigger, yeah.
When was this said? Like, what sparked you to fucking say that?
They went into my house, took photos of it, and insinuated that I had killed my PM.
I didn't insinuate shit.
Well, I'm sorry that I was a little bit fucking angry. You can probably forgive me. If for saying that.
For
Sean.
wanting to put a gun in my mouth? Probably not.
No, I meant for saying that she said that. But, yeah, I was a little bit angry. It's not exactly
Shang,
the kind of thing.
Shang, you are objectively in the wrong for that.
Yeah, I know.
Just so you know.
No, I know. Trust me, I know. I was angry. I didn't. I should not have said that. I was fucking pissed.
Everybody,
but yeah.
Again, it's a thing in this club where people need to stop assuming that people aren't gonna get pissed. Whatever. I completely fucking understand that. We're all a bunch of fucking crackheads in this fucking club, barely holding on because they're 1% fucking MC. But there's some lines you just don't fucking cross. Again, if you're gonna tell people, my point with that is if I mean, I'm no fucking saint myself. You know, some of you know my history with this club and the previous club, right? But there needs to be an extremely good. The only reason you should ever threaten a club member like that is it's the last ditch resort before actually pulling the fucking trigger. Right?
Yeah. So there's more to it than that. So obviously at the time, Ed and myself were high command. I was gonna call a Reaper vote on Sean. For all the shit that we've spoken about today and will be speaking about, on top of the fact that I believe he was working for Norman. Or might
Can we
still
save
be.
that till last? Because
Yeah, no,
that's
and
a
I'm
big
just,
conversation
I know, I'm
we're
just
gonna
giving
go
a little
back
bit
and
of
forth, yeah.
context for why it wasn't just a, oh, well, I'm fucking angry, let me just threaten this cunt. It was a lot more than that that I've been building. But we'll get to it. But yeah.
Maybe this is a multi-day fucking thing. What do you yeah, sorry. What do you think, Shang, should happen to you after that? Do you think you deserve to go without punishment for threatening your VP? What if you were VP and someone came up to you and told you they were gonna fucking shove a gun down your throat? Someone that at the time was your a rank below you.
I would have. Yeah.
How would you react to that?
I would have kicked the shit out of them. 100%.
Kick the shit out of him. You're telling me you wouldn't have fucking gunned him down?
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
You still want to do it?
Do I want to kill you? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
What do you mean, yeah?
Yeah, I do. You're damn fucking right, I do.
Oh my god.
You spoke about this earlier already, Barry. There's no trust there. There isn't. You think that we're just gonna be able to speak about this and get over it? No. At the end of this.
And why the fuck are you wasting my fucking time, Shang? If you're at that point where there is no existence where you can be in a club and you're gonna kill this cunt, why the fuck are you wasting my time? What the fuck are we doing here? If we're at a point where you want to shoot this cunt in the head, let me ask you why you haven't fucking done it already then, huh? Why the fuck are you wasting my time, Sean's time, Edward's time, the fucking club's time? What the fuck are we actually doing here? If there is no chance of resolving this, what the fuck are we doing? Say to my fucking face that you actually believe that. That's actually what you want to fucking do. And think about it for a fucking second before you say that to my fucking face. Say to my face right now that there is no other resolution to this other than you shooting Sean in the fucking head. Tell me.
I tried to tell you.
That's all I'm asking. It's a yes or no fucking question.
Yes, I do. Oh god.
Shang.
What, should I have lied? Should I have lied to him?
Sean is a patch. He's still a part of this club. Can't just say that. Not without the proper the Reaper vote going through.
I tried to tell him about the Reaper vote. I tried to tell him. He didn't want to fucking listen. And to be honest, I'm sick of playing this politics game where I have to walk on ice, or sorry, walk on glass around leaders here.
We're trying to fix it.
There is no fixing it between us two.
That's what this discussion was going to be.
Hey, Shang.
Shang.
You fucking idiot! You dumb
Fucking
fuck!
put your hand on me.
There's a fucking coup going on, and you're over here getting your little fucking emotions all in a fucking twist, you dumb fuck! Barry's life is in danger!
Yes, stop
Barry's
fucking punching me!
life. Fucking idiot, Shang! Told you to lock it the fuck in!
Stop
if
fucking
Barry
punching
fucking
me!
dies, it's because you can fucking lock it in, Shang. You! Jesus fucking
I'm gonna
Christ!
fucking die!
Fucking idiot!
Shang, you just single-handed, you handed everything to Sean. You just handed it to him.
Fucking idiot.
Shang, do you want to be the one that's up on the chopping block?
Man.
Do you need something here right now, Benny?
I said to bring food.
Oh, well.
I would.
Yeah, you did.
Alright, there you guys go.
I feel like Shang was just being honest. He's just being honest. That's what a Reaper vote was for.
Yeah.
That's what a Reaper vote is for. And he told Barry about it yesterday.
Shang.
Ed said he wanted to Reaper vote him. I said I wanted to Reaper vote him. Barry asked me straight
and
up.
you're
I couldn't.
both command right now. You can't.
I was talking about something that happened yesterday. Oh man, I think they're gonna shoot Shang. I think
He was clarifying with you. Is this something we're going to be able to fix?
Did you think we could?
You should have waited until a proper fucking Reaper vote could have went through. Because now you've now you've just you've gone and said to now another patch member yet again that you want them to die still.
If he cannot listen to the context of why I'm saying that, then what is the point? If he had just given me 2 minutes to explain exactly why, I'd have said exactly why. If that's the kind of club that we have to be, where I have to fucking walk around and be political all the time, then I can't. I just can't do it. I'm not good at that. He asked me for something, I told him the truth. I don't think I can get over this for Sean. I just don't think I can. And I'm sorry if I fucked it up. Just, I didn't want to lie to him.
I just
Why Barry doesn't see that Sean isn't the problem? I'm not entirely sure if he doesn't, but it is kind of sick of. I feel for Shang in that he's trying to. Thank you very much, Irish viewers. I feel for Shang in that he's trying to at least be like, oh come on, I'm trying to be fucking honest about it. And what do you think a Reaper vote is? You die, right? Like are we trying to pretend that a bullet to the head does not mean that we should kill you?
Follow.
Like Shang, I think Shang is just fucking done. But I feel like it could be. I feel like it could be cool. I feel like it could be really cool if Shang does get blooded out. You know? Like we could do some things with that. Say Barry's a hypocrite for him saying it right in front of him. Yeah, I don't know why Ed and Cora are so upset. I just feel like Barry just was not listening at all. Does Shang is there anyone who thinks that Shang and Sean can be in the club after this? Ed was gonna call a Reaper vote on him. Shang was just being honest in Shang's mind. No, there's no way that Shang and Sean can be in the same club after this. Shang doesn't trust him. I think it would be cool if Shang could trust Sean. I feel like the job yesterday went great, right? I think. Was it yesterday or the day before? Whenever it was. But I feel like the character just can't. Like it's just stupid, and everyone is like doing this whole make-believe shit. And saying, what are we there? It also just feels like Ed is busy talking about a Reaper vote. And then immediately, Ed reels it back. I don't know. I think Shang just stopped giving a fuck. Maybe that's a better way of putting it. He stopped giving a fuck, he stopped playing the political game. See if Shang's point. Yeah, just listen, listen. Just to make this abundantly clear to everyone. I do not always agree with what my character is doing. In fact, I rarely ever do. Always remember, it's just roleplay. You might love a certain character, and my character might dislike them, so you might hate him or something, but I'm just here trying to tell a good story. I promise. I do not take this stuff, personal path. Shang doesn't play politics. He just doesn't. Just doesn't. Shang is just tired and so tired of defending himself. Which is, and you're probably thinking, well, so is Sean. Something. Completely fair. Stop in here. Alright, I need to go get a drink. I will be a couple minutes. Love you guys. I'll be right back. Okay. Whew, sorry. I was trying to piss. Oh, did we crash? Oh. Hey.
You okay? Where'd you go?
I'm just driving around. Are you okay?
I think that's a loaded question right now, Shang. Oh. I talked to Barry.
Yeah.
I don't know. I told them about me thinking that they're doing it, that Shun's doing a coup. Explain to him that Shun's tried to get everybody with power out of power, besides himself.
I'm not gonna do anything to Barry while I'm around.
Yeah.
Or you. Or Ed.
I know you don't want to lie to Barry, but God, there's a time and a place.
I fucked up, Cora. I don't know. Barry complains that people aren't straight up with him. They don't tell him what's going on in the club.
Yeah.
I should have worded it better. I told him to wait till the end or something. I'm sorry.
I think Ed's trying to get to him now. Ed's texting me. Oh. I don't know. Barry said he'll be around tomorrow. We'll continue things tomorrow.
Did I do this?
Do what?
Did I cause this? Did I make it all worse? Have I fucked everything up?
I don't think you fucked everything. I think Barry had a few realizations during that meeting. But did you make it easier? No. That's fine.
I just wish I could have just had a little bit longer just to explain.
Well, I know, Barry is basically, he's like your dad and stuff, but like, typically got to put the important part at the front. Put it at the beginning of what you're about to say, otherwise it explodes or he just misses it.
I'm gonna die.
I don't know. I do find it awfully convenient that Ziggy trotted out right after that meeting was over. It's a bit past his bedtime for old man.
Gonna shoot me, I think. Maybe me and Sean. And then they'll be able to fucking kill him.
Nah. It's not gonna come to that.
Right on. You're telling me.
It can't come to that. Besides, I think, I would basically kill him to shoot you anyways. They wouldn't have to do a whole lot afterwards.
I'm sorry.
You have nothing to apologize for.
I just think if I die, I need you to promise me that you're gonna do everything you can to try and prevent them from fucking killing him and you and Ed.
I'm not going down with that fight.
Yeah.
What's your ping?
365.
Come up here. Let's up above Cassidy Trail. And come up here, okay?
Okay.
Okay, see you in a couple minutes.
Alright. Oh man, sorry, I didn't mean to giggle. I know I ruined immersion a little bit. Man, dude, this is so cool. Ah. I might see the end of Shang.
Hi.
Need to run and hide. A wonderful life to laugh and cry. It's a wonderful, wonderful life. Hey.
This is my spot.
I like this in animation. It's a good view.
Yeah.
This fucking cine animation is pissing me off.
It's a good view. Face either way for sunset or sunrise.
No need to run and hide. It's a wonderful, wonderful life.
Whiskey.
What?
You want some whiskey? I got more where that came from.
I got some rum.
Put the fucking bottle down, you two. Both of
I
you.
haven't drank any.
Put it all on the fucking ground now.
Yeah.
Fucking drinking while the club is falling apart.
He
Jesus
threw
Christ. Fuck that. Or what did you say to Barry on your phone call with him?
I told him that that Shang has a big dumb mouth, and he shouldn't have said what he said. But I also told him that I believe that there's a coup going on, that Sean has actively tried to get every person in power demoted or removed. And when I said that, Barry asked if it had something to do with the 7 names. And I said yes. And I told him that you were the one that you asked them the vote. And after the meeting you guys had about the video, the Ziggy video, and I said that you asked them to raise their hand if they believe that he should no longer be the PM of this club, and that they raised their hands. And then I said that Shang asked Sean a couple days ago if Sean was at that meeting, would he have raised his hand as well? And he said yes. So technically 8 names.
Whatever you said changed something in him because he immediately asked me for the names. That is all he fucking cared about. He asked for my wording and
So
who
he
was
believes
involved.
me. I don't
The
have a lot of
only thing that
evidence
matters
towards
over
it.
these next few days is keeping Barry safe. That is it.
Ooh.
Because of today, there is clear fucking divide, clear strife.
Ooh, that's interesting. Maybe if he spoke to
Barry
Shang for
probably
a
looks
couple
like he's
minutes.
on his fucking own right now.
Maybe if he spoke to Shang for
If
a
I were
couple
going to
minutes
overthrow
afterwards.
Barry, I would do it soon.
Edbert, what? Did you notice that Ziggy twatted out after the meeting was over?
No, I wasn't paying attention to Twitter.
Well, I do, because it gives me important clues.
I wish Edward would stand forward
When do
for
we
the
ever see
framing.
Ziggy awake that late at night?
I wish he'd
Almost
step
never.
forward.
I don't know.
He's with Sean. 100%.
He's so
Kelly probably with
hard.
Sean. Ziggy with Sean. I'm looking at Lemon List, by the way. Nana was at the block. She was the only one at the block.
I just feel like he's fucking it up a little bit. How are we gonna push him?
I have full faith that none of them have the fucking balls to do anything to Barry. It doesn't mean we shouldn't look after him. Fortunately, there is a fucking reality now where Barry gets rid of all of his biggest fucking supporters and gets overthrown afterwards as a result. All we can do for the next few days is look after him. That is it. Hold nothing back and tell him everything we think is going on with this coup. We all in agreement that we'll look after Barry? That is our number one fucking priority for the next few days?
Always, obviously, you don't even need to ask. That's all it's always been about. Oh yeah, be upset with me, Edburn. For saying what I thought, for telling him the truth. I'm sorry that I didn't try and play politics with him. I don't want to have this fucking fight with you again. I'm gonna fucking kill him.
We look after Barry. That's all that fucking matters.
Giggles all the time. I do.
I need more evidence of the coup.
I do giggle a lot, but like, obviously, Shang is not doing that in his head. Just keep that in mind. Oh, like I'm 9-0. I thought about muting myself.
I hope you do realize, though, I don't think you're going to be VP after this. Neither is Sean, though.
Never about trying to be VP.
I know.
Trying to get Barry to see what was clearly in front of his fucking
I
eyes.
know. I know.
I don't care about VP. I hope Cora takes it. But there's a big part of me that also...
What happens? Say
I really hope Shang gets blooded out. I think it would be spicy
things
as
get
fuck.
sorted, Barry flushes out a new VP.
Perma the character.
High command even. Neither you or Sean catch a bullet.
Make a new character. I want to make a Spanish character.
You staying?
Am I staying in the club? Of course.
With Sean?
If it's for the best, then sure. I don't think it is.
Uh,
Can you rephrase the question? Are you saying if Barry said that was for the best?
if for somehow, some way, both of you stick it through, you end up staying in the club together. That's what Barry wills, because Barry is PM. Even though you say you don't trust Sean and everything like that.
Yeah. If Barry thinks it's for the best, then sure. But in any other situation,
I think the likelihood
no.
that this reality actually happens probably pretty low.
Yeah.
I think there's a few people who are catching bullets. I think by the tone that Barry had, I think love sticks out. Barry said he was handling that.
You gonna be around after song?
I can't be. I just realized what time it is.
Meet you here again. How we got this far. I'll be honest, I don't really want that to be a thing. I just feel like that just removes any conflict from the story if they worked it out. I don't want that to happen. I want there to be actual fucking consequences. I don't mind if Shang dies. I think it'd be a cool way for the character to go. I think it'd be a really cool way for the character to go. And also, Shang does not give a single shit about Ed being upset, or at least Cora handled it in a more reasonable way. But Shang does not care about Ed being super upset about things. It's just so hypocritical. You cannot be talking about this guy being a fucking snake and you wanted to kill him and how you haven't done enough as high command for him, and then be like, we should never have said that. We should not have said that to Barry though. Why? That's exactly what he's upset about. That's why the motherfucker said he doesn't want to wake up. He literally said things seem too good. That's the whole point. It's just so easy when you have a character who intentionally tries to stir the pot and be a little spicy. If Barry shoots him, yeah, I think it's a good way to go. Even then, I'm not entirely sure if he'll perma. I'm not promising anything, but I feel like that would be a great way for the character story to end. But yeah, if Core's hypothetical were to happen, like, what is the point? They're just gonna be in the club and just gonna be demoted. Dude, I wanna go do other shit, man. I got so much other stuff to do. I'm not just being like, okay, let's just go back in time 6 months. And if Shang doesn't get VP, then that's also whatever, chat. We can still have a lot of fun. Without anything. What do I want to do? I just wish that there was I don't know if Shang would join Peppo. I feel like Shang is well connected in the city, in my opinion. I feel like we could get by. I think Shang is just like, Shang fucking, don't get me wrong, Shang loves Barry, but he's so disappointed in Barry's response there.
Follow.
Small group with feet, no. The guy with the most context. Yeah, but the fact that he stormed away from it immediately. Like, there was no, it's not like Shang was just gonna say that and then not say anything afterwards. It's not like he's not gonna say anything about it immediately afterwards, you know? You know what I mean? I feel like we could go do cool shit in the city. Shang joins Fudge. That could be fun. But I feel like we would just make our own group. You know what I mean? I feel like it would be cool. Like, don't ever get it twisted. I am not Shang. I'm not fucking depressed about this. I'm not. Shang thinks he's gonna die. There's literally no lower point for Shang constantly. It's been like a roller coaster. Right, where it's like up and down emotions, up and down. But yeah, we could make things work, I think. I'm not
Another one. Another one.
Shang right now, yeah.
Another one.
Yo.
Another
Star Kill, thank you so much. Also, I got a couple of subs here now.
Flower.
Flower. I got a couple of subs here in that time. Thank you so much to all the subs that we got. Appreciate you guys. One away from the daily goal. Thank you guys. Oh, we hit the daily goal. Thank you so much. Appreciate all the subs and everything. Thank you guys so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And thank you again, Starkill, for the 3 months, dude. But I do think like Shang is just disappointed that Barry didn't even let him explain anything there. Around. Wanna be a friend of mine. What do you think the other side will do? I have no clue. I don't know. If I were them, I would just steal everything in ADMC's warehouses and shit. Me, out of character, I'm like, please do it. I think it'd be funny. Yeah, dude, everyone fucking interrupts Shang, and then Barry screams at Shang for interrupting him or whatever. Which Shang doesn't mind. Also, I'm not bothered by out of character either. Just make clear. But Shang has to like fend off 15 fucking different people and their point of views to get his one point out. And it's like, it's just like, dude, just fucking shoot him. Just shoot him. At that point, it's okay. That's why the Shang might have bothered you. Nah, it didn't. It did not, but I appreciate that he worries about it. Blues. Debbie Records in another time. And then, I don't know, I just, it's like, it's just like, Shang always gets shit on. I feel bad for Shang because he gets shit on by like everyone who doesn't. He always complains, no one's up front, no one's honest. People keep shit to themselves, but they would literally want that. Oh, 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 please don't go. Do you wanna be a friend of mine? Shang tell Barry about the blood? Yeah. He just didn't want to say it in front of Sean. There is a real reason for the story. It's something like. I also definitely put down too many props for the blood, so it looked. So, when I saw it in the photos, it looked so much worse. I didn't expect for someone to enter the house at that moment, right? So I was like tweaking it before stream, and I was like, oh yeah. I didn't expect for Ghost TJ to let people in. Literally, I had to like maneuver really quickly, dude. So like, but you know, we roll with the RP, we roll with the punches. I will say, people who people in city, let me put it that way, who say that there was a lot of fucking blood there, they're correct. There's a metric shit ton of blood there. But a liter or two of blood, and you have like 7-ish inside you. Most people have about 7-ish. That is actually fairly accurate. I know I donate blood. I used to donate blood way more often than I donate it now. Dude, it is just, once you see blood be spilt, it goes everywhere, it spreads out so thin, and it just stands out. You don't need a lot of blood to hide what's underneath it. So, like, it's viscous, and it's dark red, it's not light red like people think. If Shang doesn't get VP, then whatever, man. I think it'll be less exciting for ADMC as a whole, but Shang does not care. Out of character, I think. If we get a VP who is either Finn or Ed, they're very okay, let's just talk this out. Let's not have any conflict about it. And I think out of character, I've noticed in ADMC that I don't thrive under that, which is why Shang like lights his own fire so often. So whatever, man. We'll see. We'll see how that goes. I don't want to tell you guys what I'm planning on doing. I have a plan. It also depends on how the story goes, obviously, but I don't want to spoil it. But it's a recurring pattern with Shang where he feels like he never gets the chance to explain himself properly. Like when it came to the blood, for example, when it came to the shit with the the fucking VP stuff, it's There's never a chance to explain yourself properly. Which is why, do not watch me just because you enjoy watching ADMC shit. Because that can change at any moment. But ultimately, Shang is there for Barry. Shang is dedicated to Barry. Shang would do anything for Barry. Even when he's focusing on the prospect of dying, he still would care about Barry. That's his goal. So if he gets fucking killed for it, it's just... Yeah, we're gonna speak to her. Is she awake? All the time, So if he shoots Barry, whatever, Shang is not even... Shang is not even be like, okay, well, you fucking get what you deserve then. He's just gonna be dead. To leave here. But I do think we could do our own thing. Goodbye. Doo doo. But the tone. Dude, I feel like Star wants to go play comp. I don't know. I don't know if I told her to meet up with us.
Hello?
Hey, where you at?
Back up where I was?
Okay, can you ping 45? I can't remember where it was.
Yeah.
From you. The dead man calling to me. 45.
Oh, 45.
Yeah. I mean, that's the best way to put it, right? That's why Shang, like, just does not care that Ed is upset. He just doesn't. He's just like, motherfucker, just fuck off.
Up, above Castle Troll.
I'm on more. I'll see you soon.
Okay.
Like, if that's what they want in the club, this is Shang's thoughts here. If that's what they want for the club's VP, then they can fucking have it. They can fucking have it. Shang will honestly be demoted to patch, and we'll go from there. And then I'll fuck around until he gets blotted out for something. I don't want to say what he's gonna do, but yeah, just for him it's just tiring, just really tiring. I know. We literally told Barry yesterday. What does he think? What does he think? It's like he didn't even listen to Shang. That I mean that it's pretty funny though. But yeah, we literally said we're gonna call a refund on him, and he definitely acknowledged it. 100% he acknowledged it because he said something like, "Well, yo, come on now, so you can't do that or whatever." Right? I'm not misremembering that, am I? He definitely said something like that. He said, "Well, you can't do it now because you are not high command anymore." So obviously Shang is like, "Motherfucker, I told you yesterday." What do I think will happen with the coup? Well, just to be clear, I don't know out of character if it's a coup. Those are Shang's thoughts, just to make that clear. And I think they're just gonna take a whole bunch of shit from ADMC and go make their own group. I don't think they actually want to kill Barry. Which is why I kinda... I wouldn't mind trying to make my own group. It's always a possibility, but I don't see a Shang without Barry. Maybe Shang made a deal. I think Shang just loves Barry too much. He just loves Barry too much. And I think that's his mistake. I feel like sitting here is better than sitting up there. Or I could be wrong.
Hello.
Hey. I hate this place. Ugh. Tomorrow's gonna be good roleplay. I didn't even want to stream tomorrow. Ugh. I didn't even want to stream today.
I think tomorrow's going to be a chaotic day.
I really don't want to be around tomorrow. Yeah, I think so. I need someone to explain to me how you could listen to Sean walk in the meeting and give him any benefit of the doubt. I just don't get it.
I mean, you know us three, weren't me, you, and But
I know. It's just.
I think I don't know. I feel like Barry realized some things with Sean. It's just, I don't know what exactly.
Nah, I don't want to be in city for long if.
Especially towards the end there, I don't know if you realize he was asking like a lot of clarifying questions to Sean.
Yeah, I got it a little bit. Oh no, it's not because I don't want to be in the city or anything. I'm just saying it's different. I don't like being in the city when I'm not streaming. It doesn't mean that I don't want to be in the city. It's just tiring. Yeah, maybe I just I'm just so fucking sick of this shit. So sick of it. It's just why oh why do we have to play politics in my own fucking group? That's how I feel, and it's just trying to convince someone that they're obviously lying. He was lying so much.
It's just like and then the whole like, oh, I don't remember that. I don't remember that.
I kind of want to ask her what the club will be like. What do you think's gonna happen?
Um, I think that it's hard to predict because Barry's not in a good. Like the man's just got done being kidnapped and tortured for 6 weeks or 8 weeks, however long it was. There's no way he's in a good mental state right now to make any of these decisions, but because of the state of the club, he's forced to. And I think more people are going to catch bullets than maybe if he weren't.
Hmm.
I don't know. I think with his current mental state, he might be fucking, he might be mad enough to just fucking blast all, at least most of those freaking people who said he shouldn't be PM anymore, he might just shoot them in the fucking head, right?
Pushing him into
I
core.
don't know if he would want to hear them out right now in his current, like, headspace. But with the questions he was asking me on the phone, clarifying the timeline of when the vote was held versus the release of the video, Ziggy video and stuff like that. I think he's put it together in his head, like piece by piece, that these people were actively talking about who, like him being replaced as PM while he was missing.
I
And I think
mean,
that he
either they
thought
did that, either they did that, or they had 7 people all suspiciously have the same opinion at the same time, and all of them go to talk to Ziggy on the same day. Just
Well, and then clocking the fact that there's no way it got past him that, like, the whole Sean being so nonchalant about the map and not looking, oh, I didn't look at the map, I didn't see a reason to, blah, blah, blah. Like, that, just say you weren't looking for Barry then? Like, you didn't care?
yeah, I just think it's fucked. Now Shang thinks that he fucked the entire thing up.
I don't know. I,
Sean now has ammo. Wow.
oh. What about you? What's going through your mind?
I think I'm gonna die. I think I'm gonna die. I'm gonna miss you. I think I'm just gonna miss this.
Miss what?
This time. Everyone's together. Maybe like 3 weeks ago that like things were okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm just I don't know. Pissed off. I feel like Sean got what he needed in that meeting before it even started. I think he just saw the writing on the wall. The minute Barry mentioned that he didn't give a fuck about the Maggie shit, I think Sean understood. I think when Barry said something like, I'll check with Ziggy or whatever, I think Sean said, well, fuck Ziggy then. Threw him to the dogs.
Yeah.
Like he did with
I
you.
very much. I just with some of those questions, it felt like that Sean was deflecting, just to push Ziggy right under the bus.
I'm just a dead man falling. Okay. I don't wanna keep you for too long.
Sure.
I'm gonna go take care of some shit. Oh, it's gonna give her a bottle of booze. I'll see you later.
Don't do anything dumb, please.
You too.
Okay.
Giving you take, giving you take. You love. Now's the time to ice you, Shang. Not a bad idea. I think Shang's only IC'd once this entire year, and it was the McDonald's. It rains, it pours, man. Yeah, but to be fair, that was a major injury. You know what I mean? I think I can't remember exactly what happened. We got like fucking firing squatted by CG, if I remember correctly. And it was on a mountain. Dude, we got like shot at by like 5 different people on a mountain. I had the greatest reason to ICU of all time. Arguably. I think so. Oh yeah, that's right, it was over Ursula. It was Ursula. No goes TJ today. TG fan? Yeah. Fair enough. Do you not watch him anymore? Do. Mm. Who else does serious roleplay in the city? Peppo? Who does the most serious roleplay? 10 years straight. How long have we been playing Shang for? 2 years now. And I really I really hope they just shoot Shang in the head, man. Alright, anyways. Be back tomorrow. Love you guys. We'll miss you guys. Tomorrow should be an exciting day. And who knows, it might be the last day of Shang as you know him. Who knows? Who knows? See you guys then.